Eating ass cheeks and eating
Did you say
ass
eating
are
butt?
totally different.
Okay.
Because eating ass is like you're getting into the sphincter.
Okay.
Well,
Eating butt is where
chomp.
you're biting the cheek. Got
Yeah,
it.
What?
eating butt cheeks
Hey
is
baby,
great.
hey baby, let me slurp that sphincter.
Oh my god.
Works every time, just so you guys know.
Oh yeah. Anyway, we're live.
Oh
And we're gonna jump straight the fuck in here. We're in the middle of combat. There's nothing else to say.
Anybody know what the fuck was happening here?
If I
Yeah,
remember,
we were doing fine.
you guys were doing okay.
Kid.
There was a bit of a spook when he gained a tremendous amount of power from a couple of tricks and ploys that went better than expected. However, his power was recently reset, and he was also brought to a level of desperation that forced him to crack, or not really crack, but drain the energy from this enormous stillstone that he had been perched upon, which seems to have invigorated him. It seems to have granted him some degree of additional protection. You've noticed that he has not been stunned the last time his ritual was disrupted. However, there are some upsides going on. Notably, Vasu is in the middle of channeling some energy into this fire altar, and Nordo already has into the earth altar, and this has noticeably empowered all of you. And it's also driven him to get off of his perch and come hunt you the fuck down. You can tell that he is starting to show some signs of fear, some signs of possible defeat.
Is he getting mad too?
He's getting pretty mad.
Ooh. Get mad.
We're just gonna jump straight the fuck in. Flick.
I know
you're
he
up.
was. I know he
All
was
right.
stunned at the time when I said it, but did he get really mad when I called him Ozymandias?
Got him.
A little more annoyed than anything else, but yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, I can't remember what music I was listening to last time.
Yeah, I can't either.
Yeah, I'm about to pull some music.
I've just been doing epic fight music. Is this the right one? I think this is the right one.
Oh, I remember I was just listening to my Morning Star Fight playlist.
Yeah.
I was just gonna pull up Bayonetta.
I just have a
'cause I
dark
just-
ambient playlist and it makes it so tense.
I just feel like Bayonetta music is also just really good.
Yeah.
What do we do without our moat? I miss moat.
I know.
Me
I miss
too.
Moat.
Stupid bitch.
Alright. Kick off the last session doing the one thing that, warlocks do. Casting 4 of these.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to target the knives over here first.
Oh right, the fucking knives. God, there's so many.
All right, any particular order? Working bottom to top to bottom?
Yeah, I'll do bottom to top. This one. Yeah.
All right.
All the way to Joker if I have all 4, but...
Sick. So thanks to the compass, that first one is enough to destroy that blade.
Cool.
This is running so slow. I'm so excited to not use Roll20. But also there are a million things on screen, so I guess I can't blame it. But I will anyway. 2 shots to blow up the third one. The last one is just enough damage to take out the stagger.
Okay, cool. Now I'm gonna stick close to over here for now.
Alright. So, you asked a question at the end of last session that I kind of brushed off flippantly without realizing some implications of some other things that had happened. You asked if you felt any attraction to this, water altar. And the truth is that you don't. However, there is a pull from your necklace, kind of, a little.
Okay.
You don't feel that you could actually channel any sort of energy into this, but you do feel that there's a draw between it and your necklace. You're magically adept, you're a caster, you can tell that there is some sort of an energy link going on there. Not super pertinent, but you would at least notice it since you asked about it.
Okay, interesting.
Alright. That brings us to a legendary action. Also, I should probably fix volume levels real quick. There we go.
What happens?
Sorry, I'm loading up the sheet.
What happens?
Are you not? I thought you were prepared for this encounter.
I'm so prepared. You wouldn't believe how prepared I am. I'm the most
Come on, man.
prepared.
There's like one encounter left. At least have your shit together for it.
Honestly.
Flick, as you crash these daggers and stand firm near your family, you watch as Ozymandias snaps his head to you, and I need a charisma saving throw. You're one of the few people that might actually be able to make this. Good luck.
You got this.
We need you to fail, though, because otherwise we won't get to hear Ozymandias roasting you.
Right? Yeah, I'd hate to be the only one not get roasted. It's just a normal roll, right?
Yeah, we also go. I also want to see what he has to use.
I mean, you're welcome to
Same.
fail if you feel like it.
Don't fail though. Don't fail. He's too powerful already. Just like
It also
He's
benefits
gonna
us.
get me anyway.
wait. Add a D4.
D4 won't
It's
do
not-
it. We
I
already
think
know
it's
30
32.
fails.
I think it's 32.
You know that the
29
32
though.
fails. 29 is really good, though. If Moat was here, I shouldn't say
Yeah.
anything.
What is here?
So we're counting mode is here, right? We've been
Well,
using
Well,
our
if
range.
Moat was within your range,
Right.
I should say.
Hmm.
Flick drops unconscious, and a portal forms over his body.
It's classic Flick.
Classic
Classic.
Flick, sleeping on the job.
Man, next his head
It's a
is gonna
cat
start
nap. It's
crawling
different. Don't judge me. I've seen all of you take a nap too. It's fine.
Yeah, but I'm small.
Oh, be strong, roll 20. I know you can do it. I believe in you. You know what? I'm going to assume that the kobolds are not coming back. Let's get rid of them. Let's clear some things up.
Yeah, they're. Just assume they went home.
They're going
They did have
home.
to go home.
Yeah, they're going home.
Go home and be a family man.
All right.
happened?
You'll find out at some point. For now,
Aw.
yeah, you don't get to find yours out right away. Let's bring us to Gale.
Oh, there's so many daggers. How many were there?
He
There were
summoned
8?
a bunch. I think he got 8 on his last ping.
I think
Oh
he
my
did. I got
God.
rid of 3.
Jesus.
Yeah, I hate this fucking shield so much.
What shield?
Ozymandias's.
Oh, he has a shield on right now.
Yeah, because he's
Yeah.
green.
The jerk.
I'm gonna trust all of my friends.
Huge mistake.
Yeah, I'm aware, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Because I'm gonna shoot Grandpa in the face. A bunch.
All right. Oh my god, that is a bunch. Do you have action surge? What is this?
Haste.
Oh, you have haste. That's right.
Yeah.
34 slams in, and you do find the magical piercing at his current power level does seem to be fully effective.
Sick.
And doubled?
And doubled because of the earth bonus.
Hell yeah.
The 20 plinks off of a scale, but
Well-
the 20, ooh,
Add a D4 to it if you want to.
21.
21 is not enough, but 23 on your third shot isn't for 62 piercing.
Cool. And importantly, I'm going to try and slap on a jolt for 16 force. See what that does.
That seems fully effective, and in fact, it seems super effective.
Ooh.
Even not stunned, he is incredibly vulnerable to force. You watch as where the shot rips in, you can see his semi-corporeal form is almost just blown into this kind of magical dust, and it takes a long time for it to reform.
I like it.
Cool. With my bonus action, Toto's gonna not use the dragon slaying daggers. It said he's just gonna bite it. Toto.
Bad dog.
damn
Bad
shame.
dog.
he is able to just kind of backhand Toto as he starts to run up and tosses him into a pillar.
That's unfortunate. I'm going to stand my ground.
Hey, Feck.
Yes.
You forgot to trash talk Flick.
Oh, it's coming. Don't worry.
Oh, we have to wait for
As
his
soon
turn.
as soon as we reveal that area is when we'll do that.
Ugh, I want to hear it.
I know.
Oh, I
so
bet it
sorry.
happens at the lair action or ritual fodder. I forget which.
Right, ritual fodder.
All right. Anything else, Gail?
No, that's it.
All right. That brings us to Flurgle.
Oh, this is very bad. We were all hit by a big blast last time, I think. The book's looking weird. Need to measure something.
Yeah, you notice D-Book is looking injured. He is also looking to Cal with horror on his face. He is fighting back panic.
Oh yeah, Cal got like fucking like wrecked, right? Like full killed.
Cal got wrecked by a magical force breath. Yep.
God. And his
Yeah.
soul is like over there with the other souls
Yeah.
now.
As soon as the breath kind of washed over all of you, you first saw that Ozymandias drew in a bunch of power from all of you. And you did see that when Cal dropped, his soul was immediately ripped from his body and joined the others. Kind of, I've got them all in a group down there. They're kind of spiraling around this room, and he is now in that spiral.
Okay. This is. I don't want to spend a reaction about this, but would I know someone who is capable of casting the Revivify spell if he is going to be like revivifiable, or is he like fully hosed?
You know the spell. It is a spell that you know how to cast. You would know that as long as the soul is free and willing, he seems like he should be a valid target. Just looking at the situation, if that is his soul, it does not look to be free.
Okay. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, they definitely seem like they are caught up in something. Anyway,
Don't worry.
back to Flurgle.
Yeah. Don't worry. He'll be free soon. He's going to cast mass healing. Terrible healing, but targeting kind of everyone here. Self that can still be healed. Aaliyah's not dead, right?
Correct. She is conscious. Well, she's unconscious. Now she's conscious.
Yeah. 19 Nardo, the book, Leah, myself, Moat. I think I can get one more. I don't think there's anyone else.
Can you get River?
I don't think River was hit.
I think.
Or is
they
River
are-
injured?
I think they are like low health though.
They are actually fully healed. I think you got them with an earlier mass healing word.
That
Oh,
was
okay.
With that
Gale.
said, they have
Probably Gale got them.
they have knives coming their way.
Yeah, Gale is within range. So Gale 19 as well. And I don't have a way to get rid of these daggeroonies.
Count on D for that.
I believe in you.
You got Moat with that too?
Yeah, I got Moat with that as well. So Moat should be healed.
Sick.
19 at least. And then I'm gonna go zoom my speed because I am also hasted. It's currently 80.
Don't forget if you
And
step
then
on any of
going
those
to-
orange circles, you get healing from them.
Oh yeah, I could just
Some free heals for you if you need them.
go through a few. That's true. That's true. I think I could pass through these much.
As you pass through those two rings, you receive 25 points of heal.
And 125 feet. This is my normal movement, and my haste dash gets me into Flicksport.
It sure does. And as you step through, you find yourself aboard a ship.
How many healing?
25 points of healing.
Or it's the fucking chat won't scroll all the way down to the bottom.
Yeah, I've noticed it's been doing that lately. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah,
I'll
no
just
idea.
give
It's
myself
weird.
25. I refreshed accidentally. I see the healing now.
While you're reloading, let's jump to Flick, because he gets there a little bit before you.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Flick, you awaken in the brig of a ship, but there is a horrible acrid smell in the air, and not just acrid, but also the smell of oil, fire, and most importantly, smoke. Smoke that begins to choke your lungs, sting your eyes, and cloud your vision. Just barely as you come to, you can feel flames already starting to lick at your feet. But you can see that in the middle of the brig, dangling from a silver wire, there's a key with an emerald set into the middle of it. And you can also see through the smoke that you're being watched by something that is standing, kind of impervious and uncaring about the fire around all of you. A red-scaled Abishai just stands and watches with his arms crossed. And you
Does he have a weapon or anything?
Let's see. I believe he has a whip at his side. Pretty sure that is the case. Double checking. Yeah, he's got a whip at his side. With that said, it is currently holstered. He doesn't have it out or anything like that.
Okay.
But you hear a lurch and a rocking, and you can feel the entire ship pulled to one side, like something is grabbing onto it and rocking it. And you hear a voice that resonates through the walls of the ship as if it's coming from the ocean. Oh, flicker of emerald sunset, I smell mother on you. But she sent you to chastise me again. Still too cowardly to face me herself. What loyalty do you have to her, to any of these people? You're not like them. You understand that sometimes the emerald is a little greener on the other side, huh? You got that from your other mother. Listen, you know the power of a deal. And unless my senses fool me, it smells like you're on the market for a new pact. Why stick your neck out for a home that hates you, when you can ride a ship to some new sunrise, huh? Why put your life on the line for a society that left you and your mother to rot? Are you going to really put your life on the line for the church? You've already worn the trappings of my son, why not make it official? It just so happens I have an offer you can't refuse. Decide quickly, and you see the key glints, and then the back half of the ship blows open, and more of this oil-slicked water begins to pour in.
Whew.
And then Flurgle emerges.
Bonus action.
Comes tumbling down the stairs, and you do see that the Abishai draws a weapon towards Flurgle.
I inspire Flick.
All right.
Cool.
That's my bonus action. That's
You
the
just pull
first
some
inspiration.
pom-poms.
Yeah. Flick! He just says, I'm
Give me
here
an
to
F.
help.
Flurgle. Oh, hi. I lost my accent again. I'll stop doing that for the last episode, I swear. It'll be
I
good now.
never knew how you spoke anyway.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, my accent is completely consistent all the time.
Totally. Anything else, Flurgle, or is that?
No, that was everything. that was my action, my haste, my movement, and my my bonus action.
All right. At the end of your turn, the Abishai draws his whip and strikes you. 21.
21. Let's see. I have a thing for this. Yes, I have a parrying dagger. I use my reaction that will just miss.
All right, sounds good. That brings us out to Mo. Who is Gale today?
Boat's gonna, first of all, try and break this sword.
Yeah, absolutely. Is he swing on it, grab it? How's he do it?
Swinging on it.
Easy. This glass kind of curved dagger just shatters and disappears.
How tall is this ledge?
Not very. It's basically just a stage. He can go up it as difficult terrain.
Okay, perfect. He's gonna do that and make an attack on this one.
That is good, and it is enough to crush the second one.
Cool. He should have a spell, and I hope he has this prepared. Oh my god, does he not get this? Or does he just not prepare it ever? Mo, why would you? Okay. Anyways, that's gonna be it for him, I think.
All right. At the end of your turn, the Abishai swings on Flurgle again. 24, I think, hits this time.
That one hits, yeah.
For some slashing
What's
and fire.
what's your AC, Flurgle?
My AC is currently 20. With the
Okay.
haste.
Am I unconscious, or no, I guess I'm not unconscious.
No,
Am I
you can
held
act.
down anyway?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna use my reaction to my wings kind of get covered in a black tenderly energy and get really large and block Flurgle from the attack. I think he's within 5 feet of me. I can't tell. Where is he at?
Nice. When you were within 5 feet of you,
Yeah. I would have gone as close as I could anyway.
I'll allow it. It's a little wibbly wobbly in there. You're probably like 7 or 8 feet apart, but whatever. It's close enough.
Cool.
Big wings!
Ships are crowded.
I'm
As
safe.
that happens, you hear a, well, I tried. And you watch as the silvery thread holding that key up begins to glow red hot.
Doe.
That brings us to the ritual fodder, who I believe are all currently either dead or stable. Let me double check. Yes, true, which means it's Vasu. Vasu, some things happen. You have maintained concentration. You feel the locust begin to channel energy through you, and you begin to guide it into this, portioning out just a small measure. As you do this, you feel in tune with the planet. You feel magma chambers coursing through your wrists like veins. You feel volcanoes burning at your skin. You feel heat vents at the bottom of the sea, bubbling up towards the surface. And you can feel that with each drop of energy you pour into it, everything just gets a little warmer, a little more fiery, a little more angry. And you temper this, and you put in just enough to power this thing without causing problems. And as you do, all of you feel the world around you begin to tremor gently, I think is the best way to put it. You can feel that something is going on geologically around you, but it is not enough to cause serious problems so far.
Did
but
Vasu just start global warming?
There's a rumble. You can feel the ground under you shakes a little bit. That's the start of your turn.
Oh boy. That's rad as fuck.
Oh yeah, importantly, yeah, you can feel that fire is empowered for you and all of your allies. And I'll get the exact details. I think it's literally just double fire.
It's doubled.
damage.
Yep. Let's just read it again.
But
For no
is
particular
immune to
reason.
fire.
Man, I
Is
wish I
he?
had my Chaos Bow.
Wait, have we seen Ozymandias be immune to fire?
You have seen that as he gains more magical power, he gets more resistances and immunities.
Balls.
It's hard to... He does not look... This is his lowest form of power that you've seen, other than totally non-powered.
Right.
I remember throwing a bomb at him and it just went right through.
Yeah, that did definitely happen.
So first, I don't think there's any way. Yeah, it's just the line is only 15 feet long, but I will kind of swivel down here, or if I can just aim the line at this dagger in a way that won't roast Thamior.
Yeah, absolutely. You can either point it up or point it down, yeah.
Yeah, then I'm basically just gonna like feeling all this fiery empowerment. I'm just gonna kind of like reach out toward this dagger and summon a line of fire, basically just from the floor to the ceiling.
Fuck yeah.
So like a gout of flame, 15 feet long, 5 feet wide. I need it to make a dex save.
Oh yeah, this thing is just melted.
So yeah, just immediately melt it. 28 fire damage. Let's see.
If it helps your playing, I'm not actually there. I'm like 90 feet off the ground.
No, I'm just measuring out my fly speed and where the altars are and stuff. The Earth one has already been activated, right?
Yep. Nordo has activated the Earth one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then I'm going to dash with my cloak, stop in right here to make an attack with advantage with my spear because of the dash. Oh my god.
Boy.
Oh, fucking beautiful.
Jesus.
So
Piercing and fire both doubled.
yeah, do you
Yeah.
keep it as piercing and fire?
Yeah, I feel like I should.
Yeah, it's a double and a crit. That's quadruple damage, friends.
He is currently able to take both magical piercing and magical fire damage, which means all of that damage goes through. It is all doubled, and then it, crits.
Right. Here's
So
here's the extra D10 that gets from the dash, and this is doubled too.
that is also doubled. Yep.
Oh,
We'll go and roll another d10 because it's crit. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you just wanted to double the two.
Hell no, those are PF2 rules. We're still here.
Roll
for
more
a
dice.
couple more hours. Oh, nice.
Hell
Good shit.
yeah.
There you go. 44.
49
Cool.
doubles up to 98.
Cool,
You do see that as this powerful hit sinks in, he is able to redirect some of the magical energy away from himself. Not all of it, but some of it.
Whole 12.
Still a lot of damage. Here's the second attack.
Oh, yeah, it was close.
That is another hit for 16.
Does that
Doubles
go
up
to 32?
And you can see that first blow especially has, actually sent him physically reeling a little bit, in spite of the fact that this thing is 20 times your size. His jaw jerks to the side.
Okay. So he's got 2 stacks of heat. And I think if I measured this out right, I've got 70 feet of flight left because of my broken dash. This space right here, I think. That one. Hex grid. I believe it's that one.
Yeah, that looks right.
Is that close enough to start activating this altar with my reaction?
It is not, unfortunately. You need to be next to it to start it.
Gay.
So sorry.
That's fine. Just means I can do it right away with my action next turn, maybe.
Alright, anything else?
Let me just check a thing real quick. Would I have known that I wouldn't have been able to activate it from right there before I flew over?
Yeah, your Vera has kind of filled you in on how this works. You can feel it in your being.
Just checking the range on some other thing. Okay. Then I'll actually be like right here.
Alright, sounds good. At the end of your
Actually,
turn...
if you don't
yep,
mind,
sure.
I'll be like right here.
Okay, excellent. That works. That'll bring us to the Abishai, who swings one more time on... actually, this time he's going to swing on Flick. Through the cage.
Oh, rude.
Oh,
Ow,
oh, no.
rude.
Lord. Does that hit?
32. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that hits.
All right.
Does he get any cover because it's through a cage?
It
It's a
does, but
crit.
it's a crit.
It doesn't
either way.
matter. It's a
Yeah.
crit. I can't deny a crit. I'm sorry.
That is 9 points of slashing and 22 points of fire. And you guys watch as
That's
a
11.
burst of energy emits from the portal that Flurgle and Flick just went into.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
teacher, but did you roll crit damage there?
Oh, you're right. You're right. Thank you.
Oh no, Flack.
Look out,
That's
Flack.
an additional 23.
How much of that's fire?
Let's see. 22 plus... a lot of it is fire. 30, 38. 43 of that is fire.
Just the second half. I got the first half already.
Okay.
Sorry.
Then 21 of the second half is fire.
Okay, so only 2 piercing.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Do you resist fire?
He's a tiefling.
I do. I take half.
That is great for you guys. That's wonderful news for you guys. 22, 23, so some of this goes away.
Yeah.
You do still see that is enough to severely empower him. Cool.
Oh, gross. That's so much.
Wasn't even that much
he-
HP, I swear.
Hums with energy, practically dancing through the room now. And that'll bring us to Ace.
Alright, I have a few questions.
Yes.
I don't know how to ask this in a non-meta way. Do I know what CR the NPCs are? Having spent time with them,
Yeah. You would kind of have a sense for it. You probably don't know an exact number, but you would at least know, hey, this guy's not powerful enough to become a dragon. God.
so pretty much, who is CR1 and who's higher than CR1?
Sure,
That's
sure,
all I
sure.
need to know.
Yeah, I gotcha. People who are higher than CR1. River, which might be surprising. D for sure. Leah for sure. Cal would be. Joker. Caspian. And I believe that is it.
Okay, of those, I know that D's probably pretty high level at this point. Are any of them lower than CR4, I guess, then? The one that you just
The ones
gave.
that I just mentioned, all of the ones that I just mentioned are over CR4 except for River.
But the ones, they're also, all of our NPCs are like, they look like they're drugged, we talked about, right?
They appear to be stupefied somehow. You're not sure if it's magic or drugs, it's hard to say. They appear to be glassed over, their eyes are like in a daze.
Does it look similar to what was being done to all the kobolds?
What is your passive investigation or passive medicine? Either one would work.
Passive investigation is 25.
25? It does not. No, it looks to be a little bit more trance-like and less like their eyes aren't red, they're just in a daze. Nor do I think that's a very reasonable thing to be able to tell. Like, the fire has definitely kind of extinguished on him, yeah.
Okay.
Does it look like they're charmed, maybe?
Looks like potentially a charm.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to... This doorway is... The doorway down is down at the bottom is pretty big, right? Like, big enough for me to fit through as a dragon?
To get back out into the crystal caves?
Yes.
It'd be a squeeze, but yeah.
What about this door down here? Or is that not a door at the top?
Up at the top of the map?
Yes.
That is not a door. It is an alcove. It is poorly lit. You can see there are like 4 lights shining in there. Only 2 of those are actually shining right now, the 2 on the left.
Okay.
But it does, like, there's not an exit from there.
All right, so here's what I'm going to try to do then. I'm going to use my bonus action to dash, and that should be me all the way through the doorway. I have like 180 feet of movement.
Oh yeah, tons of movement. You have to squeeze for a lot of it, but you're able to basically exit and go into the crystal caves.
I kind of want to poke my head around the wall, and then I'm going to cast a spell. I'm going to cast
double check
Mass Pollen.
before you say anything. Before you say anything, let me check. Okay. You're casting Mass Polymorph?
Mass Polymorph.
Alright. I need you to give me a spellcasting check.
Now, this is from an item. my main cast spell. Which do I use? I guess
use your best spellcasting check.
Okay. That's for me. Is that going to be proficiency or no?
It will not have proficiency, but it'll have Jack if you're not a bard. So no, just a charisma check or a wisdom check or whatever you use. And you're looking to beat an 18.
That's not going to happen.
I believe in you.
I believe.
Hold on. I have a D4. So I beat it.
Oh, praise be.
Son of a bitch. That is so upsetting. I thought I had you there. That
would have been so bad.
You can feel as you begin to channel this powerful spell, the empowered Ozymandias, in tune with the weave, almost part of it, snaps in your mind to your position, and you can feel that he is pulling your hand in a different direction, as if trying to redirect the magic, to twist it, to do it, something else with it, to bend it to his bidding. But you fight back, and inspired by the power of unity, you are able to maintain control.
I have advantage against him anyways.
Oh, that's true. Well, you got it either way.
Can I roll just for fun, though?
Sure, go for it.
So maybe we'll save the D4 potentially.
That's true, you can save the D4.
Nah.
You have full control of the spell. What would you like
Cool.
to do?
I shoot out, so I have to drop concentration from this. So I start changing back into Ace, and as I slide through there, I just release 10 arrows. They go out. One hits Leah, Joker, River, Caspian. Those 3 are the ones that are above C2 or C1. They're going to turn into Moonstone Dragon Wormlings. They are immune to charm. They can fly for 60 feet. Yeah, and then I'm going to the other ones. I have 7 more arrows. I'll probably choose one of Flurgle's people just so that they can help out.
How many did you have total?
I have 10 total.
I think you have 6 left because you did Leah, River, Joker, Caspian.
Oh yes, sorry. Cool. I have 6 left then. Which one of Moat's mom? Just because I'm assuming that the sisters probably look a little bit more sturdy.
Sure.
Sapphire because she's not old. Oh no.
You got 5 more.
The rest of them, I guess the rest of them don't really matter. As long as I have at least one in each of the rooms, and there's a lot of Flurgle people.
Get them all.
I can only get up to 10, so.
Did you want to get one of them?
I'll get one of them.
You have a favorite?
If you don't pick Wobble,
Hoopy poopy 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 poop.
Good choice. Good choice.
Yep, that one's good.
Yep. It's pronounced Tifwefafoop.
Hefwefefwoop. You guys are all wrong. Wibble Babooble was obviously the best one.
Yeah,
Wibble Babooble is pretty good.
All right, you got 4 more. You want to just kind of throw them out there, or do you got one?
Get Wibble Baboo.
Probably. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'll throw another one on to one of Moat's siblings.
Okay, I have a question, an important question about the pronunciation of this guy.
Sure.
Is it like whep 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 or
no?
Or is it like hef wef wef wef?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay. Hef wef 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 foo bop.
Yeah.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Do you want to get the nerd or the athletic one?
Who is Koami?
That's my
Voss's
mom.
Oh, we'll get Voss's mom then.
Thank you.
Okay.
Who's River? Is River your dad?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's my mom and dad. You've met them before. We had dinner
Yeah,
at the
there's
house.
just so many names, and I'm bad
There's a
at
lot
names.
of names. Yeah. You got 2 more. Who you want?
All the one. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Shoot.
First.
Who is yeah. Everyone who is like CR level 1 is going to turn into a deep dragon wormling. They are immune to charm, frightened, and poisoned. They have a fly speed of 60, and they also can burrow. So.
All right. You watch as all of these people transformed begin to look around with a sudden renewed sense of awareness, a sense that they are in danger, and a sense that they need to flee. They recognize you. These people know who you are. And most of them begin to, on their turns, they will start to act.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like, get everyone else out of here. That's your jobs. And then I'm going to try to, hold on. Try to I want to. If I could, I kind of wanted to be around a corner. I don't know how that's gonna work, but I kind of want to try to be, not in Asmodeus' sights as much as possible. But obviously, I do need to see into the room to do that. So
All right, noted.
I
You
have no
stretch
movement
back
speed
out.
left though. After I get here, though, after I transform back, I have no movement speed.
Understood.
But that's me. Let me change my health back to normal now.
Wild and Clutch, I cannot believe you beat him on that charisma check. I did not want that.
The gods demand it, and that god is dead now because of you.
All right. That brings us to D. Boy, D is fighting panic. He is eyes locked with Cal. I'm gonna give him a wisdom save. Yes, if you have anything, go for it.
Saying, I'll just look at him and actually, you know what? Hold on. Never mind. Nordo's in a rage, not helping right now. Discard. Hey, there you go, D.
You watch for a moment as he considers grabbing the body and dragging it through the rings, but then he looks around and sees that there is still work to be done. He looks over his shoulder and sees another blade going towards Leah. He is going to first swing over to these two rings and step on them.
Good.
Hell yes.
Good.
For what it's worth, Leah is also a dragon now, so she does have like temporary health.
True.
I don't want to fuck with it.
That's an ass roll. That is almost as bad as possible.
Jesus.
Several attacks.
Well, that was for his healing. But he is going to swing the blade. Takes 2, but it breaks.
Attaboy.
Are there any others? There's one left on Joker. He has more movement than God. He is a monk.
He's a tabaxi monk. I imagine he's just forever.
That's
probably
actually
even faster
true.
on land than I am.
He's not even going to sunbolt. He's tabaxi. He's going to tabaxi dash. That way he can do an actual hit on this thing and try to take it out.
What is his land speed when tabaxi dashes?
Something wild. I'll check in a second, but definitely more than 120.
Yeah.
And the hit is good. It's a big, strong hit, and he's able to shatter the last dagger on Joker.
Good shit, D.
I'm proud of you.
Hell of a turn for D. At the end of his turn, I forgot to do this before, so here it is. A whip on Flurgle. 21?
Yeah, it just barely hits.
23 total damage.
23. Hold on, let me click my token. It's really hard to see here.
I'm so upset. He is 1 point. 1 point from his final form.
Oh, we really can't have him get into his final form, so...
You're not allowed.
Alright, Nordo.
Alright. Nordo disappears into a fighting pit and makes, a wise and mature decision to throw the swords out and refuse to fight. Then comes out here and sees Cal just get, fucking eviscerated by this dragon's breath. He's got the earth trembling under his feet from Bossu's magic. He's got the earth magic flowing through him. The crystals are out of the spine. And he just flies into a truly unhinged barbarian rage and goes storming towards Ozymandias. Just to get kind of a good distribution for breath, I'm going to try to climb on top of this inert still stone for all this.
Sure, absolutely.
I'm a
difficult
monk.
terrain if it matters, but I don't think it does for you.
I'm a real monk. And then start wailing. Recklessly, of course. God almighty.
18 is no good. You can see that he is moving faster than he has to be. He is wisping like a ghost.
I'd like to die.
He would
Kill
also
him
like
first,
it if you
please.
died.
33, though, you're able to connect. You can feel that the slashing only catches bits of his semi-corporeal form, but it does do a little damage.
It is doubled, if that matters.
True, so it doubles back up to 16.
Alright. He takes a little bit of this. A little bit of this. Okay, that is my action. Garsh. Bonus action. Oh, I don't have a ton of key left. Just a regular unarmed strike. Actually, you know what? Oh boy, he's like not very corporeal right now.
No,
do I get the sense probably restraint is not an option on this dude?
Certainly not.
Okay. All right, just an attack then. Just gonna do what barbarians do.
Oh, that's a
Hey,
crit.
crit.
It is cut and then doubled back up to 20.
21. Oh yeah, so that happens. Okay, sick. A crit is terrific news because that means I get to use my reaction to do. Oh wait, no, fuck. I need to save my reaction for a different thing. Balls. I don't use my reaction to get my shield up. That's my action. That's my bonus action. I don't want to move. That's the end of my turn.
All right. That brings us to Ozymandias' turn.
He takes some necrotic damage. If he's capable of it.
I'm assuming he's immune
takes-
to necrotic.
He double checking. In his form. He resists it.
Okay, it's 9
And I
out
saw
to...
that. Sorry, go ahead.
We're good. Just 9 necrotic cav to 4.
Excellent.
And I saw the fire kind of go out on him when he got all green, right?
He is resistant to it. He still takes half of that double back up to 6. So.
I'll make it radiant.
Noted. He resists radiance as well.
Okay.
All right. Let's see if we can. Well, let's do this in order. One thing at a time. First of all of the knives are dead. Damn shame. Second, let's try to claw. What was my reach on that? Oh, plenty. We have got to grab Vasu.
Wish you would.
I should not have stayed where I was.
Does 35 hit?
No.
14 points of slashing damage. And importantly, he pins you down and stares you with his glowing skeletal face. Oh, what you got?
So if I negate all the damage from this, would I still be like restrained and grappled?
If you manage, okay, we'll rule it like this. This seems fun. If you block all of the damage, I will give you a dexterity save against his DC to not be restrained as well.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
That does block all of the damage. DC is 20 to escape.
And what was it?
Dexterity saving throw.
Yeah.
Son of
Hell
a
yeah.
bitch. He
I love
tries
that
to
ruling.
grab at you, and
I imagine since I'm so like heightened elemental state, and because the earth shrine is activated, I earthbend fast enough to make like a stunning marble sculpture of myself
hell yeah.
that he grabs and crushes, and then I'm just like, hey, over here, dummy.
Love it. When he is unable to grab you, fine. We'll do this the other way. He rears back his head and is going to fire 2 blasts at you. Is it 21 hit?
Nope.
Son of a bitch, please hit. I just need 1 point of damage. 33.
No! That does hit.
33
Somebody block damage. It's such piss damage, too.
It is piss damage. 5 points of force damage. However, you see that he draws energy from that, and his body first begins to glow like Christmas, and then second, almost seems to disappear as he goes almost entirely non-corporeal. He still has a token here. He still occupies his space, but he is barely
He's dead.
corporeal. He is effectively a ghost. You get the sense that you can't interact with him physically, and he is probably going to be immune to a lot of things.
Maybe you guys can.
Boy, what else can he do? He still can summon. He should recharge that for sure. Let's see if we recharge our breath. That'd be awesome.
Please don't.
No, don't do that.
I'd really rather if you don't.
Aha.
Thanks.
Lucky. Alright. He will, he's gonna move, actually, while he can. You watch as he doesn't even lift his hands and legs. He just begins to kind of, almost glitch through space, over in this direction.
I already used my reaction.
Me papa.
And then he summons some blades. Oh lord.
Not again.
Already summoning.
To keep this very simple, he summons on everyone in the red alcove, which is 5. Leah, and both of the people in the yellow alcove next to himself. So
Really over
basically,
this guy.
everyone except for the blue chamber is now daggered. And I'll drag those in as we go, but for now, let's jump over to Flick.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. Fucking hell. I hate this so much. Is he in my melee reach right now? Where he ended up? I know he's like weirdly incorporeal, but like hypothetically, if he rematerialized.
Yes.
Okay. I would like to use my reaction at the end of a round of combat.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah. That's too good. I don't actually want it really to be that good. It does make my initiative 26 though. Nordo just has both rage pouring out and also like the earth magic and the fire magic have been awakened in this place. The shoulder where the mask of Promenos Leighton is hanging, there is just like magma pouring down Nordo's arm, collecting on his axe, dripping down off of it. His eyes are almost like seething magma out of the corners of them. I'm holding my action for when he is corporeal, or at least is like not all the way incorporeal.
Sure.
I hold the axe up and fucking yeah.
Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Don't like that. I don't think I can do too much about it currently.
That's my turn.
Okay, excellent. Start dragging daggers out. Cool. At the end of your turn, we don't even need to generate power, but the Abishai doesn't know that. He just keeps swinging on Flick.
Ow.
For another crit.
God.
Gross.
Gosh. Not again. I was hoping you'd get a turn.
For 38 total damage. Most of which is fire. So let's see. 7 plus 6, 13. Almost all of it, actually. 13 plus 9. 22 after resistance.
Oh,
Are you still
cool. Yeah,
Oh.
barely, but yeah.
You have my what do you call this? My bardic inspiration. You can use it when you use these. You get these bonuses.
Okay, cool. Do I have all of my shit? Or am I naked?
do.
What's the situation here?
Yep.
Okay.
All your shit.
Okay, that key's just hanging there?
It's hanging there. You can see that the thread that it's been hanging from, the silvery cord, is starting to glow red hot, but it's just hanging there.
I guess I'll grab it with an item interaction?
Yeah, easy enough. And as you do, as you might expect out of character, you were immediately imparted with magical knowledge of what this thing will do.
Okay.
Just be careful, it's probably lying to you.
Oh right, that.
Yeah.
It's true.
Not that Ozymandias ever is deceptive and manipulative.
Okay, these are just regular bars.
They seem to be, just kind of, not even cast iron, but wrought iron bars, like you'd see in a brig in a ship.
Okay. My weapon should still be active because I'm clearly in
Absolutely,
water.
yeah.
I'm going to use the action to teleport before making an attack. Make an attack.
On the Abishai?
Yeah.
26 is good for
And then
26.
use brackish audacity to flee without triggering an opportunity attack.
All right.
Is there a portal?
I don't know.
When you get to the top of the stairs, you find that there is a wooden door.
Oh no, I used my automatic action to touch the key. I can't open it.
I'll let you do it
Feck,
as a
I want you
bonus
to.
action
I
if
want you to know
Okay.
something, Feck.
Yes.
If you don't let this man open this door, you're the worst DM that's ever lived.
I'll let you have it. When you open the door, why is it not revealing? Work with me. You find an empty wooden room.
Okay. That's not great. Flurgle, looks like we're stuck. I lost my voice again. Flurgle, looks like we're stuck in here. There's no way out.
That sucks.
You're no kidding.
Oh, I don't know about that. There's at least one way out.
Oh, fuck
Look
off.
down and see the key glowing in your hand. All right. Anything else?
Can I just throw the key back in the water? Or just throw it as far as I can? So that would take an action, probably. I'll do that next turn.
You
if I
can
have
you
to.
can drop an item for free, and I'll let you throw it.
Sure.
You throw it. Where do you throw it?
Shoot, those bars go all the way to the ceiling, so I probably can't reach back here.
How's this ship being filled with water, by the way?
There is a hole blown into the back of the ship. Water.
I think
is
there's a
pouring.
way out. Through the hole.
Oh, there's a hole? Shit, okay.
Don't worry, I'll heal you.
Let's see, so that was like, how far from 5, 10, 15. Can I squeeze through here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Should be able to get back in here.
I think you could tabaxi dash because you've never.
He's
Yeah.
not. He's not a. He's not a
Take
tabaxi. He's
tabaxi.
Oh
not a
yeah, you're
tabaxi.
not real.
I'm
tabaxi.
not.
Yeah.
And I
Remember
can't
how he
bonus
resisted-
action because
he
I used
resisted
to open
fire.
the door.
Yeah.
Oh wait, there's fire. Yep, that's a thing.
It sure is. And as soon as you step into that, or you can feel the heat. Do you step into it?
Not when I have
you
4
won't.
health. Oh,
Oh,
god.
jeez, you're like a
Yeah,
football.
you should wait. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'll wait. I'll just wait here. I think about it and then realize, oh yeah, I'm bleeding to death. I should stop.
All right. You feel the key in your hand. Going, oh, what's wrong? Up against a rock and a hard place, ready to make some desperate deals to get out again. Oh, that's so like you. Let's jump back over.
I
This
don't
guy
like
sucks.
this. He sucks. Yeah.
It is worth noting. All you got to do is tell him to shut up.
I told him to fuck off and he's still going, so.
All right. That brings us to Gale.
Boy.
We gotta get Flick out of there.
I have no way to get over
Yeah, I know.
to help with that whole
It's pickle.
situation.
I believe in Flurgle. Nomad Flick's bond is transferred to his son.
Yeah, I really want to believe in Flurgle's ability to get you out of there. Don't think this is going to work anymore. So God, he got so many fucking daggers. This sucks.
He got a lot of daggers. For
It
what it's
does.
worth, and this is free information, they can communicate. The ones who have been turned into dragons look like they're about ready to just fucking fly away.
So surely those little dragons can outrun these daggers.
Right.
We haven't seen what the daggers even do yet.
Correct. You've destroyed them instantly as soon as they come up every time.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, these are intelligent. Like 11 is the lowest int of these dragons. So like,
Yep.
they're not dumb.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna run. To here. I'm gonna pass through 2 of the circles.
All right. You grab your yourself 22 points of healing.
Sick. And I'm going to... God, this is so stupid. I'm going to first shoot Ozymandias with my hasted action.
Alright, fire away.
Oh, these crits, you guys.
Oh. So many this session.
Beautiful.
And it's doubled.
Oh, shit. Well, I already started committing to it, so let's do it. As you line up this beautiful shot, and as Nordo is bearing down with this power attack, this ultimate ability, you watch as Ozymandias kind of turns to you and just disappears. However, you then pump force damage in with the force jolt. And you do watch as the force damage of your force jolt does briefly illuminate him, and some of his energy is torn free. He is still vulnerable to force damage. Nothing else seems to have affected him. The piercing damage, the bullet clinks off of the wall behind like nothing happened.
I need to get Flick out of there.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was waiting for a second. Force worked, nothing else does?
Force worked,
Yeah.
nothing else seems to.
Help.
I am going to do something that Gale rarely does. He's going to put faith into his friends.
Wild.
Aw.
Wild.
Yeah.
Truly wild.
Can't wait to disappoint you.
I hope that the arm cannon you built me is resistant to the magma dripping all over it.
Oh, fuck, what is this?
Hell yes.
Every time this spell happens, I clinch.
Yeah. I'm going to turn the these two pillars, the two dick pillars,
Uh-huh.
into mud to hopefully pool around his feet.
Okay, understood.
If any ceiling or debris falls on him, great. And hopefully, there's just going to be a big pool of mud that he's standing in.
Not only is there a pool of mud that forms, you can see in his current ghostly form he seems almost unaffected by it, but
Yeah.
you're smart enough to know what happens when the portal closes. You can also see that with 4 of these columns destroyed, debris is starting... Well, nothing falls immediately, but the ceiling is cracking. You can hear structural damage happening to the ceiling.
That's what's up. We're all just going to die in here together.
I'm outside the room, so I'm good.
Tell our story.
Oh, that's my job. It's also Newsy's job, but he's been slacking, so like
Oh,
it's
yeah,
fine.
that dude's fucked.
Then, bonus action, Toto is going to... He's gonna cast Enlarge on Vasu.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah.
And he's gonna hide behind this pillar.
Big bird.
Are you giving Vasu a big head?
Big Bird.
Danger.
Oh, sweet Toto. Such a good boy.
That's it. It's definitely misses.
Alright, at the end of your turn, the Amishai swings on Flurgle. 29 for 22.
Ugh.
Gross.
It's okay. I'm still... That's still like half is 11. I can't fail my save at least.
Praise
Is it
be.
22?
Yep. And it is your turn.
Okay. We gonna do this something weird, huh? He's gonna go over here. He's gonna grab like Flick's hand. He's gonna dip his head to the water, fire it all, so he can see the hole.
Alright, I have an important question. Do you take
Yeah?
the hand that is holding the sword or the hand that is holding the key?
The one that's probably not holding a dangerous weapon.
Alright, understood. Cool. You feel the power of this key, and you essentially learn all the things that it could do.
I'm taken.
Can you repost it? I accidentally closed it without reading it.
Yes.
It was the same thing your thing said, essentially. Ace.
Pretty
Like,
similar, yeah.
Oh wait, are you trying to unlock his heart? Oh.
Wait. He was trying to get it to fall into the water. Now! Well. I don't think there's anything you can do about it now, but he had the chain turning white hot, so I'm assuming he was going to drop it down.
Oh, you can just... I can take the key if you want and eat it. It's... I don't care. Yeah. From fucking... I'll do it. Bonus action, I eat the key.
That's what I'm talking about. In fact, did you have this in your notes? Did you write down what happens if Flurgle eats the key?
So, let's do this one thing at a time. First, you stick your face into the water, and you do take a little bit of fire damage.
Yeah. This is the key. If I feel the key, I eat it before I put my face in the water.
Understood. Okay.
Naturally.
You use your fast hands to grab this key, assuming that Flick, do you let him take it?
Yeah.
It's more I'm keeping it safe from water.
Okay.
I don't want it anyway.
When you
That's
say you're
fine.
keeping it safe, do you mean you're swallowing it whole, or do you bite down and chew? And what are you
I'm
doing
not
with this
gonna. No, I don't want to destroy it just yet. Though I feel like the daggers I had were destroyed when I unlocked something. This one is a key. I feel like opening a door is what he wants me to do, so I keep it in my mouth for now.
Understood.
Yeah. I don't have a bite. I can try and chew it.
For what it's worth, well, I shouldn't say anything.
Yeah,
If you
it
want
was
to do
easy
rolls
to
about
break
it, you can
dagger.
do rolls about it.
Sure. What do you want me to roll for?
Boy, investigation or insight, I guess.
Let me see what I have. Okay, we'll do insight. 14.
D4.
I'll do a D4.
Sure.
15.
Oh.
You're in a place that is obviously magically constructed and more symbolic than real. In a similar place a few moments ago with Ace, you watched as Corlin, this tiny, weak, pathetic familiar who literally cannot attack, was able to shatter a dagger about the same size as her, despite it being made of ice and metal.
Okay. Haste action, I bite down the key.
The emerald crunches in your mouth, there is a gleaming flash of light, and everything around you disappeared.
Oh, okay.
You did it.
Oh, cool, you did it.
Stop, I can only get so wrecked.
How did the key taste?
Like,
Yeah, how's it
like
taste?
chewing glass. It was actually a very unpleasant experience. And more than the physical pain of it, is knowing that it could have brought Cal back. It could have brought Nomad back. They could have done a lot of things. There are a lot of options that are now gone for you.
Are you just talking? Did you just like bring Nomad back as if just ripping him from Godhood is a good thing for that he would want?
Maybe, but
You-
that certainly is
you
what the key
act
tries
like
to
it.
tell you. That's what
Yeah,
the key makes you feel.
I'm like, excuse you, Nomad is God. He can bring back dead.
Yeah, you remember not too long ago you were having a very sad funeral for Nomad, and you miss him, and that
Yeah.
key could have brought him back to you one way or another.
Yeah. I could have brought him back, but literally I am channeling his power right now, and we have the power to bring people back.
So I'm so angry that I didn't do this before, but I was saving it. And I've made a mistake because as the portal erupts, the energy drains from him. He phases back into reality. He loses the ability to teleport away from this big attack as a reaction,
Oh god.
which he planned to do.
My held action goes
And
off.
your held action goes off.
Guys, you guys all can't start coming right now, one at a time.
Got
It's
such
too
a
late.
raging clue.
If we're not all supposed to at the same time, then someone else is gonna have to stop themselves. Nordo heaves the axe up behind his head, magma just dripping down his arms. Locks eyes with the now corporeal Ozymandias. Just says, "There you are," and I'm gonna swing. Ooh, that's not very good. What do I add to that? Let me see.
Better be something big. It better be something very big.
Hold on. It is very big. That brings me to a 23 to hit.
You watch as
And I can add a d4 if I need to.
You watch as with the lingering traces of magic that are being sucked from him, he tries to transpose himself out of the way of your blade. He tries to teleport, and he is not fast enough. The magic drains him, lowers his head down to eye level with you as he practically fumbles over this mud, And your axe cleaves right between his eyes in the middle of his skull.
Outstanding. He takes 14d6 fire damage, which is doubled.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Is this a spell?
For a total of 91
Holy
points of fire
shit.
damage.
He's vulnerable to it, Kurt. Oh, yeah.
No, he's not vulnerable to
Oh,
fire.
yeah,
I
he's
don't
not.
think.
But
We're just that's already doubled.
That's already.
It's normally
I mean,
14d6. I rolled
yeah.
28.
okay. I mean, also because the fire thing is active, that's doubled to one.
No, he
it's
did double it.
normally 14. I doubled the dice
doubled
because
the
I like
dice
rolling
already.
dice.
Oh no, that's. I mean, the rune. This is doubled. Fire damage is doubled.
Correct.
he
I
already
dealt
did it.
14d6 fire damage.
No, not the
doubled.
dice. Yeah. Oh.
Right.
He
I
chose
just
to
rolled
double
two.
the dice instead of doubling the damage from the
Yeah.
wound. Yeah.
I just like rolling big
Oh.
dice. That was not actually. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Still, 91 points of fire damage as you cleave in. He howls and fire licks up the bits of his skull, and you can see a crack runs down the bridge of his nose.
I presume that he cannot fail a DC 19 con save.
I don't think so, but I'll go double check just to be
I
sure.
apologize. 21 DC 21 con save
21?
because it's not my DC. It's an items DC.
He could have failed with a one.
He could have potentially or two.
All right. Flurgle, did you have anything left on your turn?
Yeah. Because I didn't need to do my plan after eating key. Biting key. Spit it out. Free action if possible. Like and I heal flick.
Bless you, Flurgle.
I heal flick with a level 8.
Good lord.
Jeez.
Nothing, I have nothing else planned. I'm haste.
It's definitely dire if
I'm
you're.
not gonna be casting.
All right.
Yeah, it is pretty dire. Here, let me cast that.
2,000 health.
While he's rolling the healing for you, Flick, as you emerge from the portal, you get a free turn.
Yay.
Hey. Here you go.
Force damage, you say?
Yes.
and you see Caspian's a hot little baby dragon now.
Hot little baby dragon.
Let's not use that exact combination of words.
Oh wait, I'm right next to him. Shit, damn it.
Just hit him and run away.
Yeah, but I wanted to hit him with force damage. Now I can't.
Can't you just hit him with one, run away, and then shoot off the other ones? Just pew pew pew.
It doesn't count for
Pew
spells.
pew pew pew. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, mobile
Yeah.
zombie attacks. And so is the swashbuckler thing.
You're a rogue. Just bonus action, disengage, and walk away.
True.
Shut up. I guess I could do that. Yeah. Sure. Why not?
Also heal yourself 78.
Too cool.
11 mana and my 8th level slot to cast.
So much better. Yeah, I guess a bonus action disengage and then a bunch of spells. A bunch of Eldritch Blast. Here they
All
come.
right, fire away.
Give me a crit. Come on. You know you want to.
29, good. 20. Do you have advantage for any reason?
Don't
He
think
has
I
a
do.
bardic. You have a bardic.
Okay, I'll
It's a D12.
Number 1 and number 4 are good. The middle two both miss currently.
Okay,
You can add a D4 to the 22, and you can bardic the 15.
That
So that
turns
makes
number
sense.
3 into
25.
a hit.
Okay, and then the D12.
Yeah.
Oh my
Hey.
god.
Woo!
Yes.
With
does
mode of
work.
potential, he also deals 12 thunder damage.
Fucking wild. All right.
Yes.
Let's do that.
Oh, he needs to make a con save. Boo. I also want that dagger to make a con save because it's within 5 feet of him. Any of these daggers within 5 feet of him can make a con save and they'll take the damage as well.
Oh, hot. The one next to Joker can be exploded.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time that you've actually got to unload an Eldritch Blast into this fucker. The
Yeah.
force damage just begins ripping his meat apart like he is slow roasted pork that's been in the crock pot for 17 hours. God, that sounds so good.
Pull apart dragon meat.
Right? What's more is these two ritual blades also need con saves.
Yeah. DC 20. He also needs to make a DC 20 or... Oh, one succeeds. One takes 12 damage, the other one takes half of 12.
All right.
He takes half of 12 thunder damage.
That one is destroyed. This one takes half. And he also takes a couple
Beautiful.
All right. Anything else?
That's action, bonus action. I don't really have a reason to move further, so.
All right, that'll bring us to Moat.
Woo.
Alright, Moat's got pretty easy turn. Trusting that people can get out of here as dragons. Are all the people with wings dragons?
Yes.
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 Okay, so Oriana isn't.
Correct.
Who?
One of his sisters.
Tits.
Where is she at?
The one in the middle. There's like,
Oh, I
I mean-
thought that was one of Moat's sisters.
it is.
It is.
Oh, I thought you said it was Gale's sister.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
They
sorry.
have
I'm back.
literally stolen Mark.
It's okay.
I just heard Drake's voice. My brain was like, "This is Gale." I'm sorry.
He's gonna run through 2 of these rings. This guy needs healing.
Did any rings show up for me, by the way?
Yes, they sure did. Moat gets 24
Okay.
points of healing, and I'll move some rings over there.
I might have used my movement to hit the rings then, if I
Yeah,
wouldn't leave
yeah.
his range.
Yeah, easy enough. Like, you have rogue movement if you want. You can literally just pick all 5 up.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Then Moat dispels the mud.
I won't take all of them.
Stitch.
For Lurgle's actually low. Oh shit, never mind. I already committed to it. I'll do
You
it.
pick it. I'm fine. I'm okay.
Yeah, he's corporeal. The mud hardens around him. Fucking wild. There's a built-in effect for this, isn't there?
Oh,
Yeah.
Cast a spell, transmute mud to rock. Rock to mud.
poor little floor baby got himself stuck in
Floor
the floor.
baby.
Floor baby.
If this fucking campaign ends with a floor baby, I'm done.
Like father, like son.
Yeah. You watch as with what little strength remains in his corporeal form, he is
The floor baby.
a
Floor baby.
He's a floor baby,
Oh
at
my
least
God,
for
I
right
love
now.
Oh my god. This spell has gotten so much fucking work done this
It
campaign.
sure-
It's
sure
crazy.
has. So let's see. A creature in the mud, when it transforms, can make a dexterity saving throw. On success, it's shunted safely away. Otherwise, they become stuck. Guys,
Oh,
he's not great.
He's probably pretty good at Dex, right?
It's really bad.
Dragons are bad at dexterity saves, and undead things are bad at dexterity saves. He has a good bonus because he's Aussie fucking Mandius, but here we go. What's your DC?
A lot. Like a billion.
At least a billion.
Oh,
Ooh, that's probably good.
It might
though.
be close.
Does Gale have like an ace up his sleeve?
That's 23.
Is it really?
No.
I was gonna say.
Aw.
Better not be. You see.
It's 20, but I'm pretty sure we didn't use this ruling previous times, so.
I think the reason we didn't use it on Mr. White is because you literally shoved him 40 feet under before you did this.
Oh, I should have
remember
done
you-
that with the Eldritch Blast.
You and Ace
Oh, well.
like did a push attack to literally like submerge him under the concrete.
Fair enough.
Whereas this time he just kind of stepped in dog shit when he became corporeal.
Well, Moat's at least a little healed.
True.
I wish I'd remembered that. I would have pushed him down with the Eldritch Blast. But it's too late.
It's okay.
All right. At the end of your turn, the ritual fodder goes. Several of these dragons are smart enough to just get the fuck out. Joker begins to kite. Leah begins to kite.
I also did yell out that they should grab allies and get them out of here.
Are they? How strong are they?
They're dragons. 14 and 16 strength. 14 for the weaker ones, 16 for the 4 who are special.
Are they medium?
They are medium creatures. They have a
Okay.
fly speed of 60.
Joker?
The ones who are baby dragons, the smaller ones, they can just burrow. They can just dig in the ground and hide if they need to.
So notably, a burrow speed lets you burrow through like loose earth, not hard rock.
There's a whole bunch right here.
Unless it
right in the
specifically
middle.
says otherwise.
There's a whole bunch right
That's
there.
true. That actually is true. So they could do that. With that said, Joker is going to grab Newsy because Newsy is small and that works. Leah is going to fly over towards Norda, but it looks like she's like getting out. She's not actually going to
Right,
stay.
just
and
happens to
fight.
be passing by.
Right. Kwame and River look at each other and begin to fly out, although they do throw nervous glances over their shoulder towards Vasu and especially D.
We got this.
Thamior and Rieta start to turn and leave, and then they see that Oriana is not a dragon. They turn around and begin attacking her dagger. Ace, what is the attack roll for these things?
Which one is she? She's one of the. She
These
has a
are both
breath.
babies.
She can either do one attack or she can do a breath.
If she feels like she can breathe, she's gonna breathe.
Yeah, they need to make a DC Wisdom saving throw, and it's 1d10 psychic damage and frightened.
Oh,
They can get frightened.
Okay.
Otherwise, they're just gonna have to do like regular melee attack.
Do they? Boy, this is gonna be a difficult check. Well, no, wait. Their minds are replaced with what they are. These things know that they do psychic damage, and I think that they would know not to do that.
Yeah.
I think that is they become this creature,
Yeah.
their intelligence is replaced with this creature. They're just going to take swings instead. They know not to use psychic on living on objects.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, the other four have like a radiant cone that's even bigger. But these ones, they just do a +4 for a 1d10 +2 piercing
All right,
damage.
go and roll me 2 attack rolls. Oh,
Wow.
they are
Oh,
over here struggling to try to get this blade away from their sister and daughter. But they're just not used to this form. They're scared. They're not combatants. They are civilians.
They are literally immune from being frightened.
True. That's true. They're being very brave right now.
No, I was just being
Yeah, you're fair. You're fair. They are not able to get this ritual blade.
Can they push Oriana into the healing circle?
I don't think.
That's fine. It's
I
fine.
don't think that
Everything's
they
fine.
would know to do that.
That's true.
These ones are these ones who just had CRS1, right? They weren't like
Right. These are weak little guys. They are at least smart enough to know that there are daggers coming for their necks as well. I'm gonna roll. They're immune to fear. They're immune to fear. I think. Boy, this is a tough fucking call.
For what it's worth, these dragon, the ones, River specifically is a bigger dragon. She has a 90-foot cone she could do, and she could, as she's like leaving these daggers, she could take out most of those.
River is my dad.
River is
Right.
his dad.
Sorry, River, the man.
So we're to be kind of timey-wimey here. I know they're all kind of taking the turns at the same time.
Sure.
Did Leah have to use her whole action to get to me, or was it just her 60 feet movement?
Just her movement.
I don't know if it's like as she's flying toward me, if it's not too late, if I see that those two over there are like struggling, I'll like point over there, be like, help them if you can.
Sure. I'm into it. I like it. So Ace, tell me what Leah can do to help.
She can do a breath attack that has a 30-foot cone breath attack.
what's the damage?
The damage is 4d6 radiant.
These two step back so that she can try to breathe without hitting everyone else. This is going to be. I mean, Oriana's right there.
That's a really good point.
If she goes over here, she has 60-foot fly speed.
60. Okay, that's actually pretty good. She will come over here. 60 puts her here. From there, she can try to cone those two blades. So they need what? Con saves?
This is actually a dex save.
Dex save.
Against a 12. It's not a very high one.
Top one succeeds, bottom one fails, and the bottom one's the important one.
The bottom, they
yes.
still take half.
Bottom one takes enough to break. Top one does not break, but the top one is not going for Oriana.
Good work, Leah.
And Thamior is smart enough to start kiting that one as well. I believe so. We got those over. The two Kuatoa have moved. Cass and Pearl. Cass lingers for a second. Like, fuck, man. I actually think Cass stays. I can't imagine Cass running in this scenario.
I can't
Do
either.
either of them grab Pearl?
Sapphire will grab. They move slowly, but yes, Sapphire would absolutely grab Pearl.
Don't forget to move Rieta also. She's still back there. Unless she did something else other than
That's true.
already.
She has just as much movement. So yeah, there we go. Rieta.
Yeah, she also all of them have 60-foot fly speed. All the little wormlings.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, cast Breeze on Ozzy. So that's what, another deck save against Radiant?
Yeah,
boy.
yeah, another deck save.
He's good, but still takes half of going around
Yeah,
to 46.
I'll let Flick roll that. It's 4d6.
Okay.
Optionally, he could have done one that can make him unconscious, but I don't think that's going to work. It's a con
No,
save.
he would have done the Radiant
Alright.
one.
Yeah, light erupts from Cass's mouth, and although he can't speak and can't emote like Cass normally would, you can tell that there's like a, well, that was pretty cool going on.
He can
in this
speak.
head.
Dragons
Yeah,
can
that's right.
talk.
Dragons can talk. You're right.
He can speak Draconic.
All right, that brings us to D.
Fuck Ozymandias to death, D. You
I-
can do it.
I
Fuck him up,
think
Stab him with his own dagger.
Grab the dagger and stab him with it, D.
sure, yeah.
Grab
Let's
his
try
dick
it.
and
Let's
twist it.
see what fucking happens.
Pretty
Let's
Snap his
go.
dick in half.
I wasn't prepared for this. I don't do it, but D thinks it sounds awesome, so D's gonna do
Yeah.
it, and I'll decide
That's
what that
right, he
means.
does.
Let's go.
And I imagine even in dire straits like this, he's always looking to one-up Vasu.
Always, D.
Well, I stabbed the dragon.
D's gonna grab that dragon and try to stab with it.
Oh,
How
he
pissed
was a
would
look
Vasu
at
be
the
if
element
D
and he
kills
grew
his
4
BB
extra
gene?
arms. That was pretty cool, huh? I killed the dragon with his own dagger.
23 does land. Let's see what kind of damage these things do.
I would love it if D killed the dragon, just because that way, after in the after game, he can hold over Vasu for like. Oh well, I actually killed the bad guy. at the very
Me
end.
too. I want him to kill our
I
BB.
honestly want that too, out of character.
Ozzy takes 15 points of necrotic, which he resists.
Oh.
But it does something, it hurts. It
Gives him his own. Does it give him his own ritual?
Surely not.
No, it does not.
Good.
However, when D sees that it's not super effective, he is going to just use his normal action to fire a bolt of sunlight into him.
Fair.
Does the dagger break when he does that? Or...
No, it does not. Which is
There's no one over there.
good
Just
information to know.
Daggers. D's still over there.
To protect the dagger.
Yeah,
yeah.
but they seem to target specific people, right?
They do seem
I
to
guess
be-
we don't know.
It's hard to
You
tell.
killed them every time.
This was kind of the first turn where there was actual kiting and interacting with the daggers going on. They seem to track the person they were summoned on. That definitely seems to be the case. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
That is Ace. Or sorry, that was D. So now it is Ace's turn.
Okay, another question.
Yes.
So he clearly was all like, blah blah blah. You have a power that's not supposed to be yours. It's mine. I want it. Do I feel like I can use that in this combat against him, or does it seem like I'd be better off just shooting him with
Oh
some arrows?
boy, you could give me insight or Arcana. Either one of those would be
I'll do
okay.
insight. Minimum of 25.
Sure, go for it.
Well, I'll add a d4 to it. Yeah.
You know, based on your studies both at Firebird's Roost and also at Corlin's Temple, the power he's referring to is the power of the Silver Dragon given by Ozdakazda to the Keepers. And this power specifically is increased ability to shepherd souls, to move souls around, which is very useful for helping them avoid the Crosswinds, but also useful for helping guide them to their afterlives. You don't know if there's anything that you could do directly against Ozymandias with this power, but you do know that these souls that are spinning around the room, you could probably try to guide them, corral them, move them if you had somewhere to move them into. You had experience moving them in and out of Nomad when he was capable of hosting souls. If you had something that could host souls, you could potentially try to free them into that, or move them into it.
Do they seem like them being here is having like a positive effect on
Absolutely,
Ozymandias?
100%. He is 100% draining ritual progress from them.
Gotcha. All right. I'm not very good at it though. That's the problem. Toto could hold a soul, right? It didn't have any. Did it have negative effects on him?
Toto is not like a soul vessel. There was a while where you swapped Mr. White's soul into him, but he's not made to hold souls. Nomad, you would know, is a very unusual case. And
Yeah,
one that's
I
not
guess what I'm saying is I don't
That
have.
was killing him.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything here that feats a requirement for housing a soul.
Yeah, nothing. I can't think of anything here.
Are we all kind of hosting souls a little bit?
I mean, your own soul.
No, but don't like. So maybe I'm misunderstanding.
I think
some,
it's more like we're
mechanic
like
here, but like after we touch the Albert Mind or whatever, like don't I have like the souls of
Link.
all the people that died and like
they were linked to you. There was kind of an expanded sympathetic link, which is what enabled
Okay.
the aposomatic protocol to work. But they're not actually in you; they're just connected to you.
I think
okay,
it's more
okay,
like
I
a
see.
home share. Is that what it's called? We're like a timeshare. We're more like a timeshare
It's more
for
like
these souls.
It's more like you're
We're
on TV.
televising our heroics.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah.
TV.
Right.
All right. Well, then I guess I'll just shoot him. I have no idea unless someone could think of a place for me
For
to
what
put
it's worth,
these.
he looks like he's killable. He looks like he's in killable
Yeah.
range. Like he's not looking good.
Fucking kill him, Ace. You do like 1,000 damage around even when he's not taking double damage.
True. I can't put my hunter's mark on him, which is unfortunate. But I do an extra one. Is he considered to be an incorporeal an undead right now? Or is it only when he goes into his little weird?
He is 100%
Okay, cool.
undead right now.
Then I do like 3d8 damage with this bow right now.
Fire
Yay.
away.
So I pull out my blood bow and I just unleash on him.
Piercing damage is doubled.
Important question for everyone: should I take the negative 5 for plus 10 damage?
Hell yes.
All right, we're doing it.
What game are we even playing if you're not going to use sharpshooter? This is your last chance.
Yeah.
All right, here's 2 attacks that are doing such that it will take me about 10 hours to.
You have triple advantage anyway.
True.
Watching him like a hawk.
29 to hit
29 does hit.
for is it 44 damage, double to 88 damage.
Oh.
Yep.
Cool. That's what's up.
Next attack.
Finish him.
I don't think I can. That was my sneak attack, so I might be able to.
Look at that health bar.
He is
Look at that
low.
health bar.
All right, guys,
Come
fingers
on,
crossed.
Good luck.
23 to hit.
You could add a D4 if it misses. for this.
23.
Just
You
hit.
draw the blood bow,
Yeah.
made from the blood of the silver dragon, and fire it towards his father. And you watch as his body collapses down into the mud.
I like to imagine that this arrow just like takes the form of like the silver dragon himself.
A few moments ago, you watched as Cal was instantly killed by lightning force, and his soul was ripped into this vortex and began to swirl around the room. And now all of you watch the same thing happen to Ozymandias. This enormous corpse sloughs to the ground like a pile of meat, and his soul begins to pull itself free and is drawn towards the center of the room, into this place where the weave has been cavitated, where there is a vacuum of power.
Can I?
And you hear him screaming in pain, in agony, and cursing in Draconic. But you also watch as the crystal begins to glow. Yeah, what would you like to do?
I was just going to see if I could just grab onto his soul.
You can certainly
Eat
try.
it.
If you want to use your reaction to give me a charisma check to try to hold his soul out of the crystal, I will absolutely allow it.
But yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know if it going to the crystal is a good thing or a bad thing, but I just also I'm gonna try.
That is
So,
hard to tell.
you said charisma, unskilled charisma check.
Yep, unskilled charisma.
Wish me luck, guys. That sounds about right.
Unfortunately, it is an immense wave of power. However, you said at first that you're not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing. He certainly doesn't seem to like what is happening. You hear the sound of a monstrous Goliath, 20 times your size, writhing in pain like you've never imagined. He seems to be tormented by whatever is going on. Magic begins to crackle through the room. Bolts of force begin to fire out randomly from this crystal. He does not seem to be in control. He doesn't seem to be materializing. He just seems to be in a hell of his own making currently. However, it is clear to you that this hell of his own making is dangerous. There is magic coursing through the room and basically randomly firing gouts of energy everywhere. And what's more, you can see that all of the souls that are swirling around the room seem to be in pain with him. What else would you like to do on your turn?
Shit, I think that's all I got. But Vasu, I think you need to balance everything quickly.
Alright.
But that's all. I can't. That was my action, and I guess I have a bonus action, but I have nothing I can really do with it.
All right, Vasu.
Are you sure that's still what I gotta do right here?
Ask Gale. He's the smart one.
I will start like flying over here to activate this one, but does my locust instinct or Bjarl kind of chime in at all? Like, is there any? Can I do anything about what's going on with
You kind
this
of begin
crystal?
calling out, like, what do I do? What's going on? What's happening? And Bjarl kind of mentions that, boy, what would he even know? I guess let's give him an Arcana check. Sure, why not? Let's do it.
It's a good roll.
That is good. Turns out the elemental locust is quite good at magic.
I hope so.
Uh,
I'm not the guy that knows about all this shit.
This place, he's turned it into a bubble. It is separate from the weave. We need to reconnect it. We need to rip him free of it so that he is sent somewhere else. As long as he lingers, his magic is going to overflow. It could be catastrophic. It could be dangerous or deadly. We either need to vacate or we need to make him vacate, and we need to do it quickly. Restoring the weave would help. It would get him out of here.
So those other 2 shrines?
Yes.
Got it. As I'm flying over here, I kind of touch down right next to D. Without even, like, looking at the dagger next to him, I snap my fingers and a gout of fire shoots out. On that dagger right there, just to show off a little bit.
Excellent. That is enough to destroy it.
Yeah, it's 14, because it's doubled.
Hell yeah.
I will reach out. With my action, I will activate the shrine. Which I think happens immediately.
It does. It is immediate because you use your full action. You feel a howling of wind that circles throughout this entire place, and more shaking of the earth around you. There is a crash of thunder that can be heard even though you are deep in the Underdark. All of your party's lightning and thunder damage is doubled. More importantly, everyone's movement speed is doubled. You feel a constant tailwind that seems to carry you where you want to go.
Blessed be. Does that affect me this turn too?
Absolutely. It's immediate.
Cool. Then yeah, I think with that doubled movement, I have enough to. I give the most reassuring big brotherly nod I can to D, as just like riding the wind, I pirouette on my heel and fly over here, and I'll use my reaction to try and start activating this one at the end of my turn.
Absolutely, you begin to channel power. You can feel the ocean swell at your fingertips. You can feel Bjarl's final form beginning to channel towards the throne.
It's going to take me a minute to set this right. I sure hope right is still the right thing to set things to. Oh god, this is precious.
Force ripples out from the center of this cavitation. I need everyone here to give me a DC 20 con save for half of 21 force damage.
I really regret not verbally saying I wanted to hide.
Good
Now I have to
shit,
make
boss.
this check. Hopefully this doesn't fuck over our little dragon friends.
Vasu thankfully saves for half, which is only 10 force damage, and a DC 10 concentration check.
What is the DC for this?
20.
I have a 1 in 20 chance of making this.
I believe in you.
Is this this isn't against Ozymandias, is it?
I'll count it. It's close enough. Technically,
Okay.
it's against
Importantly,
the
because I get
targets,
advantage if it's from him.
Sure. Yeah, all out. It's close enough. He is the weave after all. He said it himself.
No,
Nope.
I don't say that.
All right, and then this is to keep concentration on the mass polymorph. Oh, that one's good.
Nice. And did Vasu make his concentration save?
Yeah, I got a 16.
All right. Delightful. At this point, we can go through kind of quickly here. Nordo, what do you do? There's no immediate threat other than, the crystal.
Is
Actually, the blades all crumble.
Oh, okay, that's what I was going to try to do. So with the blades gone and I see Vasu's working, I don't get the sense that I can really do anything to help him, I presume.
Not really, yeah.
Yeah, Nordo goes, just sprinting over to Cal's body. and scoops up kind of in his arms and starts like, rifling through his bag as fast as he can. Just saying no. And scrambles for a spell scroll, scroll of Revivify that we got like 30 sessions ago that he's got in his bag, and I get that out and kind of lay it out. I'm not going to do it yet because I don't get the sense that his soul is free still, I presume.
Right, absolutely. He seems to be swirling around the room and in tremendous pain with what's going on.
Okay, cool. Yeah, he sort of rolls the scroll out of the floor, looks down at his hand, at the holy symbol of Nomad that he has like tattooed, and just says, "Please help me." And that's it.
All right, Flick.
Oh boy. Okay. God, I can't do anything about those souls. I can't help Valsi with this somehow, can I?
Nah, it doesn't look like it, but it also kind of looks like he's got it under control.
Okay.
Just don't hit me.
True.
Right.
Just for the record, I'm going to say that I'm holding an action to cast Revivify as soon as the soul seems to be free to me.
Sure, understood.
For what that's worth.
Yep.
There's nothing to really hit anymore, is there? Is it
Yeah,
just
everything is kind of like there's no hostile threats right now. It's kind of just waiting for Vasu to do this and hope that it turns out the force. Otherwise, you're going to need to evacuate everyone.
Okay. I'll fly over here, snatch Pearl from Sapphire because she's going too slow.
Excellent.
To cunning action dash and get her all the way to the where Ace is down here.
Understood.
I don't want her.
Well, I'll go past you.
I'm
then.
just joking. I'm just
It's
joking.
okay.
I mean, I don't, but
That's all right. I didn't want to give her to you anyway.
Gale, it is worth mentioning that this rune that you're standing on looks like it's going to fucking blow. But you're up.
Yeah, I guess also would probably pull Cal away from that rune if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I don't give a shit about your explosions.
I would have looked over at Cass and nodded too. Just hey, you did cool.
Fuck yeah, I did. He says as a dragon in Draconic. I don't even know if he can speak common currently.
I know what he means. It's okay. Can you drag Pearl over here just so I stop freaking out about it?
Thank you. There we go.
Same.
Thank you.
All right. Gale goes over to Toto.
I am going to use my last, not infusion, a little jolt thing, and I'm going to heal Toto.
Excellent. He pops to life, looks around, sees that things are super weird. Danger! Danger!
And then I am going to pop onto his back. Or use like my main action to pop onto his back. Bonus action to get him to run. And to start running towards the door.
All right.
I'm gonna hope that everybody can get out.
Flurgle.
The last thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop concentration on haste, so I just go catatonic on Toto's back.
Understood. All right, cool. Flurgle.
Flurgle, big ol' eyes taking in everything in front of him. It looks like the worst thing that could kind of happen to an Engodner. Soul swirling around in the blender. People wanting help. Flurgle takes a deep breath. He's done all he could. And he kind of gets down on his knees. Mama, help. Channels one miracle.
yes.
All right.
A 5th level spell similar to the dismiss break enchantment. Dispel good and evil, rather.
Okay.
Could I use that effect to free the souls here?
You can certainly try. Dispel Evil and Good is normally only one
Yeah,
target, right?
it's normally only one, but this is a miracle.
It is a miracle. Does the miracle say it has to be on par with a 5th level spell?
I can say on par with 5th. There's another one that says I can use 2.
Don't do it, don't do it. We need the 5th real bad.
Yeah, I know.
As you reach out through the cosmos, through time and space, you receive an answer from Nomad. Yes, my child. Of course. I have been gathering power for just this.
It's a matter of target, right? What if you target the crystal?
Oh. Huh.
That's just one.
Don't
I am
release
a rules lawyer,
Ozymandias,
just
though.
like you.
Don't accidentally release Ozymandias, though.
If Ozymandias is released, then I guess Nomad can punish him, right?
So I'll leave this up to you. Boy, okay,
What
hang
would
on.
Like, do we know what will happen? What is this crystal? No one has done checks on it yet.
True, you know that it was a very large red stillstone, and then you know that the power was drained out of it in a manner very similar to when Gale consumes the power from stillstones, which is something that not many creatures can do. Hand second beer back.
Sure. Oh no. I need more information than that.
Suspense is killing me.
Me too.
Okay, sorry.
I'm
Back.
trying to use only one. Because I know you have the other one.
We need 2 5s, probably.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
we can only use up to 6.
Yeah,
All right.
I need the 5 to get what's to add back.
Okay, I like this. I like this a lot. Nomad speaks to you in a moment of peace, a pause in your mind. Yes, there are options. We can either shield the crystal, which will protect all of the spirits flitting around, but will not free them. It will merely protect them from this radiating energy. Or, if you would prefer, I can free one entirely. Perhaps Cal, so that he can be revivified quickly. I understand that that is pressing.
If possible, can you just kill him? Can you just kill Ozymandias?
I do not have the power to destroy a soul.
Can you do to a soul? Can you trap it forever?
For a short time, yes. Not forever. A matter of minutes, perhaps?
Can you transmute it into something else?
Not even the gods can transmute souls.
I thought that was their whole deal. I'll leave this up to the party. This is being communicated with everyone.
I mean, I'm biased, but I would certainly like to get Cal back in this moment.
In this
That's-
one single moment?
But I mean, also I would just hold on to your miracles. I feel like Cal's going to be fine, and
Yeah.
next round when Vasu gets his shit back.
Everything will be fine. Hopefully, probably.
This is
Hopefully.
pure meta above the table, but I think that I would like to save the 5 miracle to get Moat's dad back, since he died pretty
Yeah.
horrifically. But as far as what to do with the 1 miracle,
I think the one miracle, what's affordable is to protect the souls in case there's something we don't foresee.
for
Is
sure.
there any way that you could use that one miracle to boost me up so I can use my ability to control souls to use that?
Can we do that?
Stop this?
Can we make Ace channel this power?
Boy, you could certainly make him much better at it. So giving him more control over the movement of souls is essentially making him much better at charisma checks, which is about on par with the glibness spell, which I think is 6, 7?
Yeah. Eighth.
8th? Why is glibness
Yeah, but-
8th level?
So
Isn't there a
Talk to
druid
me-
spell that gives you boosts and stuff?
Talk
too?
to me about what would enhance ability look like at 5th level,
That's true.
because it doesn't have to be a real spell, right? It just be equivalent to a
Yeah.
5th level spell.
You know what? I will say that you can use
We just
this,
give him advantage.
this 5th level miracle. It would be even better than advantage. I would say that it would be advantage, and he cannot roll lower than a 14.
Oh shit!
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Because
I
at
mean, I
2nd
don't-
level, it's advantage. So make it 5th
Assurance.
level.
I think that might be worth it.
And I feel like
Ace
Nomad
can-
would give the miracle to Ace too, character-wise. You
I
know
would
better
also
than anyone,
like-
obviously.
Yeah, I
You
would
don't happen
also
to have
like.
a bardic that you can give me, do you?
I was just gonna say that,
Oh, bless you.
literally. Yeah, I would like to give give Ace the bardic as
All
well.
right, understood. Ace, you hear inspiration from Flurgle, but then more importantly, you hear a familiar voice on the back of your head. Hello, friend. I'm here to help. And you feel almost like arms around yours, guiding your motions. It's tricky at first. I'm still learning it myself, but pull like this. And he begins to guide your motions whenever you get around to trying to shepherd these souls. And he will help.
Hell yeah.
Beautiful.
Anything else, Flurgle?
That's my action. That's to channel. That's my bonus action. I have haste. Can you tell me how many turns it's been since we started?
No, like 7 maybe? Sounds right. It's been a
Okay.
lot. It's been a long fight.
Okay, I've already done my thing. I think I'm going to drop concentration on haste for me.
Understood. You kind of go into a stupor for a moment.
Yeah, and just kind of let it rest for a bit.
Moat. Which is Gale.
Oh, right.
Oh, there it is.
Boy.
He's probably going to get his sister out, right?
Yeah, he just doesn't have a ton of.
He has
options at the
he has a
moment.
flying mount.
Oh, right, he's on his mount. Why don't I have a token back?
Because I'm
Forgot
a bad
about
Yeah,
DM.
can you?
I thought
can
you were
Can we stop?
prepared.
Can we stop this last episode so you can make a little?
You're right.
No.
You're right.
Let's give him a parody token.
I think it's like 90 fly speed. I think something like that, isn't it? Or maybe I'm wrong.
Oh my gosh, guys.
I'm never going to get to use this token, so he gets it for his mount.
What token where?
Ooh. So cool.
Oh, it's beautiful! And animated!
I love him.
The Manticore?
I think so.
He
Looks
has
like
a
it.
scorpion
He's got a
tail.
snake tail.
Oh yeah, snake. Is that snake or a sting?
Looks like a snake to me.
He's just gonna send it to. He's gonna just send his mount to go pick up Joker and Newsy.
Understood. It flies over there and just kind of scoops them up.
Joker's a dragon.
Yeah, they are both in, or well, Joker's in dragon form carrying Newsy and now being carried by the mount, if that's what we want.
Oh, okay. In that case, he'll just go pick up somebody who isn't a
Because
dragon.
he's-
I think honestly, it's going to be a lot of Flurgle Burgles.
It's not gonna be his sister. He doesn't care about his sister. Somebody over on the right, whoever isn't a dragon, and
All
We'll grab-
those
picking
flirtles.
him up.
we'll grab
all three of those
flirtles.
aren't dragons.
My quartet. It's like a 60th. We're all singers.
Then he's gonna go pick up Oriana, and he's going to cast a Leap of Faith.
Leap of faith. Was that like the spell magic? I mean, fucking dimension door.
I think it's like Thunderstep.
Oh.
He's gonna pop over here. And then when he appears there, everyone within 10 feet of him gets 6 hit points back.
Sick.
Oh, that's pretty hot.
Nice.
All right. Cass is going to go grab the last of the quartet and start getting the fuck out.
Good.
Oh yeah, could I have moved close enough to Ace to give him the bardic? I didn't realize he's all the way over there.
Yeah, that's fine.
I have like 160
You
movement.
it's
before
hasted,
dropping
and
it.
also the movement
Yeah.
speed in this area is already boosted
Yeah,
too.
the
Yeah.
weak is at your back.
Yeah, I had 160 movement speed before dropping haste, so I could have gotten to him. I'll just put myself close enough to bardic him. Something like here.
Thanks, brother. brother a nomad.
Hello, brother. Uncle?
Call me Unky.
Uncle
Unky
brother?
Ace.
Brunky? Can you be my
Um,
Brunky?
D does the little brother thing where he runs over. He's like, "Come on, you gotta go. You come on, concentrate.
Not
It's
helping.
really helping.
Does he stay with me or does he continue to run?
Stays with you 100%.
Okay.
Ace.
I'm so excited to roll all these dice. So first off, I'm going to give you my unskilled check with advantage.
Oh boy.
So tell me before you roll, what exactly are you trying to do right now? It's too late. He's in the roll. He's already in it.
Sorry, I wasn't holding down the talk button.
Oh, gotcha.
I'm going to reach out and I'm going to try to grab these sigils he put over the floor,
Okay.
swirl them around him. I'm going to try to like just encapsulate him in like an orb of like spiritual energy, keeping him off of this crystal.
Love it. Love it.
See if
love
I
it,
can
love it,
try
love
to
it.
just trap him within his own weave magic.
So from the outside, it's a little bizarre because it wouldn't be readily apparent that these sigils have anything to do with spirits. But Ace, when you feel this empowerment from Nomad, you become aware that, oh yeah, this is overflowed sympathy. This is essentially soul dust. You can absolutely try to control it. And what's more, it's actually pretty easy for you to control. Go ahead and give me a check.
Okay, I'm real nervous, guys. So this is with my advantage. All right, and then my
Nice.
D4.
You can't roll lower than a 14, so
I can't. And then the D12. And since I'm making it a
It's
check,
just
do I get anything
ability check.
special?
You get two rolls and take the higher.
So I roll twice.
So 14 minus your modifier for 2 is 12. Back up to 14 from the D4. And
And then
that's
plus 10.
Yeah.
Which makes it a 24. With the 24, you find that these bits of soul dust are actually surprisingly easy for you to move. And
Never. Oh, hi, there you are.
hello.
Hey,
You're back.
back?
You said
It looks like
you
the
begin
screen
to,
might be-
and then
We
you
heard you laugh, and that was all we heard.
oh shit! Oh no!
Yeah, we
Yeah,
heard
you
begin
said
to,
you
and
said you
that's it.
begin to, and then you cut out. So I don't know what happened. You didn't hear
Damn
us at
shame.
all.
Damn shame.
I'm sure the
Uh,
description is really cool though.
Yeah, it was
Also,
so
just-
cool.
But what about the second time you do
just
it?
to enter before you possibly have to do this description a third time. It looks like the stream cut out too on Twitch.
Understood. I'll take a look. Okay, it looks like internet dipped for a second.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine watching this live and the suspense you'd be feeling? And you begin to, and it just cuts out.
Right?
Now it has to be split into 2 videos.
All right, please continue. I'm dying.
Sorry, I'm making sure that it's actually connected because it's not like registering my movements.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. I think we're back in. As you connect, you find that the dust itself is actually surprisingly easy to move. And in fact, it feels kind of similar to when you summoned Corlin as a familiar, except even easier than that. At least with the help of Nomad. You're not sure if it would always be this easy, but with his guidance, it comes almost like second nature to you. And you're able to gather up all of this energy and basically push it in towards Ozymandias and use it to form like a protective salt circle almost. It's hard to say exactly what effect it will have. Other than that, it's definitely not going to explode on top of your party now. You do also notice, though, that as you do this, the souls that are spiraling around the room do drift a little more freely, and some of their pain seems to be reduced. They are certainly not entirely free, but you're helping. Anything else on your turn?
Does it seem like the crystal is like somewhat stabilizing now?
That's a great question. Give me Arcana check.
Can I sell you on investigation instead?
Sure, you'll get different info, but you could get info.
I'll get info is the thing if I do that.
It's true.
34.
With a natural 20 for 34, I'm going to give you quite a lot of info. Most of this info actually came from Uno, so it's appropriate. Uno explained through a series of pictures that in order for this ritual to happen at all, there needed to be a cavitation of the weave, a place where the weave was turned into a vacuum, a bubble of energy. You also know a lot about still stones, and that still stones are essentially anchors or portals to the weave, between the weave and the material plane. What you see happening right now is a vacuum is being filled with magical energy, and that magical energy is the weave that has been created in here, and the weave that has been created in here is Ozymandias. He is attempting to become the weave. And you're watching that now that his physical, corporeal form has been destroyed, the miniature weave that he was turning himself into is being pulled into this stillstone and will contain him. It will contain all of the energy of the weave that he tried to turn himself into, as if it was a stillstone. He is being entombed in a stillstone that he made for himself by cavitating the weave. You do also know, however, that just like when a stillstone is moved and releases a bunch of energy, the process of empowering one releases a lot of energy that can be very dangerous. You're not sure if it's going to explode. It's really hard to say. You do know that by slowing the process down, it will be safer, and you have helped do that by moving some of this dust around.
Gotcha. So I feel like maybe if I like helped him slowly siphon into this
Absolutely.
as a trap, it would maybe make it not explode.
Exactly. If you were to help, just like Vasu is having to kind of temper the speed at which he restores the elements, if you were to help temper the speed at which he gets trapped in the stone, it would make this less dangerous. Absolutely.
Gotcha. And on top of that, I'm assuming if this does explode, this is going to like remove like a miles of radius of stuff. Like,
oh yeah, it'd be devastating.
Okay, so it's an either like we stop this, we can't run away. So okay, determination. I'm going to keep here. I'm going to just start trying to slow his absorption and try to siphon him in slowly by like using these seals.
Excellent. Love it, love it, love it. We return to Basu, and you finish channeling the last bit of elemental magic back in. And you hear a voice that says, "I'll be back shortly. And if I'm not, you've been a wonderful avatar."
Wait, what way you going?
You feel the energy pulled through your wrist a little bit into the stone that you're touching, but then you feel the rest of it fly north into the altar that is now fully alight. And then there is a rumble, the crack of an earthquake, the crash of lightning, and everyone feels the earth begin to rise up under your feet. There is darkness and light flashing back and forth as this spire pushes itself free from the earth, until eventually you feel the cold spray of water, the mist of the air, and then the light of the night sky.
Oh shit.
Ooh, pretty.
Oh.
And for a moment, this process is incredibly dangerous. People are bonked with falling rocks. There's a scramble to make sure that people don't fall off the edge down there at the south as you rise up into the sky. But all of this chaos and all of this turmoil lasts for only a moment, because shortly after the elements are restored in this tiny little pocket, this tiny little point on the face of the planet, you watch as, like the aurora, the crosswinds above you come into view and begin to straighten themselves out. They begin to form themselves back into a proper mesh, and they begin to drift up into the sky towards the moon, where you can see a ring of moonlight that glints and glows for a moment, and then 5 golden rings burst from it. Moat hears a voice in his head that says, "You've done it. I can see everything. Give me a moment." Yes, give me a moment. And from the moon, a ray of golden light begins to shine down. And everything goes peaceful. Everything goes quiet. The force that was ripping itself free from the stone stops. And most importantly, the souls that had been spinning around in agony begin to drift peacefully. They begin to look around as if they've suddenly got their bearings. And then they begin to look out towards all of you. Nordo, you watch as your mom and dad begin to rush over towards you. Flick, you watch as Blanket and Cloud begin to rush over towards you. Each of you watches one by one as these ghosts finally seem to regain control over themselves and tentatively celebrate freedom.
Do I get the sense that Cal is now revivifiable?
Yes. Shortly behind your parents, Cal becomes limping over. Even in his ghost form, he's kind of meek that he was put into this scenario to begin with. But he looks down at his dead body, and then he looks to you, And it kind of gives this like, ugh, like, oh shit, man, I didn't mean for that to happen. He can't say it
So
because he's a
bad.
spirit, but
Right. This requires a check for me because I don't have access to 3rd level magic yet, so I'm going to try to cast Revivify from this scroll. Hey, we're good.
you watch as a portal tears itself open.
Oh, right. Revivify is different in this world. As the scroll sort of disintegrates and the holy symbol of Nomad flashes on the back of Nordo's hand, he'll step in through the portal.
And those of you watching can see that Nordo's physical body kind of stays behind, and he emerges looking very much like one of these souls, although this time you can all see it, which is unlike the time that you had with Ace. And this time there is no ordeal, there is no bargaining to be made, no pleas that need to be had. Cal just kind of looks at you with a chuckle and says, boy, I guess I fucked up, huh?
Nordo just, like, pulls him into the tightest embrace and tries to look cool for a second, but says, "You scared the hell out of me."
Scared the hell out of me. What? How did they get in?
I don't know. It's... Oh, actually. Hold
I was
on.
gonna say, you certainly do know.
I do know. Oh, jeez. There was a traitor inside, but she's gone now. Everything should be fine now.
What happened to the traitor?
I split her skull in half. First time I tried it didn't work. Second time it did. Or wait, maybe Moat killed her. Either way, Moat split her skull in half.
He nods. Damn fine, damn fine. I almost don't want to ask. Who was it?
Nordo hesitates for a second and thinks about that vision he had of the fighting pit, where he was accused of just propagating bloodshed over and over again. It doesn't matter now. She's gone and you're safe. We got people to help. Come with me. Sort of clasp his hand and try to take him back through the portal.
Yeah. You find that there is no resistance. There is nothing pulling him away. He simply takes your hand and steps through. And with a surge of magic, you snatch him from the jaws of death. His charred, burnt, electrified corpse groans in pain. It coughs, it spits, smoke pours up from the sides of his mouth. And after 20 or 30 seconds of having a coughing fit, you hear in Orcish this gravelly, dry-tongued voice that says, "The better as a ghost. Oh, this fucking sucks. Oh."
I'll give him a little bit of healing.
It's the
Get
resurrection.
26 points of healing. At least to get him back on his
Yeah,
feet.
that is enough to at least, put him out of his immediate life-threatening pain. He kind of gets to his feet. Meanwhile, does anybody else have anything that they do immediately? As these ghosts come over, you see Eddie goes over to Moat.
Are we acting out of turn?
You know what? Yeah, so initiative is over. If we want to re-roll initiative for what order we kind of talk to these ghosts, that is cool with me. Otherwise, you can just jump in.
I meant more just like I'm still kind of focusing on the Aussie problem.
Okay. Love that. Then let's do that first. Give me another charisma check.
Do I still have advantage?
Yes, absolutely.
Can I bardic him again?
Uh-huh.
Bless.
We'll watch supportingly.
It's going to be
T4. There we
Woo.
go. 16.
Very good.
18.
So
Another
20.
D12. Another D12.
Oh, another D12.
Another
right,
D12.
right.
Yeah, I take the higher of the two.
22.
There is kind of a surge of light, as you can tell that some siphons in a little faster than it should. But then you feel Nomad's hand on one of your shoulders lifts up, and another hand gets placed on it. And as you look over your shoulder, you see that there are now 2 gods standing behind you. Nomad on your right shoulder, and on your left, a golden dragon with 5 golden rings, where her wings would be. She kind of gives you not a stern look, but a serious face that says, "It is not the place of mortals to interfere with souls. But it is also my place to ensure balance is brought. This creature has brought tremendous pain and suffering and death. Perhaps you can help me fix that." She waves a hand.
Yeah, I'm doing my best.
Here, allow me. And she kind of puts a hand on. And as she does, you watch as the.
You cut out.
Oh no, not again.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you are now. Yeah.
She,
Whew.
and as she does, golden rings begin to form around this gym and around the ghost of Ozymandias that is being tormented inside.
You know that meme of like the girl on the couch with 5 people behind them? I just feel like that's kind of
See, I was-
slowly happening.
I was
days.
going the ghost route, but if you want to go the Pornhub couch route,
No,
that's
no.
fine
This
too.
one, I guess, this is more just like this is more like okay. Maybe we'll go with more like Avatar: The
Let's
Last
stick with
Ghost
Patrick
was two
Swayze.
Yeah, let's go the Patrick Swayze route.
You're
All
getting
right.
double Swayze. Also, what a cool thing. The
Hell
rings on the
yes.
side.
Yeah.
Really, what she's saying is that like, wow, this mortal sucks ass at this. We really got to step in. Yeah, I'm gonna spend my time trying to do this.
Some time passes until eventually everything appears to be stable. You hear cursing in Draconic that gives way to just mad, frothing screams.
Can I roll again?
Absolutely,
Fun.
absolutely. And then whimpers, and then echoes until eventually everything that once made up this monster is embodied inside of this crystal. Silent. Oh, Ace.
Getting worse. So
Oh,
it's
sweet thing.
16.
2D12.
It is getting
Oh.
worse every time.
If you have some to give me.
Yeah, I got.
So plus another 11, so it's going to be a. That's pretty good actually. It's going to be plus a 13, so 27. 27.
Excellent. Working together with both Nomad and the Avatar of Adra, you are able to imprison away what remains of the soul of Ozymandias into this stillstone.
So is he like able to get out of there, or can someone release him, or is he just like trapped for all eternity type of thing? This is directed directly at Adra.
By restoring what you have restored, and she looks over to Vasu, and to D,
Oh,
and to
hey.
Nordo, and to Moat for that
Wait,
matter.
D2?
Mostly just because he's standing right next to you.
Oh. I thought he had elemental stuff going on too, and I was going to be so proud of it.
No, not yet anyway. He's got light, he's got sunny stuff.
Yeah.
By opening this window to the outer planes, you have let me back in. There will be others as well. Some who will be good to your kind and some who will not. There are demons that lurk amongst the gods, but I have been waiting at the gate, as I always and ever have, to be one of the first to re-enter. I have dominion over gods and those who would become gods. And she gives a look to Nomad. I will ensure that this monster stays trapped for as long as he needs to be.
Is there a? I know you said that Ace like feels these presences over. Do we all see these?
Absolutely.
Like Nomad and.
For the record, you watch as, with that beam of light that came down, an avatar, you've seen the avatar once before when Nomad ascended. The avatar of Adra emerges, this golden-scaled female dragonborn with 5 golden rings behind her wings, or behind her shoulders. And once she is confident that this is all taken care of and secured, she begins to kind of turn, almost like she's just going to walk off, like that's it, like she came, she went, she's gone. But she pauses for a moment and looks at you and to all of the ghosts that are kind of still lingering here. These souls are free. They can go on. I know that your kind built machines that will try to reclaim them when they're turned back on, and if that's what you wish to do with them, so be it. However, if they wish to go to their gods that are waiting for them in their afterlives, I can show them the way. And several of them look to each other, and some of them look to you. Nordo, your parents look to you. Gale, the king and queen of Stormcellar, look to you. And you were never terribly close, but they do at least kind of look to you to see if you have thoughts on it. Blanket looks upset, and Blanket is holding Cloud tight. Cloud doesn't know what to make of it. Creaking Trees is as close to Ace and Joker as she can be, and she does not like that idea either.
Wait, what was the first option?
The first option is get sucked back in the Elbrat mine. The second option is she escorts these people to the afterlife.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's. I assume that we're gonna go like turn off the Albert mines now, right? That's like the whole plan.
Certainly possible. Let's jump through here. Yeah, Ace, go ahead. What you got?
Oh, I was just gonna like wait for H to have her back turned, and I was going to perfectly mimic her voice and be like, "Good job, everyone. Proud of you." Because like she didn't say that, she didn't like congratulate us and doing a good job, but I was just gonna do that for like everyone's sake.
Because she is a all-knowing god. When you kind of have this inkling, troubling, trickster thought, like, "Hey, can we get a pat on the back or something?" She does turn and she gives a smile. And she looks to all of you. The evil that you guys have undone here is tremendous, and it would be foolish not to reward it, wouldn't it? And she kind of looks to all of you, but mostly to Moat, who I assume is near the ghost of his father. Probably very emotional, and probably not. She reiterates one more time. It is not my place to pull souls from gods. That is not my dominion. In fact, I oppose it. But she looks to the stone where the dust of Ozymandias has decayed. That thing was not a god, and these souls do not belong to him. She looks to each of you. I've waited a long time to step back into this world. I can grant each of you one favor. She doesn't even wait for Moat to respond. She reaches a hand out to Astar Solimar, and you watch as the bluish ghost begins to turn gold. You watch as muscles form over it, and then skin, and then clothing. And you watch as the body of Astar Solimar reforms.
What happens to the one in the brig?
Who knows? You'll have to go find out.
Two dads!
Two dads.
Zombie dad and regular dad.
Sitcom.
Nordo, what you got?
That kind of resolved what I have. I need to think about what I want from Adria. That's what I was going to go into.
Mom or your dad get to choose.
I know, right?
Wait, does Leah get to choose? She helped?
I helped.
And I helped.
He definitely gets to choose.
He better.
I think
I am eternal. I don't demand that you capitalize on this opportunity immediately if you need time to think, or if you simply wish to wait for a greater need in your life. There is wisdom in that. But I do also know that though this particular battle has ended, you have a long and arduous journey ahead of you to restore the rest of this planet. It is better to go on these adventures with friends and with family at your back.
how much power is it that you have?
Cut off from this world, little. I know it doesn't seem like it, but your friend here, and she looks to Nomad, is not that far behind what I have dwindled to. There is a reason that I've had to speak to you through angels and avatars buried at the bottom of the sea. These Crosswinds do not just hurt your kind, they have cut off sympathy from your people, our worshippers, to us, for thousands of years. The gods will be regrowing just as you have. But, if you're asking how many people I can bring back... She looks to you and looks to Leah. They both died unnaturally? Looking to your parents?
My father was murdered by an evil man. But my mother, she died giving birth to me. I suppose that's natural, depending on your thinking.
She kind of crosses her arms and ponders for a moment. And she waves a hand over towards the gym and begins to pull energy from it. And you watch as the ghost of Anton begins to appear at the surface of the crystal. You had the opportunity to destroy it. He would have deserved it. I would have thought it the right action. I probably would have done it, and yet you didn't. Why?
I'd like to tell you that it was because I was being righteous or doing the right thing, but truth is I thought it was a trick. I thought it's what Ozzy wanted me to do. If I would have had that chance any other day of the week, I'd have taken it. Just felt like a trick.
She slowly releases her hand, and you watch as Anton fades back into the crystal. Would you have both of them then? If you could?
My parents.
She nods. It is a rare gift to be given a second chance. I know that you, more than most others, will make good on it. And you watch as from the toes up, their big, stumpy turtle claws, and then their legs, and then their shells, begin to reform bit by bit from stardust seemingly pulled from the sky itself. Their blue ghosts turn gold, and then green, and then kind of a bluish hue. And your mother emerges first, and then your father. Leah runs over, and it is a big pile of turtle hugs for several minutes.
Yeah, Nordo's a part of the big pile of turtle hugs.
So much clacking.
Nord, this is probably a little like out of time here, but after a little bit of turtle hugging, Nordo will walk over to Nomad and has some things to talk to him about, but I'll let somebody else jump in for a minute.
Sure.
Foster kind of, after he's a little more positive that everything up here is settled down, that nothing's going to explode or Ozzy isn't going to break out again, he just kind of goes over to the edge and like looks down. I imagine, are we just like floating above the
hundreds of feet above the sea? Yes, you can see all around you are the hook diamonds. You can see, for the record, new islands that are dripping with water that pour off that seem to have just been raised up. Mostly close, not many that are far away. And although Adra's avatar is far away, you do hear a voice over your shoulder that says you still have much work cut out for you, young avatar.
Yeah, I kind of figured I did. And as I'm saying that, I'm like looking back toward Eisenmar just to. Vasu was worried in this moment about any damage that all of these sudden geographical changes might have caused to, the community that built itself on floating islands. Like, is there any immediate damage that he sees?
You don't see. It would be hard to see like immediate suffering or chaos or whatever. You hear a voice of Adra, but then you also hear the voice of Burial, who suddenly emerges and kind of, pulls himself free from the throne and back into you.
Oh, good, you're back.
It is done. I have made a small window to the outside. Oh, I see that it has not taken long. And Adra kind of gives a nod and says, your people are safe, and they will be. There will be many difficult decisions as you regrow the world. It will cause upheaval, it will cause greed, it will cause destruction, but also creation and growth. this is outside of my domain, but I trust that you will have the same temperance and wisdom that you had dealing with this.
I've kind of learned that balance takes time, and it's difficult too. So I think we'll get there eventually. I'm just hoping I'm the right guy for the job. But I'll have some help, right, Jarl? You gonna hang out with me for a little bit longer, buddy?
I'm quite bound to this region, but I can come with you on short distances. Yes, of course.
Right.
Adric kind of says, you have been quite fortunate through all of this. You have a big choice in front of you. The gift applies to you just as it does to them. Whatever your heart desires. Wealth, fame, power.
I'm just gonna take some moment and thinks. He's like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm really about all of that. I'll think about it if you're all right with that.
D elbows you in the ribs. Like, what the fuck, dude? Come on.
Vasu looks to D, and in many times when Vasu has said something exactly like this, he's like trying real hard not to grin, or it's like an obvious joke or whatever. Vasu in this moment looks very like he's deep in thought. He's very introspective right now. He's looking out on the horizon, and it's really sinking in that, like, not only did he somehow get through this, but there's a lot more ahead of him.
Oh, yeah.
Vasu is like being quiet and like thinking in a way that D has probably not seen very often, if not ever.
Yeah, he kind of realizes it's like, oh god, he's actually serious. And he, at first he looks confused, but then he kind of like stands up next to you and crosses his arms, and he puts on this sage look like he's staring off into the horizon too. And then you see that he actually does get a little introspective, and you see it starts to sink in, like, maybe this is something to slow down about. Maybe we don't need to jump straight to, I want 40,000 gold in a boat.
I do immediately, like when he starts to look in perspective too, I like, put a hand on his head and nudge him, and I'm like, yeah, think about it. We got a lot to think about. I might need your help with all of this.
I'll do what I can. I can't believe when you left, I kind of thought I might not ever see you again. And I'm glad that I was wrong. You're pretty cool,
I'm glad you were wrong too. And I pick him up and I hug him in the most embarrassing big brotherly way possible. But
excellent.
I've got like 6 arms and 4 wings. He's not getting away from it.
You've seen Fruits Basket, right?
No.
Oh, you haven't? There's just this one brother who's like, come to my bosom, and he just like presses his little brother's head into his chest. It's just so stupid. I imagine that's what you do. You all dramatic like.
Ace, what do you got?
Before it kind of goes on for me, I do still thinking about the future, but also very immediate threats. I look back to this crystal. Is Ozzy still like in there?
You are remarkably well versed in still stone. I know it's not on the map, but yes, this stone is still here, and it is glowing with energy. What you don't see is a dragon, a face, a form. You just see light. You just see magical energy. And when you kind of have this troubling thought, the voice says, his essence, his daemon, his energy is in there, but his mind is no more. He would have to rebuild himself over tens of thousands of years to even have the thought of who he once was, or what he tried to do, or how he ended up there.
Do you think, you and other gods forbid, he finds the time to do that, getting back to this particular crystal would help him, start all this shit all over again? Is this something we still got to worry about and protect? Because my people have been... And he pauses and he's like, oh, right, everybody broke into the snake lights and everything. We've done a pretty good job of protecting giant catalysts of magical energy over the years.
It is worth monitoring, but if it puts your mind at ease, there's nothing stopping you from simply destroying this crystal and releasing all of that energy back into the weave.
What would that do, though?
The world would get inconsequentially more magical. It would be not noticeable. He would be distributed throughout the entire world, the atmosphere, the weave. And I say he in only the loosest sense. He is as much he as a corpse would be you. He is his finest particles of what he once was. Ace, what you got?
Okay. So I assume at this point, like, Nomad is just holding and preening Ace like he normally does.
Absolutely. And you do see that Joker's come over, Creaking Trees has come over. Uno waits, sullen, kind of alone at the center of this platform, as all of these other ghosts have rushed out to talk to the people that they've missed for so long. She is standing there with her head sunk, bashful tail between her legs, metaphorically speaking. And every now and then you catch her kind of glancing towards all of you.
I'm actually gonna, you know, like when you're holding a cat and it just starts to like wiggle free of your grasp.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start to do that, and I'm gonna break free of Nomad's arms. I'm gonna walk over to Uno.
She doesn't say anything because she never could, but she at least looks at you.
Why?
With one hand, she mimics a monster opening and closing its terrifying jaws, and with her other, she mimics a tiny little person running away, afraid.
I guess it makes sense. For the record, as of right now, none of the people in the mirror are dead, right?
Correct. A star has been brought back.
I can't speak for the rest of everyone else. I'm sure they're extremely still pissed at you, but I can understand.
As you're having this conversation, the Avatar of Aether kind of comes up behind you and says, "This one acted in fear, as many creatures do. I'm sure she regrets her decision. I must warn you, I know that I have promised a boon, but this one has already been back and forth between the Veil many times. There is not much left to retrieve."
I wasn't thinking of bringing her back, if that's what you were thinking. Just wish to talk with her.
That,
Maybe not like as like using my thing to talk to her. Like, this is fine.
right, okay. I understand, and she'll kind of turn and leave you to it.
But before you go, I did have one concern. Maybe we'll be able to bring Corlin back. She come back to me.
She actually stops and she crosses her arms, and she doesn't get angry, but she gets this look like, why would you want to do that? But she does kind of look down, and she'll actually ask, why would you want to do that?
I'm sorry. I'm a little flabbergasted. I thought you were all-seeing. Did you not see what she did? She had the opportunity to get all this back. But then she chose to save me. And I promised her.
It's true, I was there.
Aedra... Oh, okay. Boy, alright. You would have it as a servant, like it was, the small thing to follow you, to learn from you, or are you asking if Corlin can be returned to godhood?
I don't think that's a wise thing at this moment.
No, certainly it wouldn't be.
I just meant more like if I could bring her back to me like she was. I can't speak of what the future will hold for her. She's kind of under parole, I guess, right now. I don't know.
This is your wish?
Well, I was just asking if she would come back to me.
I see.
For now, like if she is, then I will, resummon her, but I guess I don't know if the connection's still there.
She takes a moment and she looks off into the horizon as if looking for something that you don't see. She can be resummoned as she was, yes. She made a noble decision, but not a noble sacrifice to help you. It will take her some time to reform, but she is not lost. If you wish to bring her back as she was, she will be there.
Yeah, just as she was.
Yes.
What do you mean by take some time? Like, is it good to, like...
This place was divorced from the Weave Hole, which means that when she returned, she likely got scrambled or turned around at places. It will take a little time to resummon her. But she is not lost to another world. She simply needs to be made right again. It'll take time.
Would I be able to go find her?
Certainly. Little Ace, I see that you care deeply, and I guess I cannot blame you. She is, after all, in a manner of speaking, your mother. She will return in a matter of days. You don't need to worry too hard for her.
Oh, days. Okay. Well, thank you. That was a big concern of mine.
Speaking of mothers, do you have a wish?
Yeah, I figured you could go with that. I was just trying to like get. He kind of like awkwardly glances at his mom. Like it's clear that his like he was like trying to work through some priorities before getting to that.
I will not rush you if you need more time.
Well, where will Uno go?
Straight to hell.
What a good fucking question.
Straight to hell.
Irredeemable.
Irredeemable, straight to hell.
1,000 years.
Nomad asks if she would like to go to him.
Son of a bitch.
Okay, one thing at a time. She will respond. In life, your sister...
Hold on. Well, Ace quickly just like pulls out his water skin, takes a drink, and spits it out for a spit take.
Surely you must have known.
I had a feeling, but I wasn't sure.
Half-sister.
Oh yeah.
Let's
She's
be
not.
clear.
Yeah, look how tall she is.
Yeah, and she kind of, like, the Avatar looks over to Joker, and Joker looks to creaking trees, and just, like, kind of goes, like, like, gives a guilty shrug. In life, your sister served herself, and then Fear, and then Ozymandias. I do not have a claim on her soul. Ozymandias would if he were here, but he is not. He is no longer present, and he is certainly not a god. I don't know a better way to say this. She will wander, as listless spirits do, and she will probably wander for a very long time. You have been around long enough to know what happens to spirits that linger without ownership on the material plane. If you wished to alter this future for her, I could help with your wish. But I know where I would send her if she was my charge. Fear is not an excuse to become a monster. And she kind of looks over to Nordo and to Leah a little bit. And to Flurkle, for that matter, actually.
He looks kind of guiltily to the side. to
Same.
the ground.
This is a lesson many of you have learned, and when it mattered most, she did not. I admire the human sentiment of forgiveness, but I have a job to do.
Hypothetically, if she's wandering, could she be found?
Certainly. You've met ghosts, you've met specters.
Okay. I guess I should probably ask. Mother, would you like to come back to life?
Boy.
Well, this is like, it's gonna be a little weird. I've never really met you. But I think Joker wants you alive. I guess I'm assuming based off
Joker
like,
does
my,
absolutely. He's walked over.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know where his token is, but Joker.
he's still a dragon.
He's so small, you've lost him.
She looks. She has tears in her eyes. This is a big moment for her. She comes up to you and she gives you a big hug, or tries to, but it goes right through because she is a spirit. And she kind of places a hand where your chest would be, and she makes with her fingers the symbol for I love you, and then she steps back and she puts a hand on each of Uno's shoulders and kind of pushes her forward.
It's very sweet, but I feel like if we bring her back to life, she's just gonna get murdered right the moment she gets back to life. Oh, I see what you're saying.
She, for the record, she seems to be suggesting that you bring Uno back instead of her.
Yeah, but if she is brought back to life, the people in the party are just gonna kill her again. Like
That is between you and the rest of the party. I won't.
that is between the rest of the party and
Did you
themselves.
say that out loud?
I say that out loud. Like I know for a fact that if I use my wish to bring her back, that they're just gonna want to kill her for what she's done, and it won't really change.
Maybe she's
Her
learned a
fate.
lesson.
Yeah, Nordo will kind of step over in that direction, kind of leaving his family to their reunion for a moment. The Lord God. If she's important to you, she's important to me. I won't hurt her if you don't want me to.
He seems a little confused. Like he kind of feels like you guys read him wrong, but also like then he like kind of like did a little smile. It's like I really appreciate that, Nordo. My original plan was just to find her soul and help her move somewhere else in the afterlife. But
I mean, I ain't gonna pretend like that's all hunky-dory, but the fact of the matter is the big dog that she was afraid of is gone now.
this is true.
She ain't got no reason to hurt any of us anymore.
Not having that dog at your neck, it's a lot easier to do what you want to do and not what you think you have to do. That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, it also just kind of sounded like a really cool adventure. But I guess I should ask Uno what you would want. I just figured I'd bring Mother back, and then I'd go on an adventure to find you wandering and maybe bring you to Nomad.
Uno takes a moment and she thinks, and she gets like she suddenly snaps out of the emotional mode and like suddenly is in like thinking mode, and eventually she gets like a spark in her and she looks to Adra and she begins to gesture. She begins this game of charades, and rather than act it all out, the charade that she says is, when you bring me back, something has to stay. I'm already torn to bits. I've already done so much necromancy that there's very little you can still take from me. When you bring me back, can you take away my magic? Can that be what you leave behind? I don't want to have my magic if you bring me back. And Adra nods and says, yes, I can do that. And then she'll turn to you and say, she'll give a nod, she'll give a thumbs up.
All right, so Uno wants to come back to life.
Only,
just with
only
no
without
magic.
Yep.
What about creaking trees?
Yeah, because I guess what I asked Uno was like, does she want to come back or the other option? And then she said, I want to come back with no magic. That's her answer then.
Yes. Yeah, even if the implication is she comes back instead of creaking trees.
Yeah.
And it
I
doesn't-
have some thinking to do. Also, I'm probably gonna do like an insight check on Joker to see how he's feeling about this. But I don't want to. I'll probably since I want to think about this, I'll probably let someone else do their thing.
Sure, go for it. Yeah, jump back to Nordo for a second.
Just to interject, like at that point in the conversation, when Ace is trying to decide essentially between resurrecting these two, and honestly, above the table, I know why this doesn't work, but I kind of want to give Nomad the opportunity to roleplay it. Norda looks at Ace sort of struggling with this decision, at all these souls that still remain here. And I mean, he can count, not that great, but he can count that Aedra's not going to be able to bring all these people back. And he'll walk up to Nomad. And as he gets close, he'll like hesitate a little bit and get his concierge bell out and ring it.
So polite.
He walks over. Yes, he called.
Hi, friend Nomad. And I don't know if Nomad's like corporeal, but Nomad will try to like give him a hug.
Yeah, for the record, Frisk, you can control Nomad in this instance. He's limited on powers, but yes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Oh, I have control. I changed the word.
Yeah.
Big mistake, DM.
Yep.
Now he hugs him quite tightly. I am so proud of you. You did better.
I couldn't have done it without you. All these people, you're a god now, you can do miracles. Can you bring them back?
Like Aedra, I am limited. I can bring perhaps a few back.
Limited how? What's that mean?
Like mortals and other people and animals and plants. Gods need energy, somewhat like air, or food, or water, in order to function. We subsist on... I forgot the word hell.
Sympathy, prayers,
Sympathy,
energy.
yes. Yeah, sympathy. Prayers, devotion, love, that sort of thing. I am new, a newborn, basically. I want nothing but to help you. And I will try my best.
I don't want you to hurt yourself or nothing. You've already done so much for us, for me. I just didn't know if it was simple as snapping a finger, bringing people back to life.
For what it's worth, the world is changing. The Crosswinds no longer obscure us from it. If not now, then perhaps later there will be an answer.
He nods.
In times of uncertainty, we can only have faith. He pats him on the shoulder.
It is worth mentioning to you, Nomad. I haven't really brought it up because Nomad hasn't been here for a lot of it.
He's been busy.
The nanosecond that the hole was formed in the Crosswinds and that there was a gate to the outer planes reformed, it was like being alone in an empty mall overnight when the doors suddenly open on Black Friday and hundreds of people rush in. You
also really bad.
You can feel and hear cosmic entities flooding their way back into this world. Mostly angels, demons, little things like that, but also every now and then a god. a god steps their way back into the world after having been locked out for a long time. And that is ongoing in the background of all of this.
Yeah. I want you to know that I will be diminished for some time. Gods are returning to this domain, and there are souls that belong to them who wish to go back to them. I promise to keep them safe from the Crosswinds before then. They are free to return now.
I understand. Maybe we should see how much Adria is willing to give us before we start tapping your strength.
That is wise.
She has had a bit longer to build up that sympathy.
Yes, Ace.
Oh, this is whenever they're done.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. That's, yeah. I didn't have much else. At least for now.
I'm gonna run up to Nomad real quick, and I'm gonna tug on his robe. And then when he bends down, I'm gonna reach my hand into his pocket, pull out a pamphlet. Like, do you have like a holy symbol too? You just small one.
Can I make a holy symbol?
I will, for a marginal amount of sympathy, let you conjure a holy symbol real quick, yeah.
It doesn't have to be. It can just literally just be garbage. I don't care.
My body had a lot of holy symbols on it, but this one, it'll just make you one.
Oh well, thank you.
I'll make you a holy symbol.
All right. So earlier, I think not obviously like Moat's not here, so he can't answer. But other people, I did mention like other people would want to kill Uno. Nodor said he would not.
I can't make a big roleplay decision like that for Moat. I think that with a star back, if nothing else, a star is going to encourage, like, she did what she did because she was afraid. We're here now. We can talk this out. It doesn't need to be blood.
Yeah, I feel like Moat could be talked down.
So
Gale's
for
the
Thor,
real
I would
issue
help
here.
Too.
It's Gale that's the big issue here. Gale likes to kill things.
Gale's a
Gale,
tyrant.
true. Gale doesn't agree with the decision. He's not going to shoot her on sight, but he definitely has the air of just somebody who's waiting for this to all blow up in your face.
Right.
But, well,
Like he feels like Corlin was a mistake, Uno's a mistake, and you're putting tons of people at jeopardy for no reason. But Gale's also a heartless tyrant, so
yeah, well, the reason is selfish, I guess. But when I think about it, if we brought no one here back, I assume everyone here would go to a good, nice place. Even if they didn't end up back with us, they'd still be happy.
Yeah, several people, when you say that, like, kind of give an indication, like, we're ready to move on, like, don't get us. Both of the Wuthers, Oidano.
Who are these people?
Former king and queen of Stormcellar.
Okay.
Gale's mom and dad, technically. Although they're not close, but, you know, it's his mom and dad. Oidano, who I don't know if any of you ever actually met, but, you know, early on, there was a dream between Yule and Oidano. Her husband.
Oh yeah. It's her like husband. Like,
I
don't know.
Right,
I don't
right.
know.
Oh, I don't know.
Her
Yeah.
late
Right.
husband.
Do we see Yule's ghost here now?
Does Yule look like she
Yule's ghost is here also.
You
He
don't
just, like-
see Yule's ghost, no.
Okay.
We just hear like a. And she's like ghost, ghost rocking chair and everything.
At least when
She
she's
died a long
dead,
time ago. She
now
just forgot.
she'll make
But-
it through the Crosswinds.
You
But
do-
Uno is the only person who would not get that. And as selfish as it is of me, I mean, she's my sister. I've not had family. I've never had family.
Joker kind of chimes in and says, I know I'm not perfect either, but hell's a long time. And frankly, I am kind of at a point where I'd like to know what it's like to have a family.
So I can't tell if he's trying to imply against Uno and for Creek?
No,
Creaking Tree? Okay.
Joker wants Uno back.
Okay. I will take it upon me to be responsible for her. This will be a lot of work for you, Uno. You're going to have to make good. You're going to have to redeem yourself. But you're not the only person who I'm helping redeem themselves, so just, we can all do it together. And, well, here's some new tenets for you, I guess. And a holy symbol. I won't do it with anything with it, but Nomad's a really good guide.
Oh, he wants both back.
Yeah, that's a thing you would insight from him. He doesn't say it, but you get that vibe from him.
Okay. That does make it complicated. How is Creaking Cheese really feeling about this?
Give me an insight check.
Minimum of 25.
Creaking Trees wants nothing in the entire world more than for two of her children to be happy. Yeah, that's it. That's it. She knows that if she came back, you would be happy and her other daughter would be miserable for eternity and all of hell. She would not be able to live with herself if she let that happen. She cherishes the thought of going on to a peaceful afterlife, knowing that the two of you are alive and figuring things out.
All right. Well, meta question. When creatures were in the Elbrat mines, we could go contact them and hang out with them, right?
Absolutely. Theoretically, if she went back there, you could do that.
We just have like little family reunions every so often at the Elbrat mine.
Yeah, over the course of this adventure, you learned that the Elbrat mine was the spin-off of the Semblance engine, which was a device used literally to, telephone the dead. That's basically how this all started. 2,000 years ago, an inventor named Gerald Springtrap tried to make a robot for a girl named Fire so that she could temporarily inhabit a body on the material plane.
So we, in theory, could empty an Elbrat mine and then make it so it's not gathering other souls, just put Creaking Trees in there, and then we can just go hang out with her every so often.
Don't we kind of know, this is above the table, but that, the Elbrat mines are kind of like an unsatisfactory afterlife, no one was really content there.
True.
I mean, they weren't like hell, but they were.
Yeah.
Everyone we talked to that was there was kind of like, hey, this place isn't all that it's cracked up to be.
Yeah, it's okay, but it gets shitty after a while.
Which nothing sounds like a bigger hell to me than just a mediocre afterlife.
Yeah.
Part of me agrees, but then part of me is I can think of worse hells. Boredom
hell?
sucks, but actual hell, it's got to be worse.
Okay.
And it's only until Ace almost dies, right? Then he can just go let her out.
You just need Wi-Fi in there. It'll be fine.
Also worth mentioning, Gale is incredibly smart. Joker made a robot that was able to recontain Vaira, although it did so at the expense of turning lots of things evil. Gerinold is reawakened. It's a fresh world.
Yeah, but when people are like, I love someone and I want to make sure that they're not dead, it just causes a lot of bad things to happen.
It does seem dangerous. It does seem to be the case that when people fight against death, it causes more harm than good, doesn't it?
Yes. Point Exhibit A, and just motions to Ozymandias as to dust.
I'm sure there's a lesson to be found
And-
there, but this is not my domain.
Exhibit B, and I gesture at Uno,
True.
the notorious necromancer.
Yeah.
who is no longer going to have magic. He can no longer be a necromancer.
While you're deciding over there, Flip,
Yeah.
have you had any thoughts? I don't want to temper this too much. Cloud is a very young boy, a child, 2, maybe 3 years old. He is delighted to see all of you. He seems almost to instinctually recognize all of you. but children aren't people.
Wow.
Wow.
And what I mean by that is he doesn't have a say in this. He's just like, oh, pretty lights, so colors, cool. Blanket, on the other hand, is having ghastly weeping, doing everything he can to stay close to Pearl. It's very clear that he's very emotional, all of this. And he would never, ever in a million years say it out loud, but he misses Pearl tremendously.
Right.
I don't want to influence your decision. That's just what you get with your insight.
Lordo got 2. Can I have 2?
Nomad walks over to Flick and says, I can bring 1 back.
And Adrian will step over, and I suppose that makes 2.
That works for me. Cloud really didn't get a life, and Blanket didn't get to finish his, so
Very well.
that's what I
Just as Nomad stepped up behind Ace and did the ghost scene with Ace as he was shepherding souls, you watch as Adra steps behind Nomad.
Oh, this is strange. I like it.
She unfurls these golden rings, rests her wrists around Nomad's arms, and says, like this then. And one by one, Nomad first, and then Adra, they begin to go through the motions of reforming bodies from golden light pulled from the star stuff above you, until Blanket and Cloud reappear. Pearl and Blanket immediately run to, well, not even run. Blanket runs over to Pearl in her chair. She doesn't even have her chair. Pearl, for the record, I didn't even touch on this. Pearl is collapsed on the ground. Sapphire's doing her best to hold her up, but she can't walk.
Maybe Caspian's helping.
Cass, I'm sure, is also helping. They probably got her over her shoulder. And Blanket runs up and just takes her and throws her over her shoulder, and they begin to hug. For just a moment until Cloud reforms, and then you hear laughter and a child scampering about at full speed 200,000 feet above the sea. I was like, oh, look at this! And then, Cass has to run over and kind of grab him by the arm so that he doesn't run off the edge of this tower. And brings him over and kind of, shoves him into the middle of a big family group hug.
Aw. And what you fixed up, Mom? I've got plenty of money. We can figure something out. I should have thought about that, too. Sorry, I just got excited.
You don't have to be sorry for anything. This is incredible. I can't believe this. I don't care if I never walk another day in my life. I have everything I need right here.
I'm gonna cry. Also robot legs. Oh yeah, we know Gale. Duh.
True. That's an option.
Do you want powerful robot legs, Mom?
Best we can do is a wheelchair.
You win some, you lose some.
So that is Nomad 5 points. And you do see that after this one, golden scales begin to flake off of Adra's arm. You can see the luster in her shine is beginning to dim a little bit. She is more powerful than Nomad, for certain. But she wasn't lying. They've been separated for literally thousands of years. Faith has waned. Even her power is not limitless, and she has used a non-negligible portion of it here.
Yeah.
Nomad, for the record, his avatar looks flush, drained. The color has pulled from his skin. He looks ghostly.
Like a dimming bulb.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's still here, but you can almost sense the exhaustion on him, even as the avatar of a god.
Flick would like to go over to Nomad. And he'll try to give him a hug. I don't know if that's a thing he can do.
Yeah, he's
Hugs him,
corporeal
right?
enough, yeah.
Thank you, Nomad. This is the second or third or fifth time you've really helped me out. I'm glad you're doing what you're doing.
I wish I had the words to say how much people loved you.
Not as much as they love you, I bet. But thank you
feel it.
anyway.
It's turned me into a god.
Nomad can count the people that love him at any moment. He has an exact number.
I assume he just says that number out loud when Flick
Probably,
says
yeah.
that.
Probably.
497. Oh no, one is waiting.
Oh no.
I have to go. I have to correct this.
It's literally my hit points.
He'll turn around, give Nomad one more smile, and then head back to his family.
I want to hug Nomad too.
I'm here.
I'll give you a big one. Vasu's got more wings and limbs, and he's probably a little bit taller than the last time you saw him.
There you are. How is the Avatar doing?
He's doing all right. He's good company.
I was talking about you.
What? Oh, right. I thought I was the locus of the Avatar. You know, there's a lot of titles. It's all very confusing. I'm doing all right. I feel like I've got a lot on my plate. But you know what? If you can, I mean, if you can become a god, I can handle this locus shit, right?
You can do anything you want. This would not have been possible without you.
Vasu's big, dumb, confident smirk wavers for a minute, and he hugs Nomad again. And he's like, I know I could do it, but, you know, you telling me that I could do it is really going to make me be able to do it, so thank you. God, I miss you.
Blast off. Slaps him in the ass.
How much damage does that do? You're a god.
Yeah, do I die?
Surprisingly
No.
little.
Did I just get smote?
No, but
Yeah, you take radiant slap damage to your ass.
Oh,
you,
God.
you do get 1 point of lay on hands.
Oh.
How I had my ass destroyed by an eldritch being.
Eldritch god?
Sounds like a Chuck Tingle novel.
It is worth mentioning, I'm just going to throw it in because it's kind of non sequitur. As all of this conversation is happening, Moat kind of looks to Eddie like, oh, you want me to bring you back, bud? And Eddie starts charading like, no. And he like makes a couple of coins over his eyes.
Oh. Send me. Oh yeah, he's being restored.
Yeah, he just kind of seems
Oh, his
like...
body's there.
Yeah, he's...
Oh, he's like already gentle repose. They can just
Yeah,
revivify his ass.
Yeah, he kind of...
Yeah.
It's not clear how he knows that or whatever, but like he seems to like, no, don't blow it on me, I'm good.
Okay.
I think he has gambling debt that he wants to get out of, so better off dead.
Makes sense.
I am fully dying to know what Gale is going to wish for.
Yeah,
Same,
Gale.
same.
Gale's not wishing for anything.
To be a dragon.
Scale, hold it. Adra does mention if you wish to hold on to this for the rest of your days, you may take it to your grave. I know that you, above most others, want nothing more than to not be indebted, and frankly, I respect that.
He wants a god to be in debt to him instead.
I am. It's a powerful position.
There's just nothing you could provide me that would be just.
Not sure. Oh. Ooh. I could certainly try.
Doubt that. There are thousands and thousands of people in my home that lost their lives, loved ones, homes, all to this. Why should I get anything special out of it?
You are a man of your people, even now. I know that you don't wish to be king, but you would make a good one.
I appreciate the sentiment. Anyways, I'm gonna go and get on Moat's mount and fly up to the ceiling and cast a wall of stone to make sure it doesn't cave in on us.
Good call, good call. All right.
There's still
There's no more ceiling. This tower lifted through a hole in the
Yeah,
ground.
I kind of just bursted up into the sky. There's like these 3 remaining pillars are sort of like half crumbled. Actually, I guess it's just the 2
Guys, he's
remaining
making a crying corner. Just let him.
pillars. Sometimes after traumatic events, kobolds just need to nest for a while.
Before Adra goes,
Yeah.
Nordo. Gosh, I think Nordo assumes that Adra can speak telepathically because that's what gods do. That's what Nomad always did.
Certainly try.
And he just kind of tries to like project her voice into her mind and speak to her telepathically. I don't know if it works.
What do you say?
Whisper you.
Flurgle's like, do I get anything?
Of course you do.
I shouldn't get anything.
But if you did, what would you ask for?
Nothing for me. Can I get his mother back? And he points at creaking trees.
If that is what you wish to do.
He just nods.
Then so be it. You watch as Creaking Trees has started to walk over to the rest of the group, and she's almost like introducing herself to the King and Queen of Stormcellar, Eddie Jamjar in a white and and she feels herself being pulled back. She looks back and she can see that her ghostly foot is being turned to gold, and it is starting to form into claws and skin. When she looks back, Ace, she sees that Uno is still a ghost, and you see that she actually looks upset. She looks like somebody's making a mistake. What do you do?
That wasn't me.
And she looks past and sees the avatar standing next to Flurgle, and she actually, when she finally forms back into her full body and realizes that it was Flurgle who did this and not Ace, she starts to run past Ace over to Flurgle as if to give a big hug, but then she like stops, turns back around, grabs Ace by the wrist and drags Ace over too, and then like pulls all of you into a big group hug.
And then seems surprised by this. Like whoa. Okay.
And then all 5 of these other slimy, gross, disgusting, breathing Kuatoa like jump onto the group hug pile, and just make a big old gross group hug.
And then Joker in his wyvernling's form, I guess, comes and hugs us as his little dragon. Thank you, Flurgle. You didn't have to do that.
I don't know many of these people. I've only gotten to know all of you recently. Everything I know is from stories. And I bring stories back to life.
Yes, well, you're a brother to me twice over. A brother from 2 different gods, I guess. Through Nomad and through our creator.
That means we're twins, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, it means we're twins.
I've never been a twin before. It's not true.
I'm not going to do the voice.
Age.
I'm not going to commit to the voice, but Ace is just going to be using your voice for a little bit as he's talking to you.
How many of us are brother? Is Nordo our brother?
You get a brother. You get a brother. Everyone gets a brother.
Is Gale our brother too?
Technically.
Leave me out of this.
Brother, come back here. Let us love you.
Actually, we should all just do like a giant group hug, us adventurers.
Yeah, there's your final decision first.
Yeah, it is to you, Ace.
Did everyone else make the decision?
Vasu and Gale are holding on to theirs for now, unless Vasu has thought of one and wants to jump in.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this does make it a lot easier for me because
It certainly does. It's to you then, if you're ready.
All right.
You see with the dead people. You see with the ghosts.
Yeah. Well, Uno, we're going to be going on some adventures together, so you better pick up a weapon at some point. You don't have magic anymore. You cool with that?
She shrugs. She shrugs and shakes her head. Sure.
Okay. I guess give a nod to Adra.
Then with a bow, Adra waves her hand. You see that Adra strains with this one. You watch as more scales begin to pop off from her wrist, from her elbow, one off of the back of her shoulder. And with some difficulty, you watch as Uno is pulled free back into a material body. Her ghost becomes gold and then corporeal. Wrappings are formed around her. And when she finally comes to, she looks down at her hands, and she kind of pats at her chest, and she tries to make a motion with her hands, and nothing happens. And she looks up with tears in her eyes and a smile on her face, and she hugs you, Ace.
I'll hug her back.
Joker kind of runs over and pulls Creaking Trees free of the pile over there and into a big hug with all of you guys. And nature begins to turn, but then lingers for a moment. Nordo, give me a persuasion check.
On a 10 deception check, Nordo it's like his fingers pressed against his head, trying to be sly.
Yeah.
Like Professor X. Just
Yeah. It's not going to be very good.
Oh, if I see you with a deception, I give you a bardic. Hang on, Nordo. I don't know what you're doing, but here's some bardic.
That brings us to 22.
don't know what you're doing, but I support it.
That's an excellent sentiment.
Yeah, that's Flurgle's entire vibe, really. I still have one more
23.
bardic. If anyone wants it.
She is reluctant, but eventually says, "That is very noble. Very well. One for one."
Wait, just 1 minute.
Take your time.
Cool. Nordo will walk over to Gale and shove him off the edge. No.
Here for it, frankly.
No, he walks to the edge and takes a knee in front of Gale. Says, "I love you, little dragon." And then he'll stand up. Then he'll walk over to Ace. Take a knee. "I love you, little orc."
I love you too, Nordo.
And kind of to avoid saying that 7 times, goes to Moat, and to Nomad, and to Flick, and to Vasu, to his mom and dad. To his mom, he says, "I hope you don't mind. I took the liberty of picking out a name for myself.
What did you
I did
choose?
always." He just kind of looks over at his dad. So, couldn't think of anyone better to name myself for.
Don't suppose I could have either. It's a strong name.
I was always curious, though. Was there another? Something you'd thought of?
They both shake their heads no, and you would know that culturally you typically don't receive one until a couple years after you're born. It's usually
Right.
based on the way that you act in your first few years of life. But Anala does say, "I had kind of hoped to name you something along the lines of stays at home, doesn't get in any trouble, and grows up happy and strong. But, well, here we are."
Hey, it's we still got a whole lot of life left in front of us. I could still make it true to that name.
Nordo Senior is kind of like, I kind of liked Wahoo personally.
Wahoo!
I'm glad I picked Nordo then. That name sucks. And he'll pull both his parents into a really tight hug. And just say, I love you both. I'm so glad you're back. And then he'll turn to Leah and just pull her into a really tight hug.
He's just kind of watching from the side.
Yep. And she has a necklace that gives her an artificial voice via magic. And he'll put a hand on it. So can I hold this for a second?
Yeah.
Aww.
She hands it over.
He takes it in his hand and kind of squeezes it pretty tight in the mechanical hands that Gale has given him. And then he'll say, I love you, Leah. And then he'll look over her shoulder and just nod at Adra.
Adra, as she is vanishing, lifts a finger towards Nordo, and Nordo, you feel your tongue begin to dry and crumble and turn to dust. You feel breath pulled out from you and drawn into this necklace. And the rest of you watch as Leah clutches at the side of her jaw and then kind of like looks at Nordo like, what are you doing? Stop it. Don't be stupid. But it is too late. Because after a few seconds, the words tumble out of her own mouth as her tongue regrows. What? No. Don't be... Nordo, don't be fucking stupid. Oh my god, are you... Nordo.
He has tears in his eyes, but he smiles at her and puts the necklace over his own neck. I think it's attunement, so he can't talk right away. But
Adra, as she twinkles off into the stars, there's a ding, and you feel yourself attuned to the necklace.
Okay. Yeah, his voice comes out of the necklace. It just says, you deserve to be whole. A hell of a lot more than I do. Besides, it's just a voice. We're going to have a long life ahead of us, our family. And he kind of looks to his parents and to Cal and to the rest of the party. He says, I couldn't bear the thought of living all that long without hearing your voice one more time.
Well, I'll do my best. I'll do my best to do what I can with it. This is stupid, you know that. I don't deserve this any more than you do. Now I owe you something. Come on, this is silly. But she starts tearing up and she pulls you in for a hug. Thank you, Nordo.
Thank you.
Ace, did you have anything else? Or is that from before?
I don't remember. I don't really remember actually what it was. But why is Newsy with the dead people?
He's just chilling over there.
He just likes dead
I'm
people.
assuming at this point, like,
He's
he's
just vibing.
adopted into our family, I guess? Is that
Well,
weird?
Let's find out, shall we?
I mean, he's an employee, so I can stop paying it if he joins the family. I'm kidding. I'm rich. I can still pay for him.
Does anyone have anything that they want to do right here on this platform before we go through?
I remember what it was now.
Yes.
I'm going to go pick up those scales that popped off of Adra.
They linger for a very short time. Yeah, actually, you know what? They don't even disappear. They linger. They have clearly had a lot of color and power drained from them, but at the very least, they appear to be made of solid gold. You know that they came from an actual avatar of a god. It's hard to say what they will do, but they are certainly golden scales that fell off the avatar of Adra.
Yeah, I was thinking more like symbolically I was going to, do something with them than like,
How many scales are there? Just curious.
Like 4 or 5.
Okay.
I mean, if someone else wanted some, like...
I was just thinking if there was like enough for me to make like a pendant out of a dragon scale for each of the party members, that'd be really cool. But...
Almost certainly.
They finished it.
Oh my
So I need to
God.
clarify, they didn't. This is still just the work in progress, but it's the end. I wanted to show what he's got
Yeah.
so far.
Oh my God.
It's so
I
pretty,
still really
right?
like it. Yeah.
So fucking great.
Is our theme?
When the screen I just took you guys over to. When
Oh.
this is finished, I'll make sure to send it again. This is by Jerry, and this is just a work in. I can't stress enough. This is just a work in progress.
Fucking Yule.
Right.
Wait, where's Hugh?
In your arms.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, she's so small.
She's so little.
She's
Oh,
already
Toto.
been dead for 20 years at this point.
Just would carry around a corpse.
Oh, Toto.
Gil is so big in this.
His force
Look at him.
He's like 3 feet short.
He's on a rock.
So I think.
He's standing on a rock.
Time passes.
Good
You guys
picture.
are able
There-
to eventually see naval ships on the horizon coming from Eisenmar to pick you up, and also you have teleportation and shit. But eventually, you're able to make your way home. And then time passes, and honestly, things start getting wild. This is, for you, the end of an adventure that's been going on for months and months, or maybe even a year at this point. But for a lot of the world, they kind of just had random portals show up a couple months ago, and then the Earth split open, and a bunch of things have happened, and there's a lot of decompression that happens after all that. I don't know if I should read this or let you guys read it. I don't know. I've never done this before.
Read it. Read it.
Narrated.
All right.
Narrate it.
Are each of the paragraphs like kind of linked to each character? I see the first one is like a
No.
like a popcorn reading sort of thing.
No, they're not.
Okay,
We'll get to that shortly.
Hey, read it, read it.
read it.
All right, here we go. We're going.
Give us your best narrator voice.
Do you want to do this Bible study style? We each get a paragraph.
No, you
So-
got it.
No, but I
So
think you should do. I think you should do
ended.
each paragraph in a different voice, a different NPC voice.
Oh my
There we go.
god. No, I couldn't possibly. I only have 2 NPC voices. That's my secret.
You can alternate.
And
But-
so ended the age of Crosswinds.
It's the
No.
best voice you could do it in,
The
though.
age of unsundering.
With
With the first elemental locust. If you don't
Stop,
cut in,
stop,
I'm just
he's
gonna
doing
do
it.
it.
So keep going, keep
okay.
going. It's
No.
perfect.
with the first elemental locus restored, the region of Bureau was starting to reform slowly, at a careful pace under the cautious hand of Vasudeva and his order. Within a few short years. So this actually was up in the air. Gale, do you help with the semblance engine, or do you do other things?
Ooh,
What does Gale do in the first? Don't go into full details yet, because we're gonna get actual epilogue in a second. But are you interested in helping rebuild with Joker and Jerry?
I think he would definitely have some level of interest. He would dabble in his free time.
Okay, then with an unknown quantity for what help means, Gale does help at least a little bit to revise the semblance engine and unlock the Elbrot mines, freeing these countless millions of souls that have become trapped within. Some of the reawakened chose the eternal peace of their long-awaited afterlives, but many chose to inhabit new bodies made of both flesh and machine, using the machines down in Pleiades, and start new adventures within this regrowing world, forming a new old society.
Can I get like a list of which particular people
Funny,
might have done
yeah.
which reawakened might have done that?
Hold your horses, young man. The nation
Sorry,
squabbled,
Dad.
as they always do, over how the regrowing world should be reclaimed. But with their combined influence over Stormcellar and Eisenmar and Unmirage and the rapidly rebuilding nations of New Old Society, the heroes ensured that the new regions were divided and settled somewhat peacefully. With a little divination and an exhausting amount of diplomacy, the kings and lords of Willingqued and Ashibiata alike came to know the stories of these heroes that had worked together to peel back the mysteries beneath the sea. Those who wished to live handsome lives were rewarded with wealth and splendor beyond imagination, and those who simply wished to live quietly were given peace, security, and some measure of privacy. Over the following decades, the rest of the planet would need to be reawakened, but the bloom had begun. With the seas tamed by Flick and the Deep Mother's sacrifice, explorers began to set sail for distant, dangerous shores, ready to find and restore the world's remaining elemental loci. The new lands are dangerous, but prosperous and plentiful. It was an age of bounty and exploration.
This art is so fucking cool.
I love it
It
so
really is.
much.
I can't wait
So
for it to be done.
beautiful.
I want
Can't
it
believe
now
it's
to
not
use as a
done, it's so
background,
pretty.
but yeah, I needed more.
Damn, guys, this was a great
Ghost
campaign.
Yule.
Oh, they did show up. Hang on a second.
No. What do you mean?
Roll
Yule's
20's
dead
been
as fuck.
You showed up. Oh,
Roll
it's
20
no, they're not.
has been extremely buggy. Give me a second. There we go.
Okay.
Pee faster.
I'm not going to narrate all this because it's just too much. So read at your leisure.
Okay.
No, you're the DM. This is your only job is
there's
narration.
So much. All right, we're going.
Then you shouldn't have wrote so much.
For real though.
So Patches.
But I want Zeke's Patches voice.
Patches suddenly disappeared one day when a group of adventurers claiming to hail from another world appeared and convinced him to return home. A couple years later, while performing maintenance on the tornado's hold, Gale discovered a secret shrine in the ballast filled to the brim with candles and pornographic drawings.
Okay. Good for Patches.
Yule retired back to Cloverbrook for a few years, where she wrote a combination memoir/cookbook. She disappeared suddenly shortly after publishing the book, but they found a hand-knitted, life-size dummy of herself, sleeping, air quotes, in her bed when the neighbors came looking for her.
Is that just what we were carrying around the whole time?
Who knows, man? In its hands was a wooden spoon etched with bizarre arcane markings that were later discovered to be a cipher for her cookbook, revealing unbelievably powerful spells and rituals hidden within its recipes.
Oh, Yule.
Delicacy
Forever a mystery.
started the small bakery in Balmoral. It grew rapidly, franchised, and eventually merged with a new old society startup, Jeckham Pastries, forming Delicate Jeckham Desserts. It's very fun to say out loud.
Delicate Jeckham.
Delicate Jeckham.
Delicate.
Occasionally, Yule and Oidano show up together in the party's dreams, holding hands, telling tall tales, and offering homemade pastries and beer. You always wake up feeling well rested in the morning when this happens.
Oh,
No.
I love it. Noda for sure has a copy of the cookbook.
For sure. Alright, here we go. Fubop, Sprusk, Blurblurblurb, and Blurblglig struggle to find their footing at first, as they Fubop and the Boys Quartet, focusing on overtly religious tunes. But after rebranding as the Blue Man Groupers and focusing on theatrical a cappella acts with a rotating semi-anonymous cast, became local legends within the theaters and auditoriums of Seattle.
Wow.
We made it big, boys.
Oh, there he is.
Yep, Wibibblebabooble quit the band and moved overseas after falling in love with a mermaid.
My
Aw.
guy. For sure lives on Melnova with me now.
God, I can't even fucking say it. Blue Man Groupers is a really good pun. I want you
Thanks.
to know. I appreciate that a lot, even if I can't fucking say it.
Oh, fuck the
Yeah.
Malahue guy.
I wasn't planning on reading any of these out loud, and I'm going to regret all of it.
I love it.
Arthur Malahue's sins and those of the church were quickly discovered during the investigation of Seattle. The families affected were compensated by divvying up the church's coffers. It was a very significant boon, but not enough for most of them to afford to use the Semblance engine.
Aw.
King Rubus Wuther, despite his enormous wealth and importance, declined an opportunity to be reborn with the Semblance engine, claiming that the parties in the afterlife are, quote, just fucking wild, you wouldn't believe the tale I get up here. Before returning to the afterlife, he told Gale that he was immensely proud of him for saving Stormcellar, and that secretly he was always his favorite son. He then immediately turned and said the same thing to Leo, Chance, Herxley, Dwyman, Pallas, and Rexentop, who isn't even really his son. But there's an inkling that he truly meant it every time he said it.
Poor Gale.
Gaelia Velascora, like her late husband, declined the opportunity to be reborn, but happily visits in dreams and divinations from time to time. She did eventually reveal her true form to Gale privately, but asked to be remembered only as a good queen and not as Ozymandias' kin.
It's a good thing she declined because she wasn't going to get an offer.
Oh.
Wait, does this mean that your mom was a dragon?
Yeah.
Wow, you're half dragon.
Chi-Chi runs a shading fighting pit in Deltana.
Which one's Chi-Chi?
Who's Chi-Chi again?
Chi-Chi's from very early in the campaign. He escaped with you from Laughing Jack's arena.
Oh.
He was like one of our first NPCs.
Alright, these are like Sparkener and Blast Off Death
Yep.
Phoenix.
Oh yeah, the kobold.
Sparkener is on an outreach mission at Firebird's Roost, hoping to learn more about the Keepers of Ozdakazga. And Blast Off Death Phoenix became infatuated with Sparkener, follows her everywhere, and recently
I
started
thought it was Blast Off
practicing...
Death Dragon.
Blast Off Death Phoenix... it might be Blast Off Death Dragon.
I think he was trying.
Yeah,
to
because my pit title was Blast Off Death Phoenix, and he's like, I'm gonna be Blast Off Death Dragon then. And I was like,
Yeah.
that's cool as hell, and you should.
Anyway, he started recently practicing knife tricks.
I fucking love it.
Hey,
How's he doing on those? Can I get a roll for how well
he's
he
lost
does
a few
on Big Trick?
fingers.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Marvel became a little reclusive and secretive following the adventure, but he reappeared several years later, recently married and working on a new project, affordable mechanical wings for kobolds.
Oh.
Leo bargained for the conversion of Stormseller to rulership by Senate. He holds a seat and is generally well liked by the populace. He married Poe shortly after they were reunited, and a few years later they both fell in love with a third, Theona, and married her too.
Ew. Respect.
Lucky Leo.
Gordy and Jack, in the process of rebuilding Stormseller and sealing up the tunnels leading to the Snake Lights, they discovered an immense and extensive network of mildly sentient fungi who bestowed upon him immense secrets of ethical mycology in exchange for discretion. Gordy eventually died peacefully of old age, as all sentient overgrown pumpkins do, and was turned into a record-breaking pie. Gordy's biggest seed was planted in the heart of Jack's farm and should sprout next harvest season. Jack has already named it Meg. Over time, much
Is that
of
Moat?
Dr. Worley's research... Is that Moat?
No, it's
No.
Yule.
Oh.
It's Patches.
It's
Oh,
Okay,
it's
okay.
Patches.
Wow, I guess I'll leave things.
You
Wow.
missed it. You missed the whole
Actually-
campaign.
No, I'm here to start.
It's first session, right?
Let's go.
We scheduled
Yeah.
this for today?
Yeah, I was a little bit late,
Sure.
sorry.
Over time, much of Dr. Worley's research into body modification, stillstone embedding, and stillborn nullification was discovered to be highly unstable and dangerous, frequently producing monsters and aberrations on top of chronic disease. However, after a bizarre fluke accident in one of the laboratories, it was discovered that a specific fungal strain could be used to counteract certain stillborn effects. As a result, new techniques were developed to safely imbue basic magic abilities into people through the use of embedded stillstones. Rather than credit Worley for any of this research, Jack, who was responsible for the fluke accident, recommended calling it the Topeki method.
Why is it called that?
But why?
Isn't
why?
Topeki... I'm
You
assuming
discovered it from Topeki.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
that can't be concerning at all.
I hope that this is the last we ever hear of Topeki and we just have to wonder about this mystery forever.
Many of the New Society staples' unethical business practices were exposed during the investigation of the Wandering Sun wreckage. The treatment and procurement of slaves became a topic of great political and social importance at the turn of the age. Many nations were reluctant to introduce reform, especially at a time when labor was in high demand for reconstruction efforts. The investigation eventually revealed, however, that the SSLC was essentially a front for Anton Zufin's personally motivated retributive genocide. He was a genuine noble with more wealth than most mortals could imagine even before he started the SSLC. And as a tyrant, he sold his son into Orcish captivity on the material plane to punish him for speaking out against his own cruelty and slaving practices on the plane of air. When the orcs killed his son for insolence, he took it personally, decided to exact revenge on all of Ajapiata by extending his slaving practices into the material plane. When investigators learned this truth, missions were sent into the plane of air to seek and rescue slaves who had been taken and sold there. This episode was enough to spark a bit of a change in social values throughout a lot of Willingquets, and the abduction of slave labor outside of wartime was officially outlawed a few years later in Belmoral, Firedance, and a handful of other cities.
Dude was even more of a piece of shit than I realized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After the adventure ended, Nordo was tracked down by a young man who introduced himself as Shamus Colt. He explained that although he had mixed feelings about his father, he always knew that his line of work was dangerous and would likely result in his death. His childhood was difficult, but after learning of the conspiracy at the SSLC, he decided to take up adventuring.
Wait, who's this?
You
Who's this?
once
Oh, Zuzka Colt.
Yep, Zuzka Colt. Yep, you got it.
No way.
Wait, who?
He was the captain of the first SSLC ship that we killed and stole in fucking Thrycreen place.
Gotcha. He
Oh.
just turned his life around.
No, we kill his dad.
This is his son. His dad is.
Oh.
Lilavati became a predominant ambassador.
Spicy salad.
Spicy salad between the new Old Society nations and the nations of Ajupiata. She received tremendous funding from Willinquet, largest seeds from NSS accounts, to form a druidic order responsible for tending to the newly elevated lands throughout Ajupiata and Kijani. After news of the event spread, Kelsey traveled to get back in touch with Ace briefly. He revealed that the Kenku Society and Atuanifo was still quite superstitious, but life had improved all around for both the Kenku and the Orcish nations since the NSS had been destroyed. Shortly afterward, he returned home, where he continued to work as a logger.
That's my Chelsea.
Eddie Jamjar was revived by Adrian Clerics after they discovered that his surface corpse was under the effects of a weird kind of gentle repose. He suffered mild soul damage, leaving him with a limp, but this brush with death has done absolutely nothing to discourage him from living a life of reckless adventure. He was last seen heading overseas on a ship.
I imagine Eddie Jamjar got a limp, and he was like, "Cool, give me a cane with a sword in it."
Yeah, pretty much.
Hell yeah.
Just makes my aesthetics better.
Further investigation revealed that Leonard and his cult were likely the result of demonic tampering by Turex, Shadow in the Mirror, a powerful demon of envy and subterfuge. He is suspiciously missing, isn't he? That's weird. After being rescued from the Mirror Temple, Renner stepped down from leadership at the Belmoral Temple to focus on finding a cure for his son. Rather than wait out the remainder of her terminal condition, Thistle took it upon herself to root out the Turex cultists throughout the rest of the world. She died in a glorious sacrificial explosion while infiltrating a cult campus.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Huh. That's my Thistle. Mac died, didn't he?
No?
Maybe he didn't.
I didn't think he did.
There's gonna be a fucking Big Mac joke in here. There's Topeki.
Typical.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Wouldn't you fucking like to know? He's Topeki.
Why does the token say typical?
Nobody has seen or heard from Topeki since the tree where all seasons meet.
He's starting.
He is a mystery.
He's up there creating the Mushroom Kingdom in our other campaign.
Probably.
That dude's for sure a
Dreamies.
god in the next campaign.
God, was Threemy's token always that terrifying?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Dreamies fled Saltbowl to Blackbirch, where they cut off his head. The little one.
Oh.
He gets by, but is retired to Kijani, where he's compiling a book of optical illusions.
Is he just two moons now, or does he still go
With
by
his
three?
one eye.
Newsy was arrested for public indecency a few months after the adventure.
What?
After a short sentence, he took up work as an illustrator for romance novels.
Newsy. So proud of him.
Spicy.
He's becoming nudesy if he's.
This-
Hey, got him.
Yeah.
Were they
What kind
his
of public
illustrations that I found in the tornado?
They might have been.
All right.
Maximus, who last you saw was not a snail, but a weird chimera squirrel creature in the Feywild, kept wandering around the changing woods until he emerged as a giant snail. He decided that this was the perfect form, made his way to the Court of Autumn, and now spends his days just chilling.
I have absolutely no recollection of this person.
Yeah, same.
Was this like the
I
giant
envy him.
dragon tree thing?
No, it was Thorn.
Was this the satyr that I boned?
No. This
Okay.
was a little squirrel who kept walking back and forth through the changing
Oh,
woods,
yeah,
gaining
squirrel.
body parts.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you ran into him as a chimera as you were heading into the Feywild towards the moon.
Gosh, this campaign has been.
It has been a long campaign.
Wild trip.
I
That was probably like what, a year and a half ago?
way more, I think.
3 years. Two.
Sir Archibald Grumpy Bottom is training under the Druidic Circle at
Hey.
Thomas. He can almost cast third level spells.
Now there's a guy who I can remember
Wow.
like it was yesterday.
I don't remember him at all.
He's just a regular goose, if I remember correctly. Oh no, he was awakened.
You were probably asleep.
He was awakened.
He was in Thorngrove.
Wow. Rude assumption.
Saltbowl never saw Mr. White again. The collective gangs of Saltbowl cooperated surprisingly well in his absence and quickly reached the conclusion that his stranglehold on both water and literacy within the city was no longer serving a purpose. especially when the Unsundering caused several new oases to form just east of the city, prompting a stronger trade connection between Saltbull and Mirage and Thorngrove.
Yay!
Yeah, but what happened one
Hooray.
year and one day after Nomad's mass suggestion wore off, and everyone realized that they were manipulated by him?
I'm so glad you asked. 1 year and 1 day after Mr. White's defeat in Saltbull, the Emerald Company made a move for control of the city. The coup was stopped short. Zanetta Zavada was wrapped in a carpet of teleportation and plane shifted to the elemental plane of water. The remaining gangs had formed a makeshift council of sorts to rule the city moving forward. The Falcone Capricamine hasn't been seen since the incident with Mr. White, though, leaving Jimmy Falcone to serve in her stead.
Hey.
Jimmy Falcone's a rat.
You guys
Dirt,
remember
dirt.
when I tried to incite gang violence by pretending to be a member of the Falcone?
I do.
It was 2.5
You had the
years
accent.
ago.
It's like episode 3.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
real early. This was a good campaign.
Thank you.
Pretty sure
I'm sorry
that's
that I
where
keep
I just want to talk to them started.
There's
I'm sorry that I keep
kids.
interrupting the where are they now.
You're good. King disappeared during the NSS investigation, but resurfaced years later when talks of how to divide the Unsundered lands became a matter of national interest to Willingquet. He learned at some point that the real Elizabeth Eldens, Trace, was among the reawakened and quickly became an advocate for NOS survivors. He made a pass at Trace at one point, and it went very poorly.
Damn straight.
You're not an orc.
I mean, he's probably like my great grandson. It's gross.
True.
Yeah.
He could be an orc if you needed him to be. Though.
True.
These dragons that took my
Aw.
bow.
Oh,
Is
it's
the
Mr.
dragons
White's wife.
Alexena and her children played a tremendous role in helping the reawakened escape from Pleiades and surviving Kijani during the Unsundering. As the seas rose, her collection of exotic ships grew tenfold. But she parted with one, the Tidebreaker, when a reawakened named Philo Mundial explained that it once belonged to him and he needed it to go on a journey to hell.
Oh yeah.
Ma'am, I need to borrow this.
It's yours.
You can't have it back.
Her name's not showing up. Hang on. Belevany Greenfoot led the Noblesse
Oh.
Guild to become one of the premier adventuring guilds in Seattle, especially after making a bunch of explosives for you guys. As the new age of overseas exploration began, she set off on an overseas mission with her great uncle.
Wait,
It's your great uncle.
are you? Oh, right, because he was still alive. Thank God for the confirmation that she was indeed Perry Greenfoot's.
Oh, Greenfoot.
I went out on a limb on this one, and I give Drake full reign to just change all of it, but we'll see how it goes. I assume that Trace immediately became sick of everyone's shit, especially when the modern nations were less than eager to help reintegrate, and claims to just be retired now, trying to enjoy some peace and quiet. But every now and then, when somebody conspicuous turns up dead, it's easy to wonder if that's really true.
Yeah, that tracks.
We were just asking about her. Here we go. Thyra lingered with Gerald for a few years, with Joker too as well. While Gerald and Joker worked on reactivating the Semblance engine, and then she departed for her afterlife.
Did autocorrect have a time with some of your tokens, or is this just me?
Maybe, which one?
Because I see Fire as just file.
Oh, what?
Oh,
I don't
I
see
see
that.
Fire.
Fire.
I see
Okay.
fire.
I don't even see her.
There was another one that I was making a joke about too.
You said Tapiki was something
Yeah,
else.
Yeah, you said
Tapiki-
typical.
Yeah, Tapiki just got called typical on
Do you
my
have
screen too.
like a translation plugin or something?
What?
I don't.
So you
know.
must, because they all look totally normal to me.
Same.
I don't think I have any like plugins running on Chrome
That's
other than
so
like, ad
weird.
blockers. So I don't think anything's like auto translating. That is funny though.
Well, apparently something is, because
I guess.
Yeah.
But
Huh.
no, when file came up, I thought I was gonna learn a little bit about myself for a moment.
Gerald helped to reactivate the Semblance engine, safely deactivate the local Elbrot mines, and rebuild Pleiades' core systems. Eventually, he tracked down the soul of an old friend to an Elbrot mine far across the sea and left on an expedition to recover him so that he could be reawakened too. Sometime later, they live happily and awkwardly ever after, and only a few more horses were injured.
Horses.
Shortly after the portal to Hell was closed and Pale Night was destroyed, Philo's mind was flooded with forgotten memories. After reclaiming the Tidebreaker from Alexena, he sailed through the portal to Hell, suffering some soul damage and losing vision in one eye along the way. claims that he always wanted an eye patch anyway. There, he sought the abyssal lair of Nimbramoth, the demon lord of names and knowledge. Within his lair, he found dusted bones, crumbling ruins, and sulfur-rotted corpse of Abishai and dragons. He also found a beautiful golden statue with a face that he recognized, a very lifelike face. He hauled the statue back to the surface, found a healer, and returned an age-old favor for the man who had once restored him from a silver statue.
I'm happy.
With the curse broken, Lotigan suddenly had to deal with several loose threads that were no longer loose. He dispatched some very angry old enemies, reunited with some very old friends, and then embarked on a Scott Pilgrim-style adventure with Philo to defeat some of his grumpy exes.
Oh, there's so many.
I will kill all of them.
No.
I will incapacitate as many of them as
Okay.
necessary.
Turn them into gold
Turn them
coins.
into money, yeah.
You gotta let them beat me up a bit.
Do you know how many bullets I have?
So many.
You're gonna
Infinite.
shoot the highlights out of someone's hair.
More bullets than God.
No longer shackled
Corlin!
by the Crosswinds, and when Ace is not busy using Corlin, the remnants of Corlin's statement wander the outer planes, learning from other gods and from their happy children. Perhaps, Corlin supposes, there might be a chance to try again someday. She returns sometimes to check in on her own children and to see what they've created.
I'm happy for Corlin.
Philo, if you get any more weird names, I need to know what they are.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye out. No other ones have been changed yet, I think.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And
That's horrible.
the weeks following the Pale Knight's death, the world's beaches began to teem with pale corpses, bastard abominations starved of their twisted power. The seas are a safer and calmer place without the Deep Mother's twisted children, but the blue is also a little lonelier and a little emptier in her absence. She wasn't the first, though, and she won't be the last.
Hey, real quick though, because I think I might have found another name that got fucked up.
Yeah.
Who are the 4 other tokens next to Zenetta Zavada?
Those are the various gang leaders in Salt Bowl.
What are their names though?
Dirt, Jimmy Valconi, Zuko Knoll Plague Shaman, and Yogg.
Okay, so I've got Zenetta Zavada, Dirt, Jimmy in quotations, Falcone, Zuko, Null Plague with a little skull, and then yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
What's going on here?
So bizarre.
Aeuna Silverwind perished trying to contain the Ryujin within Hell's Fly Trench.
Good.
There are so many fucking commas in that name.
I hate it so much.
Me too.
After learning of the corruption at Bromrose, Valna decided to take a break from the Order to help the Circle of the Sea rebuild instead, especially in the wake of Aeuna's death. She led the Order to fulfill a vital role as explorers traversed the seas to reawaken the planet's remaining elemental loci. Varder wasn't seen for several years following the death of Ozymandias. He resurfaced eventually, though, attempting to bargain for amnesty in exchange for indentured service. He's currently held in a high-security prison in Belmoral while awaiting trial, assuming that one of you guys doesn't break in there and murder him.
I'll do. Why is he named Every for me?
The first centuries of the Age of Unsundering were tumultuous for the surviving outsiders. Their unified consciousness had been split into many splinters by the destruction of Legion, and the resulting infighting was brutal. Many factions fell, others became monstrous in the absence of a stronger mental mesh, but at least one colony attempted to follow in the footsteps of the Nomad, wandering to the surface and doing their best to integrate with New World society. They were met with mixed reactions, understandably, but they persevere.
Good for them. Or the, ones that aren't crazy.
Ozzy.
Denied the throne to his own ruined empire, Ozymandias left a vacuum of power that stretched far beyond the reaches of Korax. Even without the new lands that were revealed by the Unsundering, the reclaimed territory, once terrorized by Ozymandias and his kin, would have been enough to kickstart a golden age of prosperity for Willingquet and its neighbors. Long-lost magic was reclaimed and studied, great feats of technology thought to be lost in the Korax War were rescued and refurbished. But most importantly, the rule of dragons was challenged. A new face for dragonkind emerged from the east as Alexandria established herself as an advocate and a friend to the lesser species, while her haughty siblings retreated to distant lands with their tails tucked.
Rise of the Dragon Queen, maybe?
Elise! I
Elise?
really hate to interrupt.
Yes.
To me, she's called Alice.
Alice. One would be fair. Elise was never meant to be a queen, and it sometimes showed during her years on the throne. In spite of her inexperience, though, she was beloved by her people, and she forged golden bonds with Yara, Greencastle, Saltbull, and Deltana. These alliances ensured a speedy recovery for the city and a future built on trade and commerce rather than caste exploitation and isolationism. When the Semblance engine was restored, and the other kings and nobles of the world were suddenly able to speak with their loved ones beyond the grave, Elise was dismayed to learn that her husband and son, like many others who served Zuanu in life, didn't respond. She presumed that in keeping with Zuanu's tenets, they simply couldn't pierce the shadowy veil between death and life. She continued to serve for a few more years after that. She forged a few more stories, including a few small adventures with the party, and she wrote a short memoir about the lessons she'd learned. But then one day, she didn't wake up. She was young and healthy, with no signs of illness or foul play, just a gentle smile on her face. The people of Unmirage remember her as their golden daughter. She never told anyone the wish that she made at the tree where all seasons meet, but in the end, she did get it.
How dare
Oh my
you?
god, I know what it was.
How dare you, Finn?
Honestly, how dare you? It's fucking
Together.
beautiful.
Crying now.
Can't
But
stand
there they
that
are.
one bit. Can't stand it one bit.
What happened to Solange?
Oh,
There's more.
there are more, and I'm going to say up front, I forgot Solange, so you tell me what happens.
How do you
Solange.
forget Solange? I don't know what Solange does. He's a wild card.
Right, exactly. He just knows what Solange's up to.
I imagine it's a very similar thing to Patches, where he just kind of disappears someday and
Yeah.
then.
You know what? That's it. When the adventurers came and abducted Patches, he just like snuck on board. He just was like, "Yeah, take me too. I want to go too."
You probably find a very like long-winded, cursive, handwritten note from Sal one day tucked away in the tornado, and it's like, "I've loved everything that you young and spry adventurers have breathed new and excitingly into my life, but I've got a lot of old shit that I suddenly remembered I need to take care of, so I'm going to a place that might not even exist anymore. Bye now!"
And that's how it became canon to IDT.
Sure.
Yeah.
River resumed his station in Kiara when a rising land bridge created the new warfront to Blackbridge, which is that vampire city that you guys went to that one time.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
He led a successful invasion into the vampire capital and personally struck down a foul monster responsible for perpetuating the undead plague. He also discovered a
Wow.
new tea leaf while he was in the area, and you wouldn't believe how good it is. Try some.
My dad is still
Yeah.
doing cool war hero shit. Can I add one small thing that Vastu had planned
Yes,
to do
we-
before that?
We are in the territory where you guys can jump in if you have modifications, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I was definitely planning on doing it like if activating all the shrines and staying behind became like a I have to stay behind and other people might leave or they might die thing. Like I was gonna give my spear back to River and or D to give to River,
Perfect.
but he definitely has given the spear back to River at this point. And he's like,
Excellent. Bear with me a
he
second.
probably
The
used
cat.
it to cool a cool vampire.
He sure did. That was the spear he used to slay the monster, for sure. Kwame spent several years with an expedition team in Pleiades, kind of recovering historical documents and artifacts. She co-authored a definitive history book detailing the invasion and fall of society and the previously missing hundreds of years connecting their story to modern history. Later in life, she dabbled in poetry and then painting. Some of her best-known works are portraits of everyday people on canvases made from the maps from before the Unsundering. Oh my god.
That's so
Kat.
fucking cool.
That is rad.
Oh no, we're good.
Sorry, the cat was knocking things off the desk.
Oh.
D soaked up the fame and fortune granted to the heroes of the Hooks, and used some of that new wealth to travel the world, trying new food, learning new music from different cultures. Eventually, he decided that as nice as luxury could be, he was too young to give up on having his own adventures, and set out with a small party across the sea, hoping to help find and restore some of the world's other remaining loci.
Did he become one of them? Is that how that works?
He's not an elemental, though. He's just an adventurer, but he probably helped. You know what? He almost certainly helped recover at least one.
Yeah.
He
That's my
probably
little brother.
actually, what happened most likely is he cleared the way, and then you got a sending one day that's like, hey, everything's ready, get up here and do your thing. Cal spent some time in Tramus and in Beetlejuice recovering from his ordeal and helping rebuild. He came to miss a life of travel, however, and especially his good friend D. When a ship headed back to Izamar found its way to the ports of Tramus, he hopped on board, and he arrived just in time to find D preparing for a journey overseas, so he joined the crew.
They're adventuring,
Hell
buddy.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're still not dating.
They did butt stuff on the ship. That's my addendum.
Just friends.
You said we could add stuff?
I was just gonna say they were roommates, but you know.
And they were roommates.
They were roommates.
Star Solomar was awarded a posthumous Medal of Honor for his role in stopping Uno and Ozymandias, along with a hefty reward for his service. He invested the money into a bigger shop, better equipment, and the assistance of a metallurgist who seemed to understand the secrets of using new fire to smelt Bedoisium. Together, they became renowned blacksmiths, forging some of the finest weapons and armor available to overseas adventurers. Thamur, on the other hand, was deeply troubled by the adventure and still struggles with stress and paranoia sometimes. But she has had a healthy support network in her family and also in the book club that she started using some of the compensation and notoriety granted to the Solomar family. She leads a simple life, and she stays close to her children. Oriana continued studying as an apprentice under a star for some time until she was ready to graduate to journeyman, and now she runs the shop on weekends, doing competition archery in her free time. Rieta is working on about 12 different novels at any given time. They're good, she's earned the curiosity of a local publisher, but she's lackadaisical about finishing them, working at her own whimsical pace. She says she likes it that way, and she seems to secretly delight in torturing her readers.
No one in the family is a Pokemon master.
She is truly the next big villain.
Absolutely.
Rieta?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
No, Uno got turned into just one.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's gonna be like a
Translation.
translation thing.
Yeah.
You gotta check your settings.
Uno never got good at drawing, but she learned to whistle, though, and she got surprisingly good at it. She swore off magic completely, obviously, after the incident, and retired to Saltbowl, where she herds sheepalo. She's still a bit antsy, but as the years passed, her nerves calmed, and she began to mellow out a little bit. She still has trouble confronting the things she did under Ozymandias' rule.
There might be some amendment to that.
Absolutely.
I can wait until the end, or I can do it now. It doesn't matter to me.
Sure. We're almost to the end, and then we'll jump back and see what you guys do with each of these.
Sounds good.
Joker played an important role in restarting the Semblance engine. And he spent several years after that concocting a variety of inventions of varying usefulness. Eventually, he developed a machine that allowed illusory sounds to be broadcast to arbitrary repositionable receiver machines rather than stillstone anchored fixtures. His sense of humor got a little better after he spent more time with Ace in the wake of the adventure, but he was never destined for comedy. Eventually, though, he did have a deck of cards published with puns and riddles, and they became popular novelties in Salt Bowl as literacy slowly ramped up. He spends a lot of time at the Salt Bowl Bingo Tavern with Creaking Trees. And he's too shy to do it when anyone is listening, but sometimes when Creaking Trees is singing in the kitchen, he'll sing along harmony.
Aw.
Aw.
Nordo and Inala return to Melnoa. The big city is just too big for them. They're delighted every time that Nordo and Leah come visit, and every time they visit, Nordo claims to have caught an even bigger fish. For several years, Leah personally ferried slaves from mainland Wellinquet back to Ajabiata using the Black Zephyr and a small fleet granted by Belmoral for her service in the NSS Ekpose. Once the work was done, though, she drifted for a while, then returned to Melnoa. She spent a lot of time there fishing and thinking and writing, and eventually, with a little time to herself and a little help from Nordo, she found some small measure of peace. She eventually returned to the mainland, where she started a deep-sea fishing company, and after an incident aboard one of her ships, decided to start using the company as a front for a vigilante pirate hunting guild.
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
Sapphire wasn't shy at all about leaning into the fame and fortune following the adventure. Happily fielded a lot of the attention so that Pearl could have some peace and quiet, and also took the opportunity to expand her dating life. She eventually went steady with a cute lizard folk guy who's nice if a little bit shy.
Aw.
Freed of her curse, Pearl's health improved tremendously over the following years. The first time that she gathered the strength to walk on her own, she marched all the way to the Noble District, plopped down a sack of reparation gold, and demanded a bigger house that doesn't smell like fish. No breaking of curses or any medicine in the world did as much for her health as seeing Blanket and Cloud again.
Aw. She was suffering from a broken heart.
The first time that Caspian and Flick visited the moon together, Caspian worked with Flick to map the newly visited land masses that had formed during the Unsundering, and to plot a course for an adventure together around the New World. He reminisced about his time at sea as kids, and his time with the church while they were apart and how much he had missed him. When the first tour was over, Caspian asked Flick if he'd like to get married on the moon, start a bed and breakfast, and adopt some kids. But maybe not all at once.
I love it. Yes, perfect. Not all at once, though. That's a lot.
It is a lot. And then however we want to do this, we want to do this in initiative order, or you guys just want to step up and say what you guys do? If you guys have
It seems like
plans.
we should roll initiative one last
Let's
time
do
here.
one last initiative. Everybody roll initiative.
Turn up the
Okay.
turn order.
Oh no, I can't click on myself.
I can't click on myself.
I'm not clickable.
Shit, you guys might have to
Help!
drag
Help!
tokens
Help!
into it.
Okay, I'll just drag my token up.
Rolly scale.
Oh, we got rollies in here.
Rollies mode. Big mode goes before me. Even though mode's not here.
He's out of class now. I think he's out of class now. I could be lying. He's in a different time zone. Never mind.
Alright, either way, Ace, talk to me. What does Ace do?
So the first thing I gotta do is I gotta get Corlin back. You said I get a few days.
Absolutely. After a few days, you're able to summon her just as you did before as kind of a familiar. But it is clear to you when she summons, because she explains to you, that with the veil peeled back, she still maintains a small shred of her divinity, and that means that she can come and go to the outer planes. And she spent some time exploring, talking to other gods, visiting other afterlives. And she still came back, and she'll still be here. But you can tell that it has absolutely kind of opened her mind a bit.
Yeah, before any of that, the moment she peers up, I have tears in my eyes, and I just snatch her up and I give her just a real big old hug.
She is reluctant at first, but even before she really explains why the change of heart, she hugs you back. You can tell that she has had a change of heart.
I was so worried about you. I wasn't sure if I would ever get to see you again.
You care that much about me.
Well, yeah, and you clearly care about me. You saved me. Even though you had the chance to, well, fuck me over for yourself.
Well, just returning the favor, I guess. It's exactly what you did for me.
And then after this, I'm going to start a new printing. It's going to be Corlin Prints. Is going to be the name of my news printing agency. We're going to just spread news around. I'm going to do some adventuring. Probably bring Uno around with me. Help her on her road to redemption, making sure that whenever she does finally pass away, that maybe she earned enough points to not suffer for all of eternity.
Yeah, understood. She takes time. She is a wreck, and she feels racked with tremendous guilt about everything that happened. She, with that said, is a totally different person when there is not the threat of Ozymandias looming down her neck. It becomes incredibly apparent to you that everything she did was terrible, and everything she did was done out of fear. And that doesn't excuse what she did, but it means that she is now not that person anymore, and is fully on board to try to make things right.
Yeah.
She comes along. She does as best as she can to help whatever missions you have in mind, whatever redemption plots that you might have for her.
Yeah.
And she's always nervous and quiet and guilty when she's around your friends. She has a hard time looking any of your party members in the eyes, especially Nordo, especially Moat, and especially Gale.
Yeah.
But she's thankful to have been given a second chance, a third, a fourth chance.
And then at some point, I'm going to bring the whole family over to go meet Chelsea, so he can meet my birth family.
Oh my god, he's delighted by that. He's especially delighted to meet Creaking Trees. He's flabbergasted. The idea of somebody coming back from the dead 20 years ago is wild to him. But he is very happy to finally learn not only who your family is, but how wildly different they all are from you. And he have a good time over there in his meager little logging cabin out in Tuanifo.
Yeah, and then other than that, just looking for news. Probably traveling to the astral planes. I have the ability to do that now. We didn't get to do that.
Oh,
so
there's so much. There are countless new worlds waiting to be explored, and countless adventurers going out there to do it.
Yeah, and then spreading the word of Nomad, and probably having Uno help a lot with that. Kind of trying to, if she can at least put server God in life, maybe it'll give enough. Maybe it'll make it easier for her to like find a place to go.
Absolutely, and that'll be a longer process, but you're at least able to kind of set that in motion.
But I believe that's pretty much it.
All right, Vasu.
Okay. Vasu definitely takes an interest in exploring the world and mapping and exploring the world is like the whole reason that he kind of started on this whole adventure, even before he had any inkling of being like a fucking avatar or a locust or anything. So
absolutely,
he probably does spend a long time, several months to maybe even at least a couple of years, just like exploring, going out with D at first too, probably on the adventuring parties, just like making a bit of an effort to like remap all of the lands that have changed in the Unsundering, and his mom probably takes some interest in that too if she's making paintings with the old maps and stuff, and also just the people back at Eisenmar probably have an interest in that shit too. So
for sure,
he spends a lot of time just doing that and just like cartographing, but eventually does end up probably just going back to Eisenmar for a lot of his time. Taking
real
quick. Sorry, go ahead.
Real quick, as you're doing the map making, Beryl presents you with a rare opportunity to make an island shaped like a dick if you want. Do you take him up on it?
Does it have to be shaped like a dick, or can it be like
anything you want? I'm just saying that you have a rare opportunity as both a map maker and a map maker to make the map you want to make.
I have a proposition for you. What if I made like an island, but it was truly an island, but like it kind of so that like it actually did kind of like move around? Can I do that without causing catastrophic damage to other established land masses? It doesn't have to move. I think it'd just be kind of more fitting for the sentiment that I'm going for here.
We'll have to use volcanic rock, but yes, I think we can do this.
Okay.
And sure enough, there's like a 2-month stretch in the middle of the Unsundering where it just kind of stops, and people maybe later on learn through divination or just gossip that it's because the Locust of Bjarl and his avatar were experimenting with making a floating volcanic rock island.
I do want to stress that he does think about it for a long time, but he does not ultimately make it shaped like a dick.
Understood.
He makes it shaped as closely as he can to like the holy symbol of Nomad, which I imagine is just kind of like an Ogden's faith.
Excellent. Yeah, absolutely doable.
So there's a lot of like archipelagos. He makes it look like an octopus face without making it just look like laser graft or whatever. He kind of tries to make it look like a natural landmass. But then he christens it the Isle of Nomad and hopes that through it being able to freely move throughout the sea, it can kind of just be like a welcome point to any travelers.
That is delightful.
Nomad'd probably like that, right?
Almost certainly.
Incredible. So I'm brushing my teeth. Sorry.
No, I didn't know Nomad had teeth, but I hope he likes this. I've just never been good with this sappy stuff. Do you think we could also make a Little Dick Island too, though, Bjarl?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, cool.
I was gonna say, you didn't make a dick island and you had the opportunity to.
He probably doesn't make like full ass permanent dick islands, but there's like a lot of like glaciers and little volcanic islands and stuff like that, and icebergs that are just like very mysteriously phallic.
Can once a year, as the Nomad Island wanders, it like lines up perfectly with the mouth and dick?
Yeah.
Excellent.
That's its cycle.
On the first day of every lunar year, when the seasons kind of change and there's like warm water currents and cold water currents meeting up, a little iceberg penis kind of just collides with the Isle of Nomad and then melts and submerges into its tentacle.
Perfect. I have to ask, you can obviously hold on to it if you want to, but in the first 5 or 6 years after the adventure, does Vasu ever call on a wish?
I don't know.
That's fair.
I can't think of anything immediately pressing that probably comes up for him.
It is
it's
very safe
something,
to hold on to it.
Yeah, it's something that he'll almost certainly use on like a family member or
Right.
like something coming up.
A prank on D?
Your mother
He's like-
probably says, like, if you blow it on anything and then D gets in trouble and you don't have it, I will actually strangle you.
Right, Mom, and don't get me wrong, like you're one of the few things that I have like an actual mortal fear of at this point. like Vasu's a level 19 monk. He doesn't age at this point, so he's holding on to his wish. He doesn't like thinking about it, but he's holding on to it if something bad happens for his family. But like after all the shenanigans and the map making, he goes back to Eisenmar. He focuses on probably just like helping train new classes of his monastic order, and especially like helping monks that might not be like, full 4 elements monks themselves, like kind of just tap into that part of the weave a little bit.
There's a tremendous need for that all over the world now, so that is an incredibly valuable service.
And he's, it turns out he's probably pretty good at teaching that shit too. It's natural.
Absolutely.
But he does also take an interest in like personally guarding the snake lights and the Ozymandias crystal, which at this point, I imagine even if he's been assured that like, that crystal is largely harmless and Ozzy can't like reform from it or whatever, he's like probably kept that new island up there and made like a shrine and memorial out of it. It's just
absolutely. Almost as well. In fact, it is directly above the Snake Light's entrance, so it could be protected at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And every once in a while, during his rounds and guarding, he just kind of sits next to the crystal, and he's not sure, but he really hopes that somewhere in there, Ozzy can still hear him, and he just like rants about whatever, taunts him, and he's like, "Oh man, I really got to thank you for trying all your dumb shit all those years ago. Because I mean, like, look at us now. We got like so much more real estate. We got all these new islands coming up. People are building homes up here.
Perfect.
Did I tell you what my new title in the order is? I never thought I'd be Stone Master, and I'm not. They made a new title just for me. Just like that kind of shit.
Yeah. Love it. You never get any sort of response, but deep down in your heart, he's annoyed, or he would be if he could.
What is Vasu's new title, by the way?
Avatar of the Locust of Burial, unless you come up with something even cooler.
It's pretty rad.
It's
a bit lengthy though to just like be introducing myself to like new classes of monks. So I probably just. And then, like, calling myself the Avatar seems kind of cocky, too,
a little
right?
presumptuous, yeah. It kind of has a bit of a ring to it.
I feel like Vasi would love to have as long a title as possible, and he would relish every time he got to say it, because he got to talk more.
A younger Vasu probably would have, but he's mellowing and maturing surprisingly in the epilogue, and honestly, the rest of the party probably notices that when they see it. He's like, I struggle to do it, and I've done like the calm, serene Vasu voice before, but there's a lot more of that now. he's like actually kind of seeming like a monk now.
Oh, he's growing.
Yeah.
All right, tell me about Flick.
Flick. For the first few days, he's very happy to be with his family, but gets antsy for exploring the new continents and probably leaves within a week.
Oh,
with
yeah.
Caspian.
Yeah.
He's not there very long.
And the whole time that you guys are winding down, like that night and the night after, like, oh, I'm never adventuring again, I'm never leaving. But like 4 days later, it's like, oh, I have to get the fuck out of here again.
Yep. Exactly. They bond over their adventures on the new continent, get as close as they were, and then some. Flick will say yes to the marriage proposal on the moon, and we'll invite everyone for that, obviously, when that happens.
Perfect.
The bed and breakfast will probably put off a bit more. He wants to explore that continent more.
He mentions that one is negotiable. It just kind of sounded nice at the time.
I mean, it does sound nice, but there's so much other stuff I want to do before I stay in one city for a long time, right?
Fair, true.
Once they do start that bed and breakfast up, he's probably still antsy and will go to Pleiades and try to restore that over time too.
Ooh, yeah.
Since he can just kind of go underwater and
absolutely, and
work on things.
Especially with the help of the Crescent King, that is immensely useful. Mostly in the early stages when they're just trying to get basic infrastructure back online. Once the bubbles are up, once the window tower is kind of like consistently powered, that helps a lot. But you're able to get them to that point a lot faster.
Awesome. Yep, he would love to do that. But yeah, I'm assuming later on in life he does that bed and breakfast and maybe the kids, but I'll leave that open.
Excellent. Cloud swears that he's going to become an adventurer someday, just like you.
My little big brother's going to be an adventurer. Cool.
Yep.
Perfect. Wouldn't have it any other way. Just don't get yourself killed.
Pearl forbids it. Pearl says he's going to be a doctor.
And a doctor adventurer. That works. He can do combat medicine.
No, that's not what I said.
Citizen doctor.
Citizen doctor. All right, Gale. Tell me, I'm intrigued.
Well, okay. So I think Gale absolutely goes to Flick and Caspian's wedding, where Toto catches the bouquet and starts a whirlwind romance with Tominator.
Yes!
Yes!
Hell yes.
And he definitely he puts a lot of focus onto the Senate at Storm Cellar.
Yeah.
And puts a lot of work into the kind of reconstruction there and trying to get all that in order. Spends his free time working on the Semblance engine until finally he kind of feels like he's running out of projects and has not enough stuff to distract himself.
Right.
And then he starts going off and kind of sees everybody going off and hooking up and all that. And so he goes and starts hanging out with Nordo if he can.
Absolutely.
Probably
Yes.
doesn't say anything. Doesn't have...
Yeah, like he never actually makes it pass. He's just like, oh, maybe
Right.
if I go be in proximity, it'll happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of us would have to wingman you at some
Somebody's
point.
gonna have to wingman this. He doesn't have wings. Somebody has to wingman him.
I have wings, I can do it. Bossy and I can do it together. Bossy's probably better at this now.
I've got so many wings.
That does bring us to Nordo.
Perfect. Much like his parents, the big city is much too big for Nordo. It always has been. He spends a couple years. It's important to him to help Leah with sort of settling all the slaves that were freed from the Wandering Sun and to facilitate that process. And it's also important to him to sort of make sure that everybody in the party is settled and that their business is truly they're ready to move on with their lives. To the extent that Gale needs help and Storm Cellar with setting up infrastructure. He'll help with that. And, Basu's people probably need help rebuilding Eisenmark to help with that. But once, everyone has sort of turned the page on that chapter and moved on to the rest of their lives, Nordo goes home to Melnoa. He uses a little mold earth to dig a big hole in the ground and puts his axe in it and hopefully never has to get it back out again. He spends his days in Melnoa with his mom and dad. He's equally overjoyed anytime that Leah comes home. He probably starts a restaurant's not the right word, because it's kind of like a hunter-gatherer island, so kind of more like a commissary, like a place where people can just come and eat.
Yeah.
And cooks. He gets a copy of Ulysses' cookbook. He makes a shrine on the beach to Nomad, with the holy symbol at the base of it, and he visits it on a very regular basis, with his little rock from the Underdark that he can touch, and he takes a knee in front of it and just taps the rock. The rock goes, "Hello, friend." And Nordo has never been religious, but he just talks to Nomad. He knows that Nomad can hear. He knows in no sort of wishy-washy sense that Nomad is out there and has visited him physically twice since ascending. And I don't know how Nomad's powers work. All I know is what Nomad told Nordo just there on that island. But Nordo raises up prayers as often as he can. If you, I know your powers are limited and there's only so much you can do. But if you ever have one more miracle, there was a woman that helped the Thrycreen all escape from Larvalfin when the slavers attacked. An old turtle lady. She gave up her life for them. And if it would ever be in your power to bring her back, I think that she deserves this peaceful life here. And I don't know if that ever happens or not. And I don't know how old turtles live to be. But very early in this campaign, Nomad checked his mail at one of the big cities and was just barraged with a fuckload of packages and stuff from dead people over the years.
Right.
One of those packages was contained a cigar, and it was addressed to somebody on their 89th birthday. And Nomad gave it to Nordo to be smoked on his 89th birthday.
Right.
89 would be very, very old for a turtle, but if Nordo lives to see 89, he'll get that ancient, shitty cigar out of a stale-ass box or whatever and smoke it.
There are a number of things that happen along the way. Let's get the first one out of the way. At some point, maybe years later, maybe months later, it's hard to say for sure, Gale shows up out of the blue.
Yeah, let's not jump ahead of that, I guess.
I'm going to let the two of you kind of meta decide how this plays out, and if it even comes up at all. Gale is incredibly good at medicine, and especially good at understanding the regeneration of missing body parts. Gale, it occurs to you in the time that you spend with Nordo. He didn't take soul damage to lose his voice, he just had his tongue taken. You know that there is probably magic that could fix that. And I'm going to leave it at that. The two of you can kind of decide if you play that out, or if Nordo just kind of never really even bothers because it doesn't matter to him. He lives a peaceful life on this island, content with what he has done.
But if Nordo doesn't have a tongue, they can't smooch.
That's what I was about to say.
Nordo, smooch.
Nordo, he truly and genuinely accepts that he gave up something for Leah, and he doesn't try to finagle his way into getting his voice back. However, Gale is the cleverest person he knows, and he gave him an arm, and Nordo continues to use that arm for the rest of his life, fishing with his dad and whatever else he does with his life. So if Gale comes along and was like, hey, I can make you a new tongue, you'd be like, all right. He's
Well,
not going to turn him down.
The thing that probably stands out to Gale is that because he's running this commissary and tasting food that he has to make for a bunch of people, I assume that Nordo has kind of whittled a makeshift wooden flat spoon that he uses to taste food, but he basically forces a little food farther back into his throat that he can taste test as he goes. And it's kind of an awkward and weird process that would be a lot easier if he just had his tongue still intact. And that's probably what triggers the thought for Gale.
Yeah. She would at least mention clerics and people that have magic that can take care of this. People in Storm Cellar, even.
If it's as easy as all that, I'd be happy to take a trip with you, little dragon.
Yeah.
I just kind of figured what was done, but it'd be a whole lot easier to cook if I could taste things. So yeah, he'll come with Gale to get his his tongue restored.
And when you arrive in the mainland, and you're almost sheepish to do it because this is such a big burden and it's such powerful magic. And you kind of find yourself almost like the first time you stepped into Valdlance, except this time you're the Yule. You're the hero that they recognize at the front desk, even though you haven't been there for 20 years. And when you find a chapel that has a healer strong enough to use this magic, they are practically fumbling over themselves to finally repay you a little bit, to do something for what you did for all of them. And they are happy to regrow your tongue.
Excellent. Nordo, for the record, the concierge bell is set up at the entrance to the commissary, and when they leave for Storm Cell, he takes it with him when he's going back into polite society. And he'll ring it on the way into the temple, and when his tongue grows back, he'll kind of bow and say, much obliged, and ring it again on the way back out. And then, not just Gale, but Nordo is he definitely sees the rest of the party more over the years. He pays them visits so they can come pay him visits, whatever. But he's got good insight. He probably recognizes that he sees Gale more than others coming to visit him. I honestly don't know that Nordo is capable of romantic feeling, but I think that he developed, and this probably puts Gale in a bad spot potentially, but Nordo as the years go on, I think that he develops a very, very close friendship with Gale. I mean, he's already had one, but it gets even closer, especially once every day isn't a fight for survival and they can just sit and exist together as two people. If Gale doesn't ever make a move, I don't think Nordo does either, and I think that Nordo would live a whole lifetime just assuming Gale is his best bud.
As adorable as that image is, there is at least a moment where Leah comes and visits and has dinner with the four of you and Gale and your parents, and realizes that you guys are spending basically your lives together, and it's so wait, what's going on here? And she at least gets that ball rolling for you.
I was gonna say, if Leah didn't, surely one of the party members did.
Someone at some point realizes what's going on and at least gets the ball rolling, and you guys do whatever you want from there, but if none of you make a move, somebody else is hey, what the fuck?
Right.
I don't know, I feel like Gale's kind of in the same position as Nordo, where he's just he really likes being around Nordo and stuff, but he's so I don't know, I don't think that Gale's ever had a ton of super strong romantic feelings for anyone, so he's just kind of this is fine.
Yeah, I think what happens is Gale and Nordo end up essentially just casually dating for the rest of their lives without either of them realizing that they're dating.
Yeah, it's a Patrick Stewart and McKellen sort of thing.
Yeah, they do everything that you do when you're dating someone, just neither of them realizes what's going on.
Excellent. This tracks. This is definitely
I love the idea of flicking Cass asking you two out on a double date, and you guys don't realize that it's a double date the entire time.
Yeah, it's like, hey, Gail, June, Flick and Cass want to go get some supper. You want to go?
That's great.
They said I could bring someone with me to their wedding if you want to come with me.
Perfect.
I love the mental image of Nordo and Gale. It's like Nordo and Gale's like ancient, old, wrinkly men, just like sitting on the beach in the sunset.
Oh yeah.
Nordo's smoking a cigar, and Gale is probably playing with a Rubik's cube or something, and they've lived a whole married life together without either of them totally knowing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's big Ian McKellen, Patrick Stewart vibes.
For sure. I assume Nordo or Gale is probably there the 89th birthday when Nordo cracks up that cigar from Nomad and lights it on the beach. Yeah.
All right.
I think as they're spending their lives together accidentally, Gale takes up a lot of like shipbuilding for Leah.
Oh yeah,
Awesome.
absolutely. Especially once she starts the fishing business. Deep sea fishing hasn't been a thing for several hundred years, so like there's a whole new class of ships that needs to be built for that you're probably very good at. And also, you know,
submarine.
especially once they start being outfitted to fend off pirates secretly.
Yeah.
And then does Nordo ever receive any sort of
Right.
answer to his prayer?
Um,
Just out of curiosity.
I think that what happens is it's not for a long time, probably 3 or 4 years before the gods have kind of had a chance to bloom a bit. But Nordo eventually, one day, actually hears footsteps behind him and sees a little projected avatar of Nomad. And behind the projected avatar of Nomad is the turtle that he has talked about, along with about 9 or 10 other younger turtles that could be her children or grandchildren.
Okay.
And she, Nomad just kind of makes the blank expression on his face that you recognize as Nomad trying to smile, steps aside, and this turtle kind of steps up and says, I can't stay long. I'm quite happy with where I am now. My children are all there, but I've heard that you do a marvelous gunbow, and we've booked a week to stay if you don't mind showing us some of your best meals.
It would be my pleasure.
For a week, these returned souls spend some time on your island, retelling stories, getting caught up on what the fuck happened after their city was destroyed, and, you know, kind of going over all of your adventures and everything. And she introduces you one by one to all of her children and grandchildren, and they all try all of your food and love it. They ask if you can make it any spicier.
Absolutely.
And then when a week is gone, unless you have anything that you need them to linger for, they wave goodbye, and you watch as they walk out literally into the sunset over the ocean back to their home.
Cool. But at some point in all that, he will just over Gumbo just ask her, like, so you're happy there?
Happy? Oh, happy doesn't even start. Tremendously.
Well, good. It was a good thing that you did, and you deserve a good life afterwards.
It's all the time in the world to relish in the people that you spend your life loving. Sometimes it's worth a little sacrifice, even if it's hard. And frankly, they wouldn't let me live it down if I went out as a coward now.
Nordo smiles and looks down at his robotic hand when she's talking about sacrifice, and looks over at Gale when she's talking about sacrificing for the people that you love. Just kind of nods at her and bids her farewell.
Okay, so real quick, I think he's already gone. It's Flurgling voice.
Yeah, it's on mobile. So.
Alright.
Yeah, he also posted in the chat. Like, if he...
Sick. Then I'll read it up, because he's leaving for work. We don't want to miss out on this. Flurgle doesn't join his quartet in their rise to stardom, not wanting to take up any of the spotlight when he has to leave to perform his duties. Instead, he travels the world, helping every little soul, still trying to make up for the many lives that he has taken. He spreads the word in the name of Nomad, building temples and shrines, but his main passion project is reaching out to all the disparate Kuatoa tribes and clans to try to offer them what he was offered, an entity that would love them unconditionally, would lead them down a bloodless path with no more sacrifice, just acceptance and understanding. And presumably, especially given the shaking nature of what's going on and the tremendous amount of visible miracle working that Nomad has done in recent history, you begin to develop a flock. A flock of people that are happy to find stability when the years leading up to this have been god after god after god in literally the span of months sometimes. It also helps that you're able to get them face to face with through Ace with the deity that put them there, and to talk through that and to work that baggage out. And that is kind of a leveling and grounding experience for Corlin as well.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that Ace takes up a big part of that and is there for all of that too.
Yeah, you're my brother. We're gonna hang out forever now.
I love it.
We're gonna you get redemption. You get redemption. Everyone gets redemption. We're gonna redeem everyone.
Likewise, under this umbrella, Nomad grows tremendously in power. You are, like you're the new modern god. The thing that Nomad suffers from compared to other gods is that there is an active part of community, especially over in New Old Society, that loathes the idea of worshipping an outsider that came to this world and became a god. But you quickly learn as a god that negative sympathy is still sympathy. And the positive sympathy outweighs it. People come to understand your tenets, they come to understand your compassion, and what they most come to understand is the story of somebody who felt and was treated like a monster, coming to be seen as a person, and to live as a person, and to love other people. And that resonates with people. A lot of people come to believe that that is something they can get behind. That is a patronage that they want to support. By the end of 5 or 6 years, you're doing miracles. You're a god. You have clerics. You have high-level clerics. In the end, Nomad takes a place among the stars like all of the other deities on this planet.
Do they have a church on the island I created?
If you
We
want
can,
to, absolutely.
if you allow us, we'll build it.
Yeah,
We have money.
I was kind of hoping to get together with Ace and Flurgurgurgurl to help that.
I like pull my hat. It turns into a little construction hat.
Hell yeah. So
Come
once
down.
I imagine when Vasu starts to see like Nomad pamphlets go into circulation and the word of Nomad go again, he tracks down Flurgle. He's like, so what if I told you there was an island out there? It's not on any map
Whoa.
yet.
So we don't have Moat. He is still at class or work.
But we have me.
But we
and
have
I was
somebody who
put
has
in
rolled
control.
initiative for Moat. So let's see what this does.
Oh boy.
Moat obviously pursues academics.
Of course, yes.
Probably flunks out disgracefully, and so Flick provides him with a headband of intellect.
All right, lovely.
Moat pursues academics a little bit more, and probably feels strange being intelligent and gives up the headband of intellect, as many of our characters end up doing. I don't know. He definitely hangs out with Nordo a lot.
For sure.
For sure.
Spends a bunch of time with his family. Probably helps his dad with the business and getting all that back on their feet. Hangs out with his mom, makes sure that she's doing okay.
For sure.
Yeah, general sweet, precious, chosen one stuff.
100%. I kind of assumed that he probably also helped Renner for a little while, try to get his kid fixed. I don't want to speak too much for Moat, because obviously he's not here. And if we, it's a bummer that he wasn't able to make these ending sessions. But if I hear from him that Moat does anything cool or interesting, I'll make sure to update here too. Mostly for folks
that's
on
the
stream and
thing.
on Discord.
Renner's kid. Well,
We hear you.
We hear you. What's up?
yeah. So Renner's kid, if he never finds like a cure for that, at some point when Nomad is already very like well known, and Sorgil's like, okay, I've done my job, it's fine. I think his final act of like retribution, upon himself is when he promised Renner the first time that there's magic that can fix his son. He was referring to the story that Nomad told him about the spell that transfers afflictions,
And Flurgle does that.
which is cool. Yeah, I think so. I think Flurgle will learn it, and he chooses himself as the bearer of the affliction.
And the first few weeks of that are truly miserable. You are not conscious to see the happiness that your decision brings. You are in so much pain that even if you could see Renner's son spring to life and look in his dad's eyes for the first time, you wouldn't be able to register it. But your pain doesn't last too terribly long. Nomad has reached a point where he can do miracles for the sake of starting a new chain of miracles. He can plant seeds with miracles to garner more sympathy for himself in the future. And so when he uses a miracle to fix you in turn, the Kuatoa that you have been proselytizing to see that and turn to Nomad. You become not just a hero and a figurehead, but a living example of what Nomad can do for those who are selfless and those who put others before themselves. And after a couple of weeks of suffering through this illness that Renner's son had been doing for years, you are restored and put immediately back into the service of Nomad.
Aww.
Wonderful.
And that brings us to the most important.
Easily the most important.
I am dying to hear this one. You'll see. Tell me what happens in the years after the adventure.
Probably like 2 days after we all depart, I just die.
Disappeared suddenly.
Finally.
It's just a matter of time. I can't
It's
believe
just
she
that,
lived
like,
this long.
I accomplished everything I wanted to accomplish.
So how did
So I
she
died.
die? Did she just like die of old age, or she like died doing something stupid?
Food
It's a
poisoning.
mystery.
Food poisoning.
This actually lines up pretty well with what I assumed would happen, so I'm glad to hear that we're on the same page.
You gotta assume that Yule was just like forcing herself to stay alive by sheer will. So
It was
as soon as the
probably
will
Patches
gone,
was probably like injecting her with shit to keep her alive just long
She
enough.
was alive out of pure spite.
You
She's like, fuck that dragon.
are met in the afterlife by Oidano, who has built a log cabin and filled it with beer. Even though it's the afterlife and you can technically just wave your hand on whatever you want, he thinks it's sweeter if he has spent the past 40 years building a log cabin and filling it with beer for you.
That's pretty sweet.
The
that is
beer,
very sweet.
the beer is all gone in a matter of weeks. Then you guys go on a big old afterlife adventure. Occasionally spooking people in dreams on the material plane and giving them candy in their nightmares.
Also, no, it wouldn't be 2 days after. Closer to like 3, but
Plus 3.
Third day.
third day. No, I feel like it'd probably be. I'd probably live for a couple more years, but I'm getting to the end of my life.
Yeah.
Roll for it.
Roll a D100 for how many more years you live.
48 more years.
40 more years. You heard it here. Like, yeah, she lives to be 132.
And I spend that time perfecting my recipes and
Yeah.
writing my cookbook and memoir and stuff like that. And for those people that have ways of receiving mail, every now and then you just get a piece of candy in the mail in a little envelope, like those little like Christmas card style that you get from family.
Love
Hell
it.
yeah.
And
Rhoda definitely pays a visit to Yule to buy a copy of her cookbook if she's willing to sell it.
Yeah, can I have one?
That
I
does
see-
track, actually, that she wouldn't sell recipes.
you can get them over my cold dead body.
Just you wait, Grandma.
She might outlive me at 132.
I'm assuming that she's just. I wonder
Probably
if she
does
just doesn't
outlive
want
with
to.
you. Sorry.
No, I was like, I wonder if she just doesn't want to see. I don't know. She's just like, oh, I gotta put that off.
Right.
If you really need that time to that cavity, he's really bad at it.
Ah,
really
the old
slow.
ball and chain.
Every so often, she like slips almost into death. He's like, no, not yet. I'm not done yet.
That's the reason she wasn't allowed to die, is he wasn't ready.
Yeah. I was like on my deathbed, and then he wasn't ready, and I come back and live 48 more years.
So give me 5 minutes.
But
She
you
knows what that
see-
means, though.
You see, like, over time, because the candy that you receive is the same ones that were my inspiration ones.
Yeah.
Same kind of candy, but obviously it wears off by the time it gets to you. But you see over the years, like many years later, it like has some of that effect to it still. Until like many years later, it's like, oh shit, this is just like how it used to be.
Hell yeah.
Maybe it's the nostalgia. Maybe it actually works that way. You don't know that.
Hard to say.
Hell,
Hmm?
Hell yeah.
Love it.
And then
Also free candy.
when you eventually come across my cookbook and find that I had all that extra power in there, you see that I was working on it. And that's one of the things you find, is that I was able to make candy that lasts forever.
Everlasting.
She did.
Got him.
Got him. Perfect.
It's me, I'm Willy Wonka.
He's
Willy
the
Wonka. He's Willy Wonka. The real Willy Wonka is the Yule we made along the way. I'm scrolling through my inventory and found 2 more very important things I forgot to mention.
Sure.
One is that at the restaurant, I for sure there's like a week where I use up a bottle of Dijon's Mustard Lyceum.
Perfect.
So whatever world building implications that creates, I feed a bunch of people mustard from another universe.
Excellent. Wonderful. It's just
All
very good
right.
mustard. It's not magical or anything. It's just mustard from another universe.
Yeah, what could
Mustard.
possibly happen? And the other thing that I would be remiss not to follow through on is I've had my father's harmonica since session 1. So at some point, early after we return to the I'd like return his harmonica to him, and I assume we spend a lot of time on the beach with
Absolutely.
him and I playing harmonica and fishing.
The first time he picks it up, he's so much worse than you remember.
Then he wasn't good to begin with.
But he takes it up. He takes an interest in getting good at the harmonica. And, after a couple of years, he can actually keep a beat pretty well. You guys occasionally just out on the beach as people are drinking and eating at the commissary are putting on a little, not even putting on a show, just kind of playing music in the background as the sun sets.
Absolutely. I assume Moat's there some of the time with his kalimba too.
Yup. Ace, what you got?
Let's get one thing. I actually probably get to head to bed soon. I have to wake up in 4 hours.
Sure.
Gross.
I'm kind of curious in the afterlife, how it is to be reunited with Nordo and what all happens at the end of that.
In the afterlife with Nordo?
Like, do I die and do I get to go hang out with Nordo forever?
Oh.
Or, no, sorry, no, Nordo, Nomad. Sorry, do
With Gnome? Okay, I see.
I have to hang out with Nomad forever after I die?
Of course. Do you, when you die, believe that Nomad has the strongest claim on your soul? I certainly do.
He's my blood brother.
Yeah, okay. Then yeah, when you die, you go to the afterlife, and I assume Nomad doesn't just spend every waking moment of eternity with you. I assume he turns you into an archangel. I assume that you become one of his right-hand men. And I'll leave it up to you and Frisk what that actually means. There are a lot of duties to do in heaven, but most of those duties are just making sure that all the souls there are happy, making sure that your followers are doing what you want, and smiting evil when it comes up.
Yes, but my thought is, hear me out. That God Nomad, wherever he is at, has one of those little like baby straps to him, and I'm just always just attached to him and going around with him.
Perfect.
I'm mostly just joking, but
One thing that is probably true when you get to the afterlife and when you begin this renewed close relationship to Nomad after you've been separated for so long is you remind him that, how do I even put this? Gods don't take personal days. And I think when you get there for the first time, you make him take a personal day for the first time since he transcended to godhood. You make him sit down, find a beach somewhere on the material plane to project an avatar into, and do nothing for a day. And I think that he had forgotten what that is like, and admires you tremendously for making him do it. Vasu, what you got?
Okay, just a little quick shenanigans thing, because I also took a look through my inventory. In the early days of the Unsundering, when things are still uncertain and there are new lands and mountains rising from nowhere, and etc., and Vasu is flying around trying to map all of it out, but also there's a lot of chaos and people in fear. I want to start an urban legend
Uh-huh.
of just like there being a weird Jersey Devil-ish creature that's like a it's like a four-winged, six-armed bird with teeth. And he's got little ones too. And I'm gonna I'm only doing this because I have those fitting limbs now, and also in my inventory, quote, convincingly scary dentures, 2 pairs in Vasu and shoe sizes.
So I just want to say that I have an ability that lets me just spread rumors citywide. I can help you with this.
Will you help me with this?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
two of
People
you,
are gonna wake up thinking that like it was prophesized to them that this Jersey Devil exists.
it goes beyond just like a spooky little Bloody Mary sort of thing, and onto like wizards are consulted because they think a hex has befallen the town. And obviously, eventually, like, days pass and it hasn't been spotted, nobody's died, the cattle haven't been snatched. But, like, they make, like, a Mothman movie about it, like, 3 years later, except it's not a movie, it's a novel.
It's a play. It's like a little play.
Yeah, people,
Sometimes I just fly over a town in the dead of the night and I say, I'm the Jersey Devil and I'm coming for your children! And your blood and your booze!
perfect.
I could say boobs.
And
for a
your
second. And your
boobs.
boobs.
Dude.
Flick, what you got?
I looked into my inventory and I remembered that I have that auto grapple mini trident that I was going to use to eat pasta with. And I think the first thing that Sapphire and I do with our fame is we go to some, like, I guess it's not Italian, but Italian restaurant.
Sure.
And order a fuckload of pasta, and Flick just eats it with the mini trident.
Hell yeah.
Use my fame for good.
It is messy. It is not how pasta was meant to be eaten, but it is
Good.
a lot of fun.
You make the chef cry.
That's all you can eat pasta, never-ending pasta bowl.
So a question for Vasu and for Ace.
Yeah.
While in the mortal realm, while you're still alive, do you ever find partners?
Maybe. Fact just went AFK and I was asking if I should just roll a luck check for it.
Oh, leave it alone.
Vasu's like open to the idea, but I don't know.
I don't know. Ace doesn't like pursue one. He's a little awkward and probably not really something he's super thinking about.
Yeah, Florian's married to his job.
I find 15 husbands.
Man, you got another 15 luck check. I'm gonna roll with these.
Vasu starts a harem,
Yes.
which slowly turns into a cult of the Jersey Devil.
Whenever anybody
What
visits
was
Vasu,
he?
he's just reclining in the middle of a room surrounded by all of his harem husbands, slowly strumming on a lute. And as he does, all of his harem husbands talk in his voice at you.
God damn it. I hate it so much.
Wait, what is a jersey?
Do not be afraid.
I leave.
But to answer your question, probably not. Honestly,
Welcome,
thinking about-
Nordo. Have you come to join us for hot coffee?
Well, me and Gail came because we heard you were having a bunch of dudes over, and we thought it'd be fun to just kind of platonically hang out.
Platonic
do
hangout?
some wrestling.
Platonic hangout? Hot yoga?
Wet hot yoga
Wet?
hot
Oh, right, it
yoga.
was wet yoga, right.
underneath the watchful eye of the owl.
Please, Nordo, Gale, don't leave. We only want to talk.
They all say in unison.
Yeah, I wish I could put an echo filter.
I hate it so much.
God, it's like the
Oh,
delightful
so
kids from
much.
down the lane
Yeah.
next door, but it's all Bossy's voice.
Oh god, what a fucking nightmare. And it's like slow, serene Vasu too.
Noto definitely names his like weekly special or like daily specials at like there's like we just want a Taco Tuesday. And,
Aw.
like I can't think of one other example, but there's gonna be some in there.
All right.
Yule seafood pasta.
With
There
a
it
with
is.
a 15 luck check, do I find a partner?
Um,
Or 15 partner?
That's not a matter of luck, my friend. It's a matter of putting yourself out there. But with a 15, absolutely, if you want to.
You've been divorced 15 times.
No!
Oh no.
Just
Don't make me raw.
I'll offer as an option, and I don't even know if this is a good option or not. You know what? Never mind. This is bad. I was gonna
Do it.
I was gonna say that like there was probably some weird accident where a simulacrum of cask gets made, but that just I don't think that actually happens.
Even presented that option, Vasu.
I mean, if Philo's in this world, you can just go make out with
'cause-
yourself.
No, Philo's got his man back now.
Oh,
It's
true.
true.
He just makes a note with his.
Vasu
Oh.
probably hooks up with someone back in Eisenmar and has a weird like on the books like strict and very professional relationship with this other person in the order that he like trains with.
Right.
But then they have like really like naughty and dirty sex and like the closet and stuff.
Dirty monk sex.
Well, yeah,
Perfect.
Fuck weird.
it's a real secret relationship at first, and they do a lot of like Kama Sutra stuff, and they're both real flexible, you know. But word probably gets out eventually.
And I also
Hey.
like to make it very clear, you're fucking world famous. Like if you can have flings if you want flings. But I think that if you pursue this, you do actually find somebody who gets you on a deeper level, and especially understands your need for weird, unethical coworker sex.
There are probably a few in like the beginning months of the Unsundering when Vasu's like out and about, people see him and he's like, hey, yeah, by the way, I'm Blast Off Death Phoenix. You heard of him? But then he's like, I need something deeper. I need somebody that really understands me.
Yes.
I need 15 someone to really understand me.
I desperately want Vasu to hook up with one of the villains that's still alive and like have a big redemption arc for them.
Mr. White.
Yeah. you change him.
He's married with children.
That's fine.
He can get divorced.
And then Shu can hook
Oh,
up
is
with
he married?
Maximus.
Well, not
Really king.
married. He has a.
I
I
know.
don't even know what cringy
They're
term
married
he would
now.
use for it. I'm sure.
A
Maiden.
brood.
Yeah, like a brood mare or something like that. I don't know, something stupid.
Gross.
Yeah. I'll
What
tell you
kind
who's
of weird
available,
fucked up things do heterosexuals call each other in relationships with their children? Like brood mares.
though. Varda's in jail.
Wait,
if you
is
want.
that what it's called?
Barter's in jail.
Fuck that guy. Like Vasu is he's matured a lot. He's big on forgiveness and moving on. Varder is probably the one person he would just like straight up kill.
Oh,
Yeah, I assume
yeah.
the 8 of us get together and go kill Barter.
I assume so. He is up for trial as like, hey, if you guys want, we'll let him live. But like, this is a man who's trying to. This is one of Hitler's scientists trying to bargain for his life with all of his research. Like, he's not a good person.
Oh, by the way, Nordo's post-campaign, or I'm sorry, Tokla's post-campaign is that he does everything in his power to make sure the world knows that Sochi is not a prince. Do not believe his lies.
I believe him.
Excellent.
But with Ace, Ace has like the love of his family, the love of his friends, and the love of Nomad that he probably feels at all times because they're like connected and he's a god. And he probably honestly like has the love for Nomad the most out of anyone, but it's like very platonic. So like he just never marries or anything.
Makes sense.
You're like a
Kinda see
nun.
it.
He's
Doesn't
just my bro.
doesn't end up in some really like out of left field relationship like with Eddie Jamjar or something.
Probably not. Also Ace is like super awkward. He has a charisma score of like 5 or some shit like that. 7.
I think Flurgo every now and then tries to like wingman him some chicks or dudes, and it's always awkward.
Oh, always awkward. But also, I don't think Ace. Yeah, he's just not interested. He's just like, I just want to hang out with my bro.
That tracks.
All right, gang.
Yeah, I got to get to
Yeah,
bed. It's
it's
gonna be
been
miserable
work.
tomorrow.
Have a good night.
Before people start leaving the voice chat, I have one more gift of this apparent autocorrect bug that's going around.
Sure.
This is what the initiative looked like for the epilogue stuff.
Foam Diva Samurai.
I'm Foam
Hell
Diva.
yeah. North.
And then
I'm North.
Yeah. Everyone else is fine.
I like even
Thank you.
Flurgle was just.
Yeah, Flurgle's
Yeah,
It was like,
I didn't know what to
I don't
do
know.
with that,
I don't
so
know
it
what you're
just
saying.
left it alone. Yeah.
Thank you all. You all are wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank
We-
you for putting
What a
up with all
campaign.
of our shit for like 3 years.
Hell yeah.
And
Uh,
also
Thank you
making
for dealing
a
with Eldritch
fantastic game
Blast.
pan out of it.
I love you guys.
I am nearly done getting things ready for the 2.5 stuff. Hopefully I'll have some stuff for that in the next couple days. I don't know if we're going to do sessions here next week. I'd love to. I just don't know if people are going to be ready by then.
I wouldn't mind a week off, but I could go either way.
Yeah, we'll see.
So
We'll talk.
one thing I really liked is how last session of Age of Awakening we killed Ozymandias. This session we killed Ozymandias.
Hell
All right. Sometimes things just work out.
It was fun.
No
It's
relation,
fun.
really.
Nah.
No relation,
swear.
but also like he wrecked us.
He did wreck you guys.
True. That was a rough fight.
Okay.
That was fun.
All right.
Good night, guys.
Have a good night, y'all.
Good night.
Love you.
Love you all.
Love you guys.